Hey my friends, welcome back to the Pop Culture Cafe. I am Huck, and man, oh man, it's here! I have finally put together my entire physical media collection. This has taken quite some time to put all this together. So just real quick, let me tell you how this is laid out. First of all, I wear the same outfit every time I come back to it, so it looks kind of nice and seamless, although this is done over a good period of time. Very minimal editing as well. You'll see some like dissolves here and there. And I'm going to put up some title cards in between each section, because what I've done is I'm going to present it to you like how I have it organized here, which is like Blockbuster, right? I have it done by genres. So it's like action, comedy, drama, science fiction, that kind of thing. And I'll put time codes when I'm done as well. So if you want to watch it in little stages and you come back to it, it'll make it really easy to pick up where you left off. Let's see what else. There'll be a whole, this is mostly Blu-rays, right? And some DVDs will pop up, but there'll be a whole DVD section near the end as well. So it's all going to be represented. You might see some titles pop up where they shouldn't, but that's just part of discovering things not in the right place. But there you go, guys. So man, whew, it is finally here. So I hope you enjoy it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy my entire physical media collection. All right, everybody. Now, before I get started, if you are new to my channel and you found me because you dig watching these long video collection videos, that's awesome. Please hit like, subscribe, smack the bell, share it with your friends, all that kind of good stuff. I would really appreciate it. All right, so I'm not going to keep you guys hanging. We're just going to start off the way I have it. I know alphabetically action would come first, but the way I have it up top is I start with Criterion, right? Because they're sort of the, the Rolls Royce of movies. So here it is. We're going to begin with my Criterion collection. So here we go. Going to start off with 12 Angry Men, and you're going to find out that I still have plenty of these sealed, haven't seen them yet, and that is a new movie for me. So once I crack that open, that'll be a first-time watch. Yes, we even have some DVD Criterions. Armageddon, that's right. Look, back then, Criterion even threw in some of these action Michael Bay type films, and I have Armageddon here. It's a fun blockbuster popcorn movie. One of the ones I first got during all these sales was this old classic horror movie, The Blob, with Steve McQueen, and I gotta tell you, I thoroughly enjoyed The Blob. Once you set your mindset of the time it was filmed in and understand that that's the best they can make The Blob look, it's kind of a hoot of a movie. So check that out if you can. One of my faves, man, one of the best ensemble type movies is The Big Chill. I highly enjoyed this film. Lawrence Kasdan directed this. We're sort of used to him being sort of like a writer and a producer. So when he got a hold of this one, cast it with this all-star study cast. Listen to this: Tom Berenger, Glenn Close, Jeff Goldblum, William Hurt, Kevin Kline, Mary Kay Place, Meg Tilly, and JoBeth Williams. He knocked it out of the park. So check that one out. Coming up next, oh yeah, it's Blowout from Brian De Palma, starring John Travolta. And man, it's Nancy Allen's also in this, from RoboCop. Excellent movie. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It's such a good little thriller. Oh, I don't tell you any twists and turns in this one, but if you haven't seen Blowout yet, please check that out. This is another thing too. I'm going to just try to give like a tiny comment on each one, because otherwise, oh Lord, it's going to be forever. Just picked this up recently, is Bringing Up Baby. Cannot wait to see this. Audrey Hepburn and Cary Grant star in this thing. Let's see who. I don't even know who directed this. It is Howard Hawks. Yeah, so directed by Howard Hawks. All right, so there you go. Gotta check that out soon. All right, one of my favorite films of all time, with one of my favorite actresses of all time, is Broadcast News. I absolutely love this film. It's nominated for a lot of Oscars, but it didn't really win a ton of stuff. I'm not even sure if it won, but Holly didn't win, and William Hurt didn't, and the movie didn't win. But, it still holds a good place in my heart, because I think it's an outstanding piece of acting from everybody in this film, especially Holly Hunter. And, if you watch the bonus features, which I have on here, they really struggled to find the right actress to play her part. And they were just not striking out. Like, James L. Brooks is the director of this film, and he was just like, I can't find the lead. And then somebody suggested, you got to go check out this girl, Holly Hunter, in this play, and he saw her, and of course, the rest is history. All right, next up is a Kevin Costner classic, Bull Durham, also with Sandra Bullock, Tim Robbins, excellent film, little baseball movie if you're into that kind of thing. The other one that I just picked up along with Bringing Up Baby is Orson Welles' Citizen Kane. Man, this is heavy. Why is it so heavy? Must have all kinds of like tons of booklets and cards and stuff in here. So yeah, can't wait to check out the picture quality on Citizen Kane. You know, like I said, sometimes you do these collections, y'all, and just you collect and collect. You gotta make time to see them. So you're gonna see by a lot of shrink wrap. I try to do that to remind myself, you haven't seen this yet? Crack it open. But I've seen this, and that is Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Absolutely love this film. One of my favorites from the 80s, coming-of-age kind of films, directed by Amy Heckerling, all-star cast. So good. I mean, it's legendary. Keeping it coming, y'all. Next up is The Fisher King with Robin Williams and Jeff Bridges, directed by Terry Gilliam. Oh, man, this is such a tour de force of acting. I really think this is the one Robin should have won the Oscar for. I know he also got it for Good Will Hunting. Well, he got it for Good Will Hunting. And deservedly so. I think he deserved that. But I really think he also deserved it for Fisher King, because not many people can pull off a role that obscure so well. And next up is one of my, I grew up with this comedy. It was on TV all the time. And talk about star-studded comedies. It's one of these treasure hunting movies. You know the one. It's a mad, 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 mad world. Just, let's see if there's any quick list. Here we go. Milton Berle, Sid Caesar, Buddy Hackett, Ethel Merman, Mickey Rooney, Dick Shawn, Phil Silvers, Jonathan Winters. It just goes on and on and on. It's such a fun movie. And this is long. Like, for a comedy, this thing is 163 minutes. What? Like, a comedy that goes that long? But, you know, it would always air, like, I think, in 2 nights on TV. And I was always there to check it out. So, digging me some, it's a mad, 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 mad world. Jackie Chan, y'all. Jackie Chan, this is a 2-pack of Police Story and Police Story 2. I'm a huge Jackie Chan fan, and when I saw this during the half-price sale, I had to pick it up. Love both of those movies. All right, a horror classic, y'all. Here it is. I have not upgraded to the 4K because I'm happy with this one for now. It's the Blu-ray of The Night of the Living Dead, George A. Romero's classic horror zombie flick. Next up is another one I'm dying to watch, which, as you can tell by the wrapper, I have yet to open it, and it is A Night to Remember. I've heard lots of good things about this, and, you know, sometimes you just get sort of compelled to check things out. I'm not a huge blind buyer, as you guys may know if you've been watching my channel for a while, so I try to be very, especially with Criterion, because those are not cheap. If you can blind buy something like $5 or $6, or at the thrift store for $2 or $3, that's a win, right? But for Criterion, I don't know, I need to be a little bit more selective. Now, this one I have seen and love, and it is Marlon Brando's On the Waterfront. This is, God, what a fantastic film by Elia Kazan. Who wrote this? Bud Schulberg. I don't really know Bud, but he wrote this film, and Brando does an absolute banger of a performance in this thing. If you haven't seen On the Waterfront, that's a, hang on, I gotta make some room. That is a must for your collection. So this is tough, like trying to balance like the 2 shelves here. All right, we're halfway there. Next up is Princess Bride. Absolutely love this one. It's got a nice little digibook kind of thing inside of it, along with a movie. What's not been said about The Princess Bride? One of the best, you know, romantic fantasy type films ever made. Rob Reiner directed it. So good. Next up is one of my another DVD Criterion, and that is Rebecca. When I was doing all my Hitchcock stuff, I found this for $1 at like a thrift store. I'm like, heck yeah, you know, I'll do that. And what was great is I got to see all the bonus features on this while, you know, after I enjoyed the film, which was a really good film. So, you know, don't knock those DVDs, man. You get a hold of a good deal, get it. And let's just say there may be another one of those on its way. Now, this was sent to me by a subscriber, my good buddy Gus. What's up, Gus? I'll admit, you know, with the holidays, have not seen this yet, but I can't wait to pop it in one day. And that is Red Desert. It's by Michelangelo and was it Antonioni? Antonioni. Yeah, so it says Antonioni. So I've never heard of this film or this director, but it is an Italian film, and we all know that Gus, you are Italian, right, Gus? I think I've heard that you're Italian. He's an amazing cook, chef, if you will. And yeah, so Red Desert. Cannot wait to check this out. Thank you again, guys. All right, we're keeping it going. Another Michael Bay action-packed thrill is The Rock. Now, this has been customized by yours truly. It came in this Bad Mamma Jam originally, this DVD thing, but I took the discs out of here because it came out on Blu-ray. So I printed out and created a new cover. See, it's got the Criterion logo there, but then it's got all the Blu-ray specs on the back. And as you can see, on the inside, we got the Criterion discs along with the Blu-ray. So, you know, you gotta do them customs, man. Keep everything in one place. I'm gonna do that to Armageddon one of these days. Next up is another DVD Criterion I got at the thrift store for like $2, and that is the Royal Tannenbaums. So I haven't had a chance to pop this in yet to check out all the bonus features, but you know, it's by Wes Anderson, who he's kind of hit and miss for me, Wes Anderson, but he's a very unique filmmaker for sure. So check that out. My buddy James at 20th and 21st Movies recommended Shaft all over the place. So man, I picked it up, absolutely loved it, got the 4K, and let's just say, can you dig it? I totally can dig it, man. I know it's a little bit of a Warriors quote there, but you know where I'm coming from. All right, next up is another DVD Criterion I got for $1 at the swap meet a couple weeks ago. That is Time Bandits. Yeah, man. Time Bandits, is that, it is Terry Gilliam, right? I believe so, yeah. Terry Gilliam and star-studded cast. Got Sean Connery in here. And it's just another very unique vision because Gilliam has a very just visual approach to all of his films. So I can't wait to check that out. All right, 3 more left. Now here's one I grabbed because of my friends on the 430 Movie Podcast. Talked this up quite a bit, and that is Seconds. I really want to watch this John Frankenheimer film. I haven't cracked it open yet, but I hope to soon. The last 2, here we go with Tootsie. I have seen this film. I haven't seen the transfer on this yet with Criterion, but I love Tootsie. It's so great. Dustin Hoffman. What a performance, man. So good. And finally, the last one, the W, is War of the Worlds. If you've seen previous videos in the past, I talked this up big time. The picture transfer on this film is to die for. It is absolutely stunning. So if you haven't ever grabbed a Criterion and you're a fan of old science fiction, please grab War of the Worlds. It is outstanding. All right, that's it for the Criterion. And now let's move on to the action genre. All right, so here we go with the action category. Now, look, I do my best to try to categorize these as honestly as possible. I know there's subgenres that things could fall into other genres, but just roll with me, y'all. I'm doing what I can. All right, starting off action with a triple pack of Steven Seagal, because we got Above the Law, but also by proxy, we've got Under Siege and Under Siege 2. I definitely dig me the earlier Seagal. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff. Next up, oh man, digging this movie. Action Jackson, Carl Weathers, Vanity, Craig T. Nelson. So good, man. I did a review earlier this year after getting this, and it holds up so well, y'all. It's so good. Next up, that's right, Ford Fairlane. I dig me some Andrew Dice Clay. This was directed by Rennie Harlan, same guy that did Die Hard 2 and Cliffhanger. So if you haven't had a chance to check it out, you gotta like Dice a little bit to like this, which I do. So found that entertaining. Next up, some Gerard Butler with Angel Has Fallen. Man, I think all of these films, this little trilogy that he did, is quite good. So happy to have that. Next up is when we lost Richard Donner, I started collecting a lot of the things that I didn't have of his, and one was Assassins. I have seen this film, but I haven't since I picked it up, but I definitely want to, add it to my collection to honor Richard Donner, and I look forward to seeing that again soon. Next up is the A-Team. Yeah, man, I liked it. I ain't gonna lie. I love the original TV show. It was absolutely one of my faves growing up. And, when you got Bradley Cooper and Liam Neeson in this thing, was this Jared Copley? I forgot how to say his name, but Copley, the guy from District 9, plays Mad Dog Murdoch. Yeah, man, like that. All right, here we go. Keeping it going with Armageddon. I know you saw I have the Criterion, so here's the Blu-ray. So eventually what I will do is combine the two in a Huxtamization combo. All right, next up is Baby Driver. Love this film. Saw it with my buddy Mike in his home theater, and it was just outstanding. As an editor, I really enjoyed this film because everything's kind of timed out to music in this thing, which is very fun to watch. So dig me some Baby Driver. Bad Boys, man, you can't go wrong. This is one of, Michael Bay's earlier and best films. The duo here of Martin Lawrence and Will Smith is just absolutely on point. Digging that one. It's the only one of those I got too, by the way. Here's another one called Battle Los Angeles. Digging that. It's a little sci-fi-ish as well. So, but it's got good action to it. Couldn't decide which category to put that in. And Battleship. Speaking of Liam Neeson a second ago, here he is again. Based on the board game Battleship. Go Hasbro! Is that Hasbro? Or whoever it is, you go. Here's something that I picked up during the Kino Lorber sale with Tommy Lee Jones, Lynn Hamilton. That is Black Moon Rising. I have seen this a long time ago, but I definitely wanted to snag it during the sale. Looking forward to checking that out again. Next up is a Van Damme 2-pack. Got me some Bloodsport and Time Cop. Love both of these films. I need to crack this open and watch these bad boys, man. They're so good. All right, next up, I got this during one of those buy two, get one free sales. That is Broken Arrow. John Woo directed film with Christian Slater and John Travolta. Excellent. Now, I have not even seen this one, but I'm a huge Stallone fan, so I'm looking forward to checking out Bullet to the Head. Yeah, Bullet to the Head. I dig me some Stallone. Found this at a thrift store or the swap meet, I forget. So it was at least $4 or less. So figured that was good to pull the trigger. So I did pull the trigger on that one. It's my girls. I love these movies. So these are the Charlie's Angels 2-pack here. It's got my girls, Cameron Diaz, Lucy Liu, and Drew Barrymore, the adorable Drew Barrymore. I enjoy both of these films. This is the one where Cameron Diaz was becoming such a hot ticket. She became one of those 20 million gals like Julia Roberts. There wasn't a lot of those, and it was short-lived, but by golly, she worked her way into that. Good for her. Next up, some more Stallone, Cliffhanger. The hell's that doing here? All right, so this will reappear. This was slotted in the wrong place. I'm also going to do a 4K because I have those over there. So just remember Cliffhanger, as he will go over here and reappear in the 4K. So this is what happens when you do this. You kind of find things that have been misplaced. So yeah, let's roll with it, man. Let's go for it. I'm kind of excited to see what's in the wrong place. Here we go. Crimson Tide, man. Denzel Washington and Gene Hackman. Sometimes I got spinning around because I'm like, excellent film. Tony Scott directed this sucker. Excellent movie. Oh, yeah, still Stallone keeps on coming. Cobra, baby. You're the disease, and I'm the cure. Him and Schwarzenegger, man, always throwing out a punchline before wasting the bad guy. I'm a huge Tom Cruise fan, so coming up strong is Collateral with Jamie Foxx. Man, directed by, I was saying, man, to be like excited, but it's also a pun on the director's name. Michael Mann directed this sucker, and it is outstanding. It's one of these few Tom Cruise movies that sort of gets away from what you're used to seeing him play, and he's excellent in that role. All right, here we go. Speaking of the other one, here you go. Commando, man. Schwarzenegger just mowing everybody down in the sucker. This is such a good Arnie film. All right, coming up, got me some Nick Cage, y'all. Con Air. Love me some Con Air. This is a Simon West movie. And look at this, you got Nicolas Cage, John Cusack, John Malkovich, and a whole bunch of other cool supporting players in this thing. Love that flick. And, of course, I just recently did a customization on this film. That is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. You got it, man. On the inside, I got the DVD and the Blu-ray with a custom insert on the inside. So be on the lookout for those if you dig my custom consolidations. Whew. That's stack 1 of 4. Here we go. Next stack is The Crow with Brandon Lee. Oh, R.I.P. Brandon. This guy was so good, man. He was really up and coming and had a lot to offer cinema with his skills and his comedic timing. He's actually pretty funny. And his acting was getting better, certainly in The Crow. Yeah, dig that. All right, here's another 3-pack. Speaking of losing someone recently, Albert Puyen, one of the great B directors with Canon Films, directed Cyborg with Van Damme. This is a Van Damme 3-pack. So I got Cyborg, Death Warrant, and Double Impact. With double the Van Damme, you get 2 Van Dammes in there. You know what the trailer said? Twice the Van Damage. Not gonna lie, go see the trailer. But yeah, dig me some of that classic Van Damme as well. Here we go. The triple packs keep coming, y'all. We got me some, this is a Sam Jackson 3-pack. And we got Deep Blue Sea, The Long Kiss Goodnight, and Snakes on a Plane. Yeah, each of these are fun in their own way. I really enjoy Long Kiss Goodnight with Gina Davis. And, you know, Snakes on a Plane and Deep Blue Sea, they're kind of like hokey films, but they have their pleasurable moments. Here we go, man. You're going to see a ton of Stallone, ton of Schwarzenegger, Tom Cruise. So get ready, y'all. Demolition Man with Wesley Snipes, Sandra Bullock. Yes. Good stuff. All right, next up is the 3-pack of the Robert Rodriguez films. We got you some El Mariachi, Desperado, and Once Upon a Time in Mexico. Man, tell you, Antonio Banderas and Desperado, woo! I mean, that dude was smoking, man. Selma Hayek's in that too, but he's pretty smoking. Just saying. No, she's smoking too, y'all. In fact, there's a scene together where they're super smoking. Here is the Die Hard collection. 4 movies. Die Hard, Die Hard 2, Die Hard with a Vengeance, and Live Free or Die Hard. There it is. So I know there's so many different versions of this out right now, but you know, for now I got this one. I heard that the last one was just hot garbage. You know, A Good Day to Die Hard or whatever it is. So based on all my friends telling me it's not good, I've still yet to see that film. But those 4 I do enjoy. Here's something I haven't even seen. I've seen like one of, but I found it at a swap meet for like, I don't know, $3. But here it is. It's the Divergent series. Divergent, Insurgent, and Allegiant. So there you go. Are these good, y'all? I mean, it's a good deal for like a 3-pack. I like these 3-packs. I'm a fan of 3-packs. You know why? Shelf space. All right, speaking of Van Damme, here is the MVD Double Impact. Yeah, because this is one of my favorite, if not favorite, original Jean-Claude Van Damme films back in his prime. And you get 2 Van Dammes on there. And I'll say I'm a little miffed because when I got this, it did not come with a slipcover. And then I saw some friends' videos that sort of bought this months after I did, and they got this with a slipcover. Whatever. Good thing I'm not obsessed with slipcovers. Anyway. Next up is Nicolas Cage, Drive Angry. I haven't seen this, but I found it at my thrift store. It's got Amber Heard in it, I know, but, you know, I'll just turn that Amber Heard filter off and check it out, see if it's any good. I've yet to watch it. Now, here's a DVD slipping into the stack. Usually I have DVDs separated, but because this guy's one of my favorite action stars of all time, sometimes, like the Criterion, a DVD will sneak in, and that is Drunken Master with Jackie Chan. Absolutely love this series, Drunken Master. This is The Legend of Drunken Master, to be specific. I know there's another one to that as well. Coming up next is Schwarzenegger again, y'all, with Eraser. Vanessa Williams in here as well. Yeah, I think this is a sort of a rarely talked about Schwarzenegger film that's still quite good. Next up, Kurt Russell, man, legend right here. Executive Decision, what a fascinating film. It's got Seagal in it. Have you guys seen this? Look, you should have seen it by now. All I'm saying is the scene when Seagal, you know what I'm talking about. Oh my God. Like when I first saw that, I was like, holy hell. Because when something like that happens, you don't know what's going to happen in the movie after that. Here we go, Sly again. We got some Expendables. And since we're alphabetical, we probably got Expendables 2. And no surprise. Wait, where the hell's my Expendables 3? What? All right, so there you go. I may have a missing movie. I know I have Expendables 3 somewhere, or I loaned it out maybe. But there you go. So not in the stack. So next up is Face Off. Whoopsie. So yeah, so there's the awesome Expendables. Face Off's great. John Woo directing Travolta and Nick Cage. You know, you guys know Face Off. Classic. All right, next up, Harrison Ford, Robert Shaw, and Forrest 10 from Navarone. One of these older movies that, Harrison was doing after Star Wars to, pad his career. It's not great. It's good. Now, this is great, and also Harrison Ford, and that is The Fugitive. Oh, snap. Man, one of my favorite all-time Harrison Ford movies. And this is G.I. Joe Retaliation, The Rock, and Bruce Willis, Channing Tatum, I enjoyed the second one. The first one, it didn't quite hit me as much as this one. This one, I thought the action stuff in this was pretty amazing. So, yeah. Maybe I'll pick up the other one soon. Recently, I got The Goonies, also for the love of Richard Donner. It's got this nice little slip cover you can get from, I think this was Target. But on the inside, it's got the classic Goonies cover. And you might see repeats in my collection too, but we'll get to that later. More Nick Cage, all gone in 60 seconds with Angelina Jolie. Now, this is one I picked up, I think it was at the swap meet or something. Anyway, it's a Hardcore Henry. And I haven't seen it yet, but some people were telling me when they saw my video where I showed this off, they're like, it's okay. It's a fun experiment. It's probably a one and done watch, but I'll do that. I'll want it, done it, and send it back on to a thrift store. Pay it forward. Another Van Damme, y'all, Hard Target. This is the international release, so it's got a little extra special sauce in here. Also directed by John Woo. It's got Lance Hendrickson from Aliens in this, and it's good. Like this extended cut, it has a little bit of that extra something, and it just makes it just a tad better, man. So be on the lookout for this. Of course, this is the 4K one put out by Kino Lorber. Excellent. All right, let's keep it going. More early Seagal, y'all. Got me some Hard to Kill with Kelly LeBrock. Love this film, actually. Quite good. All right, getting into one of my favorite franchises. Here we go. Indiana Jones, the entire complete adventures, all 4 movies in here, Blu-ray. Expect to see this title pop up at least a couple more times. All right, here we go. Stack's starting to lean, y'all. I may have to do a cut and straighten this thing up. Next up is more Michael Bay, The Island with Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, I enjoyed this film. It's really good. A little departure from all that Transformers nonsense. Oh, yeah, look at this star-studded thing, y'all. The Italian Job. Digging this. You got your Mark Wahlberg, Charlize Theron, Edward Norton, Jason Statham, and Donald Sutherland. And they just cruise around in all these, like, Mini Coopers. I remember when that happened. People were like, that's a cool car, man. Like, Mini Coopers selling like hotcakes. Oh, yeah, y'all. Why am I talking like... It's my Nick Cage impression. Turns into my Keanu Reeves impression. It's John Wick, Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is John Wick. Now, look. Now, I got this cover... But on the inside, it's actually all 3. Because I had the single, but then I got rid of the single. Got the 3-pack, but I kept the slip. So there it goes. John Wick, baby. Love me some Keanu Reeves. Oh, yeah. The Rock keeps on coming. Jumanji. This one's the Welcome to the Jungle. The first one that he did with these guys. Absolutely love this film. Saw these with my daughter. It's now become like a thing. When the second one came out, we saw that together as well. Loved it. So, of course... naturally, that's the next one up. There's Jumanji, The Next Level. I got to get these on 4K. You guys have this on 4K? Is it worth the upgrade? I don't know, because these look pretty good. All right, hang on. I got to do a slight adjustment because the stacks are about to fall, so hang on. All right, next up is, well, this sort of fell into the J's, but it's Jackie Chan's First Strike. I guess technically it should be in the F's, but there it is, more Jackie Chan. Amazing fight scenes in this movie. Very good. All right, directed by... John Avildsen, who did Rocky. We got the Karate Kid 1 and 2. Big fan of the Cobra Kai series too, man. So the Cobra Kai series made me go back and pick this up. Of course, I got this, and then shortly thereafter, the 4K set came out, which I still haven't gotten, but, there you go. Next up, I got, during that groove, you buy 3 for $15, so it's like $5. Got Kick-Ass 2. Also saw this with my buddy Mike in his home theater, and it was fun. Like, I hadn't seen that before, and it was pretty cool, so I had to pick it up. Next up, Tarantino, Kill Bill Volume 1. And, of course, right after that, hang on, y'all. This should be Kill Bill Volume 2. Well, what the hell. So here you go. Kill Bill Volume 1. At some point, I'm expecting a Volume 2 to suddenly pop up. Until then, we got John Woo's The Killer with Chow Yun-Fat. Digging some of this Hong Kong cinema stuff. Night and Day with Tom Cruise and Cameron Diaz. Enjoyed this quite a bit. Big Tom Cruise fan, y'all. Schwarzenegger, Last Stand. Look at this thing. This is one I got at the swap meet for $1. It's still brand new, sealed and wrapped. Enjoyed that. And here's the Lethal Weapon, the entire series, all wrapped up in this nice, cool 4-pack with a little special documentary that you can only get in this 4-pack. So I have the original one that's just the 4 movies on blue, so that's now in my to sell back pile. Next up is London Has Fallen. The other Gerard Butler part of that trilogy there. So good. Oh, here it is! Kill Bill Volume 2. I will reinsert that into its proper place. I knew it was in there. Kill Bill Volume 2. Come on now. Although I can't wait for those. I know those are coming in 4K anytime soon. I got this off eBay because it's out of print. I found this marked for death. Again, another early Seagal. It's got a little bit hosed on the artwork. On the back, it's a little smunched right there. But that's okay. I actually had to put it in a nicer case too because the case was like crunched. But there you go. Marked for death. All right, what's next up here? Oh, Antonio. Yeah, again, Antonio was on a roll, man. Mask of Zorro. I definitely want to get this on 4K. I was hoping it would be part of that, you know, $9.99 sale. It never is, though. It got as low as $15.99, so I feel like maybe that's what I'm going to have to spend to get it. Look, a little Big Lots number here. Jason Statham, The Mechanic. Excellent. Now, here we go again with some more Tom Cruise. Love the Mission Impossible films, y'all. And here they are. I got this fantastic little triple pack here of Mission Impossible 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, man. It's a good start to the series, but, man, once he started cranking, and you get stuff like Rogue Nation and then Ghost Protocol. Yeah, we're going to stop there because I think we get into the 4K territory for the others. But we'll show you those two. So yeah, there you go. So in Blu-ray form, these are the ones I have for Mission Impossible. Next up is Mortal Kombat. Absolutely love. Look, the new one. Sorry, gang. I just don't like it. It's so boring. It's so dull. The lead character is made up just for the movie. He has no personality, no charisma. At least Robin Shou in this. I know Robin Shou didn't have a lot of like acting experience, but he gives it his all, you know, and I think it's pretty cool. I actually got to meet him and work with him on Beverly Hills Ninja. I was there at the screening, met him there. Of course, I was a big fan of Mortal Kombat, so the girl I was dating at the time was working for the director, and then because she was helping him out, I sort of met Robin Shou, and I was in charge to hang out with Robin Shou. I know, sucks, right? Hanging out with Robin Shou all day. Yeah. I also hung out with, Cary Tagawa, so I got a lot of love for this film. Next up, Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. This is where they met and fell in love, and then drama ensued. All right, coming up next, more Jackie Chan, Mr. Nice Guy. I highly, highly recommend Mr. Nice Guy. If you haven't seen it, it's a perfect blend of comedy and action, and some of the stunts in this are absolutely banging, man. It's from the Warner Archive collection, so whenever they have their next sale, consider picking it up. All right, more Nick Cage, y'all. Got the National Treasure 1. Pretty sure I got these back to back. There we go. And 2. So the 2 National Treasure movies right there. All right, almost at the end of the stack, and the other one in the series is Olympus Has Fallen. So there you go with that trilogy. And one more Seagal to end that little stack there is Out for Justice. So I think this may be all of his early, young, good stuff. Although, no, there's one more left, and that's in the final stack right here. Stack number 4 of my action movies. Got me some Point Break, Patrick Swayze, Keanu Reeves. Perhaps expect a customization on that soon. Point of No Return with Bridget Fonda. She was a real hot ticket for a while, y'all. Bridget Fonda. That's a good movie. I know it's based on, La Femme Nikita, but still good. I got this one here, Red. You guys know Red? I'm sure you've all seen it. Bruce Willis, Morgan Freeman, John Malkovich, and Helen Mirren. Really good. Keeping it coming for y'all. Here we go. Remo Williams. The legend begins. Or the adventure begins. The adventure begins and ends all with this one movie. Yeah, it did not catch on for general audiences with poor Fred Ward. But, he also did some Tremors. So, he's got those two going for him. Next up, we got the Riddick collection with Vin Diesel. This one has Pitch Black and the Chronicles of Riddick. I found this at Big Lots for $5, both of these. So that was... I'm not a massive fan. I don't even think I've even seen the second one, but for $5, I thought, you know what? Let's give Pitch Black another watch. My wife likes Pitch Black, so we'll watch that with her and then check out maybe the sequel, see if it's any good. Okay, one of my faves, another Patrick Swayze Roadhouse, y'all, the collector's edition from Shout Select. I know there's that cool one coming out from Vinegar Syndrome, but I got that one. Here you go, Kevin Costner, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, banging cast, y'all. I'm just going to look at their pictures and go, Morgan Freeman, Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio, Christian Slater, and Alan Mother-Lovin' Rickman just populating this film, and it is so much fun. I really wish they would put the 4K out here in America so I could snack that too. Oh, yeah, Romancing the Stone, Got you some Michael Douglas, Kathleen Turner, directed by Robert Zemeckis. I just adored this film, man. It was so much fun. Very, very good. More Jackie Chan. Got Rumble in the Bronx. This was one of the very first ones I ever saw at the Chinese Theater here in California. When this came out, this was Jackie sort of breaking into the mainstream American audience, and it did quite well. And now we have tons of Jackie Chan, and I'm quite happy about that. All right, coming up next is The Rundown. So here it is with The Rock. And you may have noticed something very special about this. You're getting a sneak peek. This is a slipcover for The Rundown. But guess what? There is no slipcover for the Blu-ray of Rundown. This was a DVD slipcover, y'all. That's right. That's right. I customized it so it fits the Blu-ray. Shabam! Yeah, I've done that. All right, here we go. More Jackie Chan. Like right after Rumble in the Bronx, we got Rush Hour. Here we go with Chris Tucker. All 3 films in this nice, tasty little pack. More Kung Fu. We got your Showdown Little Tokyo. You know, Dolph Lundgren, Brandon Lee. It's a fun, cheesy fest of a film. It's not a spectacular movie. Like, I watched these back to back. I watched this and then Action Jackson. I will say Action Jackson is a much better film than this. But these two still give their all, and it's quite fun. Next up is Sin City, another star-studded cast, you know, which you got you. It's by Robert Rodriguez, of course, with Bruce Willis, Benicio del Toro, Jessica Alba. Fun flick. And I love the visual black and white of that film. So cool. Now, here we go. Pick both of these up. All right, so we got Speed and Speed 2. So I picked this up for Speed 2. I haven't seen Speed 2 in a long time, but I want to customize it into my Speed 4K. So that's why I picked it up. As you can see, it was only $6. And before that, before I got all this, I had Speed on Blu-ray, but I also had it on DVD. So if you look, that's that DVD cover. That was the silver one. And so on the inside, this has been customized with the Blu-ray, the 2 DVDs, and then all that artwork on the inside so you can enjoy what happens on the DVD through there. So, you know, Speed showing up a lot in this list here. Another one I really enjoyed is Stealth with Josh Lucas. Speaking of, Jessica's. It's Jessica Biel, not Alba, and Jamie Foxx. Fun flick, man. Fun movie. Also collecting the heck out of this. So I got that with the DVDs and the Blu-ray. And, you know, again, customize this off camera. Oh, coming up next, Swordfish. Hugh Jackman, Halle Berry. I love this film. I don't know what it is about this film, but I saw it many times in a row. I recently picked it up, still sealed, but I got to crack this open and give it another watch. Oh, man. The Dad We All Want to Be. Liam Neeson in Taken. It's the 3-film collection. I love this dude, man. I remember when I first saw Taken, I was at the house with my wife, and I was just on the edge of my seat, like, because I have a daughter too, and I just keep thinking, he's like, I have a special set of skills. And I'm like, I do not have a special set of skills, you know, except editing or whatever. So I told my daughter, do not get captured, because, you know, I don't have Liam Neeson's phone number. But love Taken. Love him. Oh, yeah, Tango and Cash. Oh, I got Stallone and Kurt Russell. What? Yeah, good times. Ooh, Tomb Raider, man. Got me a Tomb Raider 2-pack. Of both of the movies. Digging those. Up next was a Mr. Nichols recommendation as Russell Crowe in Unhinged. As you can see, haven't cracked it open yet, but I hope too soon. I hear good things. Ah, yes, during the Kino Lorber sale, I picked up the Rutger Hauer film Wanted Dead or Alive. It also stars Gene Simmons from Kiss. There he is. Look at that, man. Sans the Kiss makeup. Good flick. All right, 2 left, y'all. W's here. We got Wild Card with Jason Statham. And finally, the last action movie in the stack is another Jason Statham, and that is Wrath of Man. I freaking love this movie. It is so good. It gives you 2 perspectives in the film, one from his point of view and then the bad guy's point of view, and it was absolutely stunning. I found this at the swap meet for $4. Snatched it off that table like lightning quick because I had to have this in the collection. So, yeah, there you go. That is the action selection, guys. Let's move on to the next section. Okay, this next section is just sort of an offshoot of action, but I wanted to give it its own little love. It's a very small stack, so I'm just going to pick it up and hold the thing here. And this is disaster films. Now, I know maybe I've missed a couple. Maybe they're some of the ones I showed for action you might think are a disaster, but I did my best to put the ones here, I think, are disaster films in my collection. Starting off with 2012, the Roland Emmerich film where, you know, all hell breaks loose on the planet. That won't be the last Roland Emmerich film I show you. Next up is Poseidon Adventure, the original one with Gene Hackman. Love this cast, love this movie. I think it was back earlier in the year I did a disaster movie month. And after plowing through all the disaster films, this one still holds up as my favorite of the older ones, like from the 70s. One of my favorite newer ones is this one here with The Rock, San Andreas. I mean, man, the earthquake effects in this are absolutely stunning. So good. And, you know, The Rock, can't beat that guy. Next up, another one of those 70s classics is the Towering Inferno. Another star-studded cast. Look at this thing. Let's see here. Steve McQueen, Paul Newman, William Holden, Faye Dunaway, Fred Astaire, Richard Chamberlain, O.J. Simpson, Robert Vaughn, and Robert Wagner. Man, just ba-bam! So, yeah, this was a lot of fun to watch, too. I remember this being on TV when I was younger, but finally seeing it all the way through, it's quite good. Next up is Twister. Sorry, there's a little bit out of order, but there you go, Twister, R.I.P. Bill Paxton. This is a really great disaster flick. It's one of the first ones to utilize that technology to do the twisters and stuff like that. So that was excellent. Next up is Geostorm with Gerard Butler. Another one of those great Mayhem Ensues movies. Actually, it's not great. It was okay. Next up is another 70s classic, and that is Earthquake. This was quite good, too. Yeah, another huge banger of a cast. Let's see. I know Charlton Heston's in this. Who else we got here? Ava Gardner, George Kennedy. George Kennedy, by the way, pops up in a lot of these disaster movies. Like, he was like the go-to guy. Genevieve Bujold, just tons of great old stars. In fact, let me just jump to the other. I'm going to just go out of order so I can show you Airport, the complete collection. That's right. I watched every single one of these. They're kind of interesting to watch back to back to back. And George Kennedy does appear in every one of these. So, yeah, he was like the go-to man. So, Airport. More Stallone coming at you, y'all. Daylight. I love Daylight. It's one of my favorite Stallone films. Great little disaster in a tunnel where he has to get everybody out. Amy Brenneman's in this. Also, Viggo Mortensen. He's fantastic in this film. Check it out. And let's see. Here's another volcano flick. I don't have the original Volcano. Well, maybe on DVD. That is Dante's Peak with Pierce Brosnan and Linda Hamilton. It's really good. And finally, Deep Impact with Morgan Freeman. Let's see who we got here. Big old cast. Robert Duvall, Téa Leoni, Elijah Wood, Vanessa Redgrave. Just tons of great stars in this as well. And I watched this also for Disaster. And I have to say, you know, I know this is up there with Armageddon. Yeah, I guess Armageddon could have been in this too. See how, like, as you're going along here, like, you realized, oh, maybe that should have been here. But I thought there was more heart here in Deep Impact. And I love this way more on this next viewing than I remembered. Like, when I first saw it, I was just like, it's not as good as Armageddon. But then after watching it this time around, I think I like it better. All right, so that is my disaster stack. Now let's move on to the next one. All right, my next genre is comedy. You'll find that I have a ton of comedy as well. It's one of my favorite genres. So here we go. Let's get it kicking. Starting with 21 Jump Street. What a hilarious movie. A little remake from the TV show starring Johnny Depp. A little cameo in here as well. Love that flick. Very funny. Oh, yes. A little Paramount Presents 48 Hours. Of course, you know, after I pick this up, out comes the 4K. Whatever. I'm going to hang on to this one for a while because, you know, when you just get something and it's in like perfect shape. I'm like, this is the little thing that's got the poster when you open this up. So it's very cool. Love that. So yeah, I'm just going to hang on to this for now. So there you go. All right, here we go. Let's keep it going with Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. If you've seen a bunch of my videos before, you'll realize this is the one thing that I do every year. I put it on the TV on Halloween night. So when the trick-or-treaters come around my house, this is playing on the TV. So a little old school classic horror. So I absolutely love it. It's funny. It's got a great performance by Bela Lugosi and Lon Chaney Jr. It's really cool. And Glenn Strange is the monster in that. He's pretty good. Up next is a little 2-pack of Jim Carrey, a little Ace Ventura and Ace Ventura When Nature Calls. So both, I love those pet detective movies. Hilarious. Another 2-pack, we got Addams Family and Addams Family Values. I did upgrade Addams Family to the 4K, which you will see coming up in the 4K section. Next up, oh yeah, Adventures in Babysitting. I actually love this film. So good. Picked this up on one of those sales. So yeah, so happy to add that to my comedy section. Now, when I was out at Big Lots, I found Anchorman, this really loaded. Look at this set. You know, you get all kinds of like goodies in here. You get like the disc, some sort of like notepad that he keeps, and a bunch of other goodies in there. So yeah, picked it up for only $5. Up next is As Good as It Gets. I do not have the Columbia Classics Volume 1, Volume 3 yet, I should say. Volume 3 that has this in it. Though, you know, I may or may not have picked it up during that sale on Cyber Monday when it was $71.49 or something like that. So it is still wrapped, and should I actually acquire Volume 3 soon and pop it open, then I can still sell this back because it is still wrapped. All right. Here we go. Got Beverly Hills Cop on Blu-ray. Hoping to get the 4K on that soon. Up next is Beetlejuice, one of my faves. You'll see this show up a couple of times, but here's the Blu-ray. Michael Keaton, Tim Burton classic. Speaking of classics, Big with Tom Hanks. Absolutely love this film. It just brings such good feels back, and this was one of his Oscar-nominated performances. Quite good. And now I'm a Bill and Ted fan as well, and this is the Bill and Ted's Most Excellent Collection, which has Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and Bogus Journey on here as well. So, yeah, a little two-pack. I did pick up. Well, hang on. Maybe we're getting to it. Not yet, though. Here is Bird on a Wire. Mel Gibson, Goldie Hawn. Hang on. See what happens when you talk too much? Oh, yep. Next. I got to open this up and watch it again soon. It's Black Dynamite. Oh, my God. This thing is hilarious. It's like a blaxploitation meets kung fu. I was rolling on the floor when I saw this. My wife got this for me for Christmas once. Not this one, apparently. So I got to open that and watch that again. Picked up Bridesmaids at one of my recent swap meets. So good. I love me some Bring It On, y'all. That's right. Yeah, I ain't afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. I enjoyed me some Bring It On. It's quite good. More Jim Carrey, Bruce Almighty. So good. With Morgan Freeman as God, I should say. He was the president in Deep Impact. Yes. Tom Hanks in The Burbs. I picked this particular version up. We all know our buddy out there, Mel, with My Killer Podcast, raves about Burbs. So I was happy to add it to my collection. And, you know, some of these are dark comedies, too. These aren't just laugh-out-loud comedies. Some are going to be dark comedies and slapstick comedies. So, you know, it's a little covers the thing. I knew this was out of order. Here's the one I thought was next. I got Bill and Ted Face the Music, because I got to have all 3 Bill and Ted movies. So when I put these back up, I will get that right back in the correct order. Here we go. Little Bowfinger, man. Check it out. If you have not seen Steve Martin, Eddie Murphy, he's like a filmmaker, and Eddie's got like a twin brother that's a big star, but he picks this, you know, twin to star in his little movies. It's really good. It's very funny. All right, let's keep it going. Yes, little Brady Bunch 2-pack. I thought the first Brady Bunch movie was excellent. The second one did not hold up like I was thinking. The plot of it was kind of not great, but the first Brady Bunch is pretty hilarious. So check that out if you can. Next up, you'll see this pop up a couple times, and that is The Breakfast Club, a little 30th anniversary edition. Classic John Hughes coming-of-age movie. Emilio Estevez, Molly Ringwald, Anthony Michael Hall. You also got some Judd Nelson and Ali Sheedy as well. Just great cast, great movie. Oh, yeah, one of my faves, y'all. Big Trouble in Little China. I got several versions of this. I'm sure it'll pop up again soon. So now Big Trouble in Little China, that's another one where it's a comedy, but do I put it in comedy? Do I put it in fantasy or action? I mean, this thing is a hard genre to nail down because it has so many genres within it. So, but for now, there you go. Big Trouble in Little China. Oh, yep. Next, a little Birdcage, Robin Williams, Nathan Lane, and Gene Hackman in drag. Can't go wrong with that. Here we go. Keeping it coming. Boomerang, y'all. Just picked this up. Actually, I helped a buddy out. He's a DJ, and I helped him with some editing. And he used some Boomerang quotes for his DJing. And he said, hey, man, how much do I owe you? I'm like, don't worry about it. Why don't you how about you buy me Boomerang? He's like, done. 2 days later, Boomerang came in. So I gotta check. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Gotta check it out. Another star-studded, you know, race type movie. You know, it's sort of like those. You know, rat race and scavenger hunt and things of that nature. So this one's all with hot cars and hot people. Cannonball Run. Listen to this. You got Burt Reynolds, Farrah Fawcett, Dom DeLuise, Roger Moore. I know you also got Jackie Chan, Sam Davis Jr. Just tons and tons of stars. And this is like a no-brainer of a film. It's like nothing earth-shattering. Adrian Barbeau's in here as well. It's just fun to watch. All right, keep it coming. Gotta have me some Caddyshack, right? Now here's a movie that it's a weird thing. I don't think it's hilarious, except when like when you've got Ted Knight and Rodney Dangerfield on screen together, that's when it gets hilarious. Oddly enough, it's not as funny when Chevy Chase and Bill Murray are on screen. Bill Murray's okay, like especially when he's going after the gopher all the time, but really the comedy comes out of especially Rodney Dangerfield. So that's worth checking out just for that alone. Little career opportunities. Pick this up during the Kino Lorber sale. Jennifer Connelly, lovely. And who's our guy? Yeah, Frank Whaley and Dermot Mulroney. Excellent. Written by John Hughes. Here we go. I picked this up because I was doing a battle once and realized I didn't have any Kevin Smith movies. So after being called out a little bit on it, which I appreciated, I had to add this to the collection. Now I have at least 3 of them: Chasing Amy, Jay and Silent Bob, Strike Back, and Clerks. It's funny that Clerks is all the way at the bottom. She sort of put them in order of, you know, release. But let's see. You pop it open, though, and it's all individual discs, which I really appreciate and love. So, you know, they get their own thing. Nice. Yeah, let's keep going, y'all. Having fun yet? Okay. Here we go. Chef. Oh, I recently talked about this on one of Huck's 5 Hidden Gems. This is an absolute treasure of a movie. It's so good. Go watch my 5 Hidden Gems where I talk more about it. But great cast, too. You got Jon Favreau, Sofia Vergara, John Leguizamo, Scarlett Johansson, Oliver Platt, Robert Downey Jr. It's just star-studded, but it's not like a big action Hollywood film. It's like a cool, intimate flick. All right, next up is Clue the movie. I love Clue. It is so good, based on the board game, of course. And Tim Curry is the GOAT, man. He's so good. The cast is great, too. Madeline Kahn, also one of my favorite of all time. And yeah, so great cast, especially Tim Curry. He takes that movie. All right. So this is like in 3 or 4 stacks, by the way, so hang in there. Next up is City Slickers. Really good film. Billy Crystal, Daniel Stern, Bruno Kirby. Yeah, good stuff. Let's keep it going. Just trying to keep it moving, guys. I don't know how long this is going to be. Try to keep it lean for you. Coming to America with Eddie Murphy. You will see this pop up again in the thing. I want to show this off to you because in this one, I have a custom autograph. Look at that. I'm going to use the light so you can see the reflection of. It says, to Brian John Landis. Yeah, because Huck's my nickname, but Brian's my actual name. So yeah, so I got a little customized Coming to America with autograph inside. Makes that one of a kind, y'all. Next up is Cop Out, starring Bruce Willis and Tracy Morgan, directed by Kevin Smith. And the reason I picked this up, I literally picked this up because of a video I saw with Kevin Smith when Bruce Willis announced because of his medical condition that he was phasing out of acting. I saw a video of Kevin Smith saying that he directed Bruce in this and they didn't get along very well. And he talked bad about the film for a long time. But then as time passed, you know, a friend of his was at lunch with Bruce, and Bruce said, you know what, I gave that movie a look and it's actually pretty funny. And Kevin Smith is telling the story and it brings him to tears that he acknowledged that he had a good time and that it was funny. And they eventually met back up and had lunch together, Kevin Smith and Bruce Willis. And I thought that story was just so touching that I wanted to give this a shot. Haven't watched it yet, but I did find it at my local thrift store for just like $4. So can't be bad for that. Oh yeah, finally picked this up for under $10. Little Crocodile Dundee 2-pack. I know there's a 3-pack out there, but I didn't really care so much for the third one when he goes to Los Angeles. But I do enjoy the first 2 Croc Dundee movies. Coming up next, another one of my hidden gems is Crazy Rich Asians. Go check out my hidden gems video for more info about that. Next up, Daddy's Home. There you go. I haven't even cracked this open yet, but got it at Big Lots, $5. Daddy's Home. You know, little Will Ferrell, Mark Wahlberg, dad versus stepdad. The sequel looks funny too because their dads come in and it's John Lithgow and Mel Gibson, so I'm curious how that one is, but gotta check that out. And finally, at the bottom of stack 1 is Date Night with Steve Carell and Tina Fey. All right, so that's stack 1. Now I got to shift some stuff over so I can get to stack 2. Hang on. All right, stack number 2 starts with Steve Martin in Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid. I love this film. Such a crazy experiment with Steve Martin. It's all black and white, and he incorporates a lot of old school films and actors like Humphrey Bogart and just all kinds of old stars. So check this out if you haven't seen it. Very, very cool. Love that slipcover too, by the way. Look at this thing. It's the Kino Lorber release. Love that. I ordered this early because I wanted to make sure I got a hold of this slipcover, which I like quite a bit. All right, keep it coming, y'all. Here we go. Devil Wears Prada, an amazing performance by, Meryl Streep. Anne Hathaway's in as well, but Meryl Streep really steals the show in that thing. Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, more Steve Martin. You'll find that Steve Martin also makes a lot of appearances in my collection here, but also Michael Caine. Very good. Love me some Dodgeball. Vince Vaughn, Ben Stiller. And this is the unrated version. It's a true underdog story. So should I put that in the sports category? I don't know. All right, here's another one I picked up. Never seen it before. It's called Downsizing. Still haven't seen it yet, but it was like a couple of bucks. Thought I'd give it a shot. I like Matt Damon, so if it sucks, I'll give it back to my thrift store. I picked up Dragnet, again, during the Shout Factory or Shout Select sale. It's got Dan Aykroyd and Tom Hanks in it. I wish this one had the slip, but, it's all good. It's all about the movie anyway. Speaking of weird slips, here you go. Got the Drop Dead Fred one. So there you go. You can tell it's different than the cover, which is excellent. But yeah, just look at this crazy slipcover. Drop Dead Fred, Phoebe Cates, Rick Mayall. That Rick Mayall is crazy. If you guys haven't seen Young Ones, that is a great British sitcom. He is fantastic in that. Next up is Jim Carrey again in Dumb and Dumber and The Mask. Nice little 2-pack there. 2 great comedies from Jim Carrey. Next up is a recently acquired one is Earth Girls Are Easy from Vestron Video. Stars Jeff Goldblum, Gina Davis, Damon Wayans. Matt Damon Wayans. That'd be a great hybrid of a person, wouldn't it? And I forgot where I left off. So there you go. Jim Carrey, if I didn't say his name, there you go. They're all aliens, meet up with her. Comedy ensues. I also love me some Elvira. So I got Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, and this is the Special Arrow Collection version. Love that. And because I love her so much, I picked up Elvira's Haunted Hills. It is not as good as the first film, but it has some really hilarious moments that are worth watching. Next up, love me some Family Guy. And I am missing the first one, so let me know if anybody sees it. Let me know at a cheap price. I got the something dark side Family Guy and the follow-up with It's a Trap. So I just need the first one to complete the Family Guy set there. Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which we also saw in the Criterion collection. But I did a custom on this as well. So as you can see inside, hey bud, what's your problem? So it's got the DVD on this side, which I really love the artwork on the DVD. And the artwork behind it is customized from the DVD. So I got the Blu-ray, DVD, and this sweet little set here, as well as the Criterion. Another custom right here is Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I recently did a updated custom on this. So if you guys go look at my videos, you will see a very recent updated customization of Ferris Bueller. Check that out. It's a pretty cool video. Another one of these, I love these treasure hunting movies. So this one I had never seen. This is also a Kino Lorber title. It's Finders Keepers. So maybe one day I'm going to have a week. I'll curate a week of treasure hunting movies. So I'll do this, Mad World, Rat Race, Scavenger Hunt, things like that. But yeah, gotta check that out. That one I have not seen, but I do love those treasure hunting type things. Oh, I love this. So this is a Fish Called Wanda, John Cleese. Look at this. Jamie Lee Curtis, Kevin Kline, Michael Palin. So funny. Love that movie. And one of my all-time faves. This one's in my perfect movies of all time, and that is Galaxy Quest. It is absolutely, start to finish, note for note, pitch perfect. The comedy, the acting, it's all on point. It's a love letter to Star Trek. So if you are a Star Trek fan, you get a little bit more bang for your buck out of it. But even if you're not, it stands up as just an outright sort of satirical sci-fi comedy that everyone needs to check out. It's so good. Tim Allen really nails it in his like sort of Shatner impression, without impersonating Shatner. Here we go. Game night. God, this thing was insane. I saw this again with my buddy Mike. And this dog, if you guys have seen it, you know the scene with the dog, and let's just say there's dog and there's blood, but it's not. And oh my God, laughing out loud so hard. I like want to laugh right now just thinking about that scene. It was so good. Now this one, I bought for my daughter, but she has yet to care enough. I think she just doesn't care about physical media. So dadgummit, I'm taking it into my collection because I enjoy these movies quite a bit. We got Mean Girls, Clueless, and I don't think I've seen She's the Man, but I love these two films. So I'm definitely happy to add those into the collection and check them out. So have you guys seen She's the Man? It's the only one I haven't seen of those three. So let me know if I need to crack that open. And now, so that's the, so where they go, they call this the Girls Rule collection. And then right after that, I got Guys Being Guys collection, which I'm so stoked. I got this off eBay. It's very happy to get it. I mean, it is like minty fresh. The slip is super nice. It's got Bachelor Party, Revenge of the Nerds, and Porky's in here. I think I also had Revenge of the Nerds as a standalone. We may come across that later. But I will probably give that up to my local thrift store because I have it inside here, which I really, really love. And I really bought this for Bachelor Party. Because, man, getting that Blu-ray all by itself is kind of pricey. Next up is the collector's edition of Get Shorty, starring John Travolta, Rene Russo, Gene Hackman, and Danny DeVito. Terrific film, terrific. Now, you're going to see this pop up quite a bit. Here we go with Ghostbusters 1 and 2. This is a super nice, try to do this without dropping everything, because it's got like inserts hanging out here. So it's this nice little 2-pack here. It's like the old Digibooks, man, which I miss. I really love these things. So yeah, so I held on to this, even though, you know, when you upgrade these to 4Ks or you get the box sets or whatever, there's still something about holding on to these other editions that's, you know, that feels worthwhile. You know what I mean? Like when you do these collections, it just feels good to keep this. Like certain things that I don't care if it's just a DVD of something I've upgraded to Blu-ray and 4K and it has nothing to hold on to for, I won't even do a custom with it. But sometimes like that, you just want to hold on to it because you like it. All right, coming up next is Great Outdoors. Dan Aykroyd, John Candy. I love John Candy, man. We lost him way too soon. Great movie. Just trying to keep them coming for y'all. Groundhog Day. Who doesn't love Groundhog Day? One of those great, you know, live, die, repeat type movies. Not out to you, Tom Cruise. Michael J. Fox, Love Keeps Coming with The Hard Way with James Woods. Pick that up from the Kino Lorber thing as well. Horrible Bosses. You know, look at the star-studded thing. Jason Bateman, Charlie Day, Jason Sudeikis, Jennifer Aniston, Colin, I was combining names again, Colin Farrell, Kevin Spacey, and Jamie Foxx. So, star-studded comedy right there. Oh, I love this movie because it's I Love You, man. Paul Rudd is so good in this. Paul Rudd is the reason I bought this. Man, I love that dude. His brand of comedy is right on point with me. More Steve Martin love here for The Jerk. This is the 40th anniversary edition released by Shout Select. So cannot wait to crack this open. I did check out their one for When Harry Met Sally. It is fantastic. The interview between Billy Crystal and Rob Reiner is absolutely hilarious. So I can't wait to crack this one open and watch the interview they have here with Steve Martin and Carl Reiner. So the two Reiners, got to check that out. Okay, up next is Jerry Maguire. Absolutely love this film. One of Tom Cruise's best performances. Another Oscar nomination for this. I don't have the Columbia Classics Volume 1. So if anybody ever hears that there's a sale on eBay or something, I passed on it. Like, actually found it and sort of promoted it early on my channel when I found another box set available. But I got that one instead of Columbia Classics. So a little FOMO, a little regret on that one. But in the meantime, I do have the Blu-ray of Jerry Maguire. All right, next up is the Meryl Streep, Amy Adams, adorable film, Julie and Julia. Meryl Streep plays Julia Childs, and she plays Julie, who sort of like needs inspiration in her life and starts to take on a task, you know, sort of a challenge for herself to make all these meals that were done by Julia. So it's a little confusing with the names, but it's a really good film, and it's such a great performance by both ladies. Love it. Okay, this is one of my fave go-to comedies. Just One of the Guys. Joyce Heiser, Clayton Rohner. I met Clayton Rohner way back when I also acted with Clayton Rohner in a TV show called Good versus Evil, or AKA G versus E. And, you know, and I told him how much I loved this film and all that good stuff. So, yeah, man, Just One of the Guys. It sort of gets lost in the shuffle of all those other John Hughes films, but to give it some love and some shout out, there you go. Just One of the Guys. Very good film. Now, this one I haven't even seen, but I found it at the dollar store. Got my boys Key and Peele, and it is Keanu. The film about their cat, whose name is Keanu. Have not seen it? Have you guys seen it? Let me know. More Steve Martin, LA Story. I'm not a huge fan of this slipcover, though. It just looks like an airbrushed Photoshop mess. I mean, I don't know. You could have done so much more with that. There was some great posters that came out. In fact, I did a little custom artwork right there. See, that's also not the cover for this, because it's this again. So to give it a little spice and a little flavor, I used one of the original movie posters to jazz it up, because I like that. That reminds me of when I saw the movie, and that was the poster in the theater. So, LA Story, fantastic. All right, stack's getting shorter, but there's still two more stacks to go. We got A League of Their Own on Blu-ray, star-studded cast, you know, Tom Hanks, Madonna, Rosie O'Donnell, just keeps on going. Here's another great collection, Legally Blonde, 2-film collection. Reese Witherspoon, look at that, look at her. Bruiser Woods, isn't that the dog's name? Bruiser Wood. I'm Elwood, this is Bruiser Woods. So, yeah, I love the whole pink and pastel blue. Yeah, man. So here we go, keeping it going. Oh yeah, Liar Liar, more Jim Carrey. This is easily one of my favorite comedies of all time. I remember on Father's Day when we came back home, my girls took me to the Academy of Motion Picture Museum. It's where I got to see, you know, all these great behind the scenes of movies and all the love for movies. And when we got home, they said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "Well, I want to watch a movie with you guys," and I picked Liar Liar. Because, you know, it's about him trying to be a good dad to his son. And, you know, I have a daughter, so, you know, trying to be a good, you know, dad to her. But I'm not as crazy as he is. So there you go. All right, let's keep it moving. Here we go. A little Love Actually. Always a good film to watch around the Valentine's Day time of year. I just picked this up also. I just did a recent collection update. And I got Once Bitten and Love at First Bite. Can't wait to revisit both of those films. Oh, here's another great one. Tom Berenger, Charlie Sheen, and Corbin Burnson in Major League. Yeah, this film's hilarious. So I gotta do some sort of sport-related thing soon. Here we go. So here's one that sort of falls into that black comedy kind of thing. Is Married to the Mob, Michelle Pfeiffer, Matthew Modine, Dean Stockwell. I missed out on getting the super cool slipcover because I literally did one of those. I filled my cart, went away for a couple hours, came back, and it was sold out. So I try to tell everybody, don't do that. If you know you want it, just put it in the cart and hit buy. So I made my own slipcover. So here it is. That's the, I don't like that one as much, but that's what they packaged it with. But this is one of their go-to posters. This is how actually Kino Lorber, when they released it, they put out a DVD and a Blu-ray, and this was their cover, which I liked quite a bit. And so I simulated the front and back from that. So there you go. Here we go. Steve Martin again, Man with Two Brains, also with Kathleen Turner. And at the end of this stack, just this stack, there's more stacks. I got the Mel Brooks collection. It's 9 movies. 9 movies in this set. Here we go. We got The 12 Chairs, Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein, Silent Movie, High Anxiety, History of the World Part 1, To Be or Not to Be, Spaceballs, and Robin Hood Men in Tights. So you get all of those in this great collection. Very cool. So he's one of our comedy legends. All right, here's the next stack. Hang on. All right, let's keep it going here. More Jim Carrey with Me, Myself, and Irene, filmed by the Farrelly brothers. A little bit of a dark comedy there as well. Midnight Run with Charles Grodin and Robert De Niro. Great film. Yes, The Money Pit, Tom Hanks, Shelley Long. You know, you got to admit it to Shelley, like when she was in Cheers utilizing her fame for as long as she could, made quite a few movies. Like, you kind of forget that Shelley Long had actually a decent movie career. You know, she did this and Night Shift with Michael Keaton. That was super funny. She did some movies with Bette Midler that were pretty funny as well. So, yeah, Shelley Long, there you go. Money Pit. All right, what else we got? Oh, so I picked this up for cheap at Big Lots. It's called Morning Glory, and for some reason, started watching it, and then about 30 minutes into this film, it just stopped playing. So I was really in the mood to check this film out. So I've yet to see how this movie ends because I couldn't get past it. Maybe if I put it in my 4K player, it'll play the film better. Next up, more Michael Keaton. There we go, Mr. Mom with Terry Garr from the Shout Select label. Very funny. Here we go, keeping it coming. Robin Williams, little Mrs. Doubtfire. Also stars Sally Field and Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, this is such a great performance by Robin. So good. Miss him. Here's another good one. I found this at my local, what is it, Rite Aid. Didn't even know Rite Aid had movies, but it was My Cousin Vinny with Joe Pesci, Ralph Macchio, and Marissa Tomei. I even forgot Ralph Macchio's in this film, so got to give this a rewatch. Ah, yes, the Naked Gun trilogy. How I love these. These are so good. You know, Leslie Nielsen is so good. Who knew that he would sort of create a new chapter in his career by moving to comedy? But he's just pitch perfect in these. After, you know, nailing it in the first Airplane, you know, they did the TV version of this, which is called Police Squad. And then that's why this is called Naked Gun. The first one's called Naked Gun from the Files of Police Squad. And then it just went on to do even better as feature films. Love those. All right, speaking of, there it is, Night Shift. Shelley Long, Michael Keaton, Henry Winkler. Directed by my boy, Ron Howard. So good. All right, keeping it coming. Again, I picked this up for $3. Norbit. It could be a total suckfest. Have you guys seen Norbit? I mean, I love Eddie Murphy, but sometimes he is hit and miss. So I don't know if this is a hit or a miss. Something tells me it's a miss, but for $3, if it isn't funny, again, I'll donate it back to my thrift store. All right, next up is Office Space. You all know this. It's my red stapler. It's my stapler. You know, all their flair and everything. I may be doing a custom with this one coming up soon. What you gonna do, Huck? I don't know. Stay tuned. I don't even know when I'm gonna air this. Who knows? Maybe the custom will come out before this. Here we go. More Stallone. This is one of the few where I think, you know, Stallone's a really funny guy. If you ever see him in interviews, he's hilarious, but his humor never translates to film very well. But this is one I would say is my favorite of his when it comes to comedy, and that is Oscar. It's also got Tim Curry in it, Marissa Tomei. It's also directed by John Landis. So I enjoy this movie quite a bit. So it's not for everybody, I know, but personally, I dig it. All right, keeping it coming. We're at the P's, you know, still. We're going with Parenthood, Steve Martin, All-Star Cast, etc., etc. Let's keep it going, huh? Go, go, go. Peter Sellers in The Party. This is an older comedy, sort of a circa around the time when he's doing all the Pink Panther films. And it's a very quirky, offbeat. It's not quite like a Pink Panther film, but it's funny nonetheless. Glad to have that in the collection. All right. And, of course, we have Paul with my boy, Simon Pegg, Nick Frost. I remember just laughing out loud. Sigourney Weaver's in this, Kristen Wiig. Very, very good. Yeah, funny as all get out, as we say. All right, here it is, the final stack with the comedies. Speaking of Pink Panther, here it is. I love these Pink Panther films. Grew up with these. My dad took me to see these at the theater. They showed a lot on television whenever they would come on. My brothers and I would catch it all the time. Made us laugh nonstop. Especially, not necessarily the originals. There's the Pink Panther and A Shot in the Dark. Those don't quite have like the secret sauce that the other ones do. But when you get into The Return of the Pink Panther Strikes Again, and Revenge of the Pink Panther, that's like a trilogy unto itself. That's one of the greatest comedy trilogies ever. So I do love that. All right, next up, Planes, Trains, Automobiles, y'all. Great Thanksgiving movie that I watched during Thanksgiving. So good. Also watched Home for the Holidays. That was great. Oh yeah, The Proposal. Oh man, this is hilarious. I missed this when it came out. But when Betty White passed away, I said, okay, I need to show some Betty White love. This is what we do, is we always honor our, beloved actors and actresses when one passes away that we really love. My wife and I said, okay, well, what do we have that's Betty White? And I didn't even have Lake Placid. So I was like, I don't really have a lot of Betty White movies, right? So when I found out she was in Proposal, I found this at my local thrift store. And I mean, I was laughing, bawling laughing. It was so funny. So good. If you have not seen The Proposal, you've got to get it. Raising Arizona, Holly Hunter again. She's one of my faves. Nick Cage, directed by Joel Coen, actually. I was going to say the Coen brothers, but Ethan directed this and Joel produced it, and Joel directed it. So it is by the Coen brothers. Here you go, a little Revenge of the Nerds. This one I'll probably be getting rid of, even though I did a custom on this inside because it's got the DVD. It's a flipper. Not a fan of that. And there's the Blu-ray, but, I don't know if I really need this anymore, so I don't know. I have to give it to somebody. I love Robot Chicken. You guys Robot Chicken fans? I got the Robot Chicken DC Comics special. So funny. Love that stuff. Roger Rabbit, the 25th anniversary edition. Love Roger Rabbit. It's one of my favorite Zemeckis films of all time. And yes, I did upgrade, so be prepared to see this title again later in the video. Up next is Role Models. Like I told you, I got a lot of love for Paul Rudd, and he's equally funny in this. If you haven't seen the bloopers for Role Model, get on YouTube and look at, Paul Rudd, Role Model bloopers, and you'll be dying laughing. So I love it even just for the bloopers. Next up is the Gregory Hines Billy Crystal film Running Scared. Haven't seen this in a long time, but I remember thoroughly enjoying this film. So it's another Kino Lorber I got during the Kino Lorber sale. So excited to check that one out. Also a big Cusack fan. I'm kind of disappointed I don't have The Sure Thing on Blu-ray. That's one of those titles that came and went, but I do have Say Anything, which is in my top 3 favorite Cusack films of all time. Absolutely love this. Ione Sky is also in here. Really good film. Just very, very good. Love it. All right, here we go. More of those hunt movies. It's got in the title, Scavenger Hunt. There you go, Scavenger Hunt. This is from back in the day. I want to say 70s. Is it 70? 79, 1979. And this, speaking of A-Team earlier, this had the original Face Man. It's got Dirk Benedict in here. Schwarzenegger makes an appearance in this. Vincent Price, Richard Benjamin, Scatman Crothers, like all these great go-to actors from the 70s appear in this film. So digging that. Like I said, I got to do me like a hunting, treasure hunting week. That'll be a lot of fun. Speaking of weeks, I should do like a Michael J. Fox one as well. Secret of My Success. Also picked this up at the Kino Lorber sale. Love building my Michael J. Fox collection. My wife's a huge fan. Sex and the City. I enjoyed it too. Like, she introduced me to that show, and I thought it was hilarious and great. Bought this for her. She's not big into rewatching stuff a lot, so as you can tell, still sealed. But then again, so is about 50% of my stuff. So who am I to talk, right? Okay, just picked this up at the Groove, had a sale, and I got this beautiful, look at this. It's like a digibook of 16 Candles. I thought that was super sweet looking. And like this J card, I thought at first this was the actual cover, but this wraps around, and then that's the top of the J card. So it's got a very unique slant to it. So yeah, gotta open that up. Check it out. One of my favorite Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan things is Sleepless in Seattle. I think they did 3 movies together. It was this, Joe versus the Volcano, and You've Got Mail. Hoping to add those to the collection someday soon. Joe versus the Volcano is a Warner Archive, so you got to catch that on the sale. But you can get You've Got Mail for like $8.99 right now, I think. So there you go. Love Sleepless in Seattle. It's one of my favorite romantic comedies. Here we go again. I got the standalone version of Spaceballs as well as the collection. That's the thing too. Sometimes like before you get a collection like Mel Brooks, you already have a few of them. So, I don't know. I'll still hold on to this. I don't know. Maybe in case after I've plowed through all of those on the Mel Brooks collection, if all of them don't resonate for me, then I'll just maybe sell that because I got that from a collector. And I'll just keep the ones that I like the most, which is this and something else that you'll see later. Okay, Spy with Melissa McCarthy. Thoroughly enjoyed this. Love it. The bloopers, again, speaking of great bloopers, you got to check out the bloopers with Jason Statham. Man, when that guy improvises, he's hilarious too. He's like Stallone. It's like they never do a lot of funny stuff, but when they're good at being funny, they really stand out. And Statham is great. He's fantastic. One of my favorite comedies of all time is Stripes. Bill Murray, Harold Ramis, directed by Ivan Reitman. Absolute one of my go-tos. Love this movie. And I know this was also in one of the Columbia Classics collections, so stoked about that. Up next is, again from the Shout Select, is Summer School with Mark Harmon. I believe Kirstie Alley is also in this film, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah, Kirstie Alley, man. Bam! So I definitely want to check this out again soon. All right, up next is the 2-disc unrated edition of Superbad with Jonah Hill and John Cena. I mean, this kind of really put these two guys on the map, along with McLovin. Who doesn't love McLovin? Seth Rogen's also in here, Bill Hader. Very funny comedy. Love that. More Paul Rudd. Here we go. This is 40. You know, when you hit the 40s like I have, and then some, this really hits a lot of marks. And, you know, he's just so good. He's so good. Let's see. I got to give a shout out to, I'm blanking on the name. Leslie Mann. Leslie Mann's also in here, and she is absolutely fantastic. All right, you got your classic. This is Spinal Tap here. Rob Reiner directed this film. Great improvised moments from all these cast members. It's done like a documentary, but it's like a mockumentary, as they call it. But yeah, very cool. All right, here we go with a little Top Secret. Val Kilmer, another one of these airplane type movies, directed by, is it all three of them? Yeah, it's Abrams, Zucker, and Zucker, David Zucker and Jerry Zucker, all put their secret sauce into this film like they did for Airplane. It's pretty funny, if you like that kind of humor. Next up is one I just got when it was super cheap, and that's Tower Heist, Ben Stiller and Eddie Murphy. Haven't checked that out yet. Looking forward to it. But I have seen this Eddie Murphy. Here we go with Trading Places with Dan Aykroyd. Absolutely one of my favorite Eddie Murphy films of all time. He was really on a roll when he had like 48 Hours, Coming to America, Trading Places. I mean, he was just killing it with these things. So Beverly Hills Cop. 80s was his decade, man. He owned it. Next up is Tropic Thunder. Ben Stiller, Jack Black, Robert Downey Jr., director's cut. I know this just came out on 4K, but I have the Blu-ray for now. That'll do me good. So maybe I'll keep an eye out. When it hits one of those sales, I'll upgrade. Jim Carrey and The Truman Show. Absolutely love his performance in this film. Again, this is another one of those customs that I did because the Blu-ray has some goodies, but the DVD also has a great chunk of goodies. And plus, I like the artwork on the disc. And there it is. You get the little backdrop there from the DVD. So yeah, there you go. Another one of my special customs, y'all. Keep an eye out for them. They're making a comeback. Twins with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. Was that Danny DeVito? Wow. All right, here we go. Let's keep it going, Huck. Not the impressions, just the titles. We got just some Uncle Buck and Fletch. I guess this could have been in the F, but you know, I sort of put whatever comes first, and it's Uncle Buck right there, along with Fletch. Two good comedies. One, John Candy. The other one has got a great Chevy Chase. I'm about to get a drink of water. There's a lot of talking. Hold on. Whew! We are almost done with comedy, guys. Just a few left, and then we're on to the next genre. Used Cars, another Bob Zemeckis film starring Kurt Russell. Hilarious. Oh my God. Up next is Vacation. Look, this gets no love, but I'm telling you, when I saw this, I was busting out laughing. Ed Helms, Christina Applegate. She has a scene where they go back to like her college, and she tries to prove that she's still that party queen. Like her name is legend at that place, and like she could like do keggers and outdrink people and all that stuff. And she's, you know, as you get older, you feel like you lose those sort of elements about you. So she goes on this tear to prove that she's still that person, but she's not that person. That scene is hilarious. It is so good with Christina Applegate. Great job, Christina. Here's another classic comedy with Vince Vaughn, Owen Wilson as Wedding Singers. Yeah, I did a big old custom on this as well. Go check this one out. It's The Wedding Singer, Going the Distance, and music and lyrics. All with Drew Barrymore. Of course, you got Adam Sandler in The Wedding Singer, Justin Long in Going the Distance, and Hugh Grant in music and lyrics. All right, just a few more left. Oh, we got the era release of Weird Science, another great John Hughes film. Kelly LeBrock, you know, and our two boys trying to like create a woman. Sure, they got skills. Speaking of earlier, When Harry Met Sally. I love this movie, man. It's such a feel-good movie. Fantastic performances. Billy Crystal, Meg Ryan, absolutely on point. Perfectly directed by Rob Reiner. Absolutely adore that film. Just added this. I just did a run to CD Trader about a month ago, and I picked up White Man Can't Jump, Wesley Snipes, and our boy Woody Harrelson. Such a good film. Here we to rewatch that, and here we are with the last two comedies in my collection. More Jim Carrey with Yes Man, another great Jim Carrey film, and my top favorite Mel Brooks film of all time, and that is Young Frankenstein. I cannot recommend this movie enough. I think it hits all the spoof elements. I think it hits the best of the best when it comes to Mel Brooks himself, as far as writing and directing and having great performances. And Gene Wilder's absolutely pitch perfect. All the actors are pitch perfect in this film. So that is going to do it for my comedy section. Let's keep on moving to the next one. Okay, the collection continues now with drama. I have a ton of dramas. I love great dramas. And in drama, it's another mix. So you've got like drama, but it's like suspense, thriller, drama, all those little things mixed in, mysteries, all that sort of fits into the drama category. So you're going to see a little bit of that kind of play going on. All right, let's just kick it in with, I picked this up at a swap meet. So, I mean, I was not sure how to categorize it. I don't think it's action, right? Is it 47 Ronin? Is it action, or is it just a drama that's set in the period that it's in? You guys let me know. Like I said, I haven't seen it yet, so if it deserves to go up in the action category, I will certainly place it up top there. In the meantime, it's kind of like a sword drama. Yeah, I don't know, you know. Here we go. Now, this one's a DVD, but my wife loves this, so I keep it in the section behind me, and that is About a Boy with Hugh Grant. It's such a warm, endearing story, so if you haven't had a chance to check out About a Boy, it's really good. All right, here's some. Again, I'm a huge Ben Affleck fan, and so having become a fan of his due to a specific movie I'm about to get to, I've always been a fan of his, but I've really, you know, when he sort of became a director, I really started to take notice. So this is The Accountant. You know, it's also got Anna Kendrick and Jeffrey Tambor, John Lithgow in this. So I picked it up, haven't seen it yet, but I'm excited to see these other films in his oeuvre. Okay. Coming up next, it's his buddy, Matt Damon, with Emily Blunt in The Adjustment Bureau. Also picked that up recently. Haven't seen it yet. Here we go. Almost Famous, the bootleg cut. I love the cover on this. That is fantastic. I believe this is Chris Columbus, right? Yeah. No, Cameron Crowe. The other CC. Chris Columbus, Cameron Crowe. Cameron Crowe did this one, so excellent. Always, Steven Spielberg recently did a Spielberg thing on Mega Mike the Movie Man's channel, and you know, Spielberg Always was my number 5. Tim Talks Talkies took it, but that's okay. I still love it. American Graffiti. Speaking of, it's his buddy George Lucas, one of my faves. Just before doing Star Wars, he did American Graffiti, and this was pretty hilarious. This is, you can't really call it a high school movie because it's like they're leaving high school going into college. So if you're trying to add it to a list, where does it fit? It's not really a college movie. It's not really a high school movie. It's like the one that sort of bridges all those together. All right, here we go. Keeping it coming. Angels and Demons, Tom Hanks, directed by our boy, Ron Howard. And here it is, the film that really made me fall in love with Ben, and that is Argo. I love this set, man. You could get it for like $7.50 on Hamilton Book if they still have it. I mean, this is just a monster of a set. This is as good as any era release. I'm not kidding. Look, you get the hard box, the great, you know, the film itself, and you get like a booklet in there, and you get like a poster. And I mean, this thing is stacked. So for $7.50, I mean, you know, we wish we could get all of our favorite films in a set like this. So if you love Argo like I do, check it out. It's really good. Oh my gosh. All right, let's keep it going here. A little Basic Instinct. Sharon Stone, doing her thing. The Blind Side, Sandra Bullock won her Academy Award for that film. Excellent. The Birdman, the one that should have won Michael Keaton finally his Academy Award, but alas, it was taken by Eddie Redmayne for A Theory of Everything, which he was really good in as well. But, you know, look, sometimes when you put in all your life and you've been at it for like 4 decades, like Michael, sometimes you give to him for that as well. Book of Eli, Denzel Washington, Gary Oldman. Excellent. Body of Lies with DiCaprio and Crowe. I picked this up at my local thrift shop. Haven't seen it yet. Do love this film, though. Breakdown. Breakdown is a great little thriller, y'all. If you haven't seen Breakdown with Kurt Russell, J.T. Walsh, man, this is it's a real nail-biter. It's such a good film, man. It's really good. Sorry, here's a film that I made. This is a movie called Broken and Bleeding, directed by me, written by my friend Eric Cushing. He also starred in it. This is Bo T. Amblish. He was the lead of our film. And honestly, I didn't know that was coming up. But there it is. Y'all like to brag about it. Now, it is on Amazon Prime right now, but it's been retitled and rebranded as Shot to the Heart. I do not have a hard copy of it as Shot to the Heart. It is only on digital that you can catch on Amazon Prime. So if you want to see this is a real gritty movie, y'all. You think, you know, oh, it's The Huckster, where it's comedy, but no, this is not comedy. It's a very dark drama. So there you go, Broken and Bleeding, aka Shot to the Heart. Great little 2-pack here of Casablanca and African Queen. Charade, Cary Grant, Audrey Hepburn. I really need to crack this open. I was enticed to get this by my buddies over at 430 Movie, which is a great podcast I listen to. And yeah, they said it's a pitch perfect script. Stanley Donen does a great job directing, so I cannot wait to get on that. Ben Affleck, Sam Jackson, Changing Lanes. Just trying to keep some of these rolling. Look at this little bad boy. I got this fantastic digibook at a Dollar General. It's like $10. Chariots of Fire. I will give this another chance. I just loved it because it was a really nice digibook. I was just about the film because it beat out Raiders of the Lost Ark for Best Picture, which I think is bogus. But, you know, you grow, you mature, you try to, like, you know, change your opinion. So we'll see if I've done just that. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Cider House Rules. Be on the lookout. Like I said, I don't know when this will air, but there is a custom of Cider House Rules on my channel. Or it's coming, depending on when you watch this. Yes, Tom Cruise. Like I said, tons of Tom Cruise in this video. It's got some Cocktail with Elizabeth Shue. Fantastic. Look, Tom Cruise back to back. Got Color of Money with Paul Newman. Man, this was great. I rewatched this again. Doesn't really get talked about a lot, but the acting in this is so good. It's a Martin Scorsese film. I think it's also one of these things people forget. Scorsese made this film. And yeah, it was awesome. I liked it. Here we go. Another Richard Donner film, Mel Gibson, Julia Roberts, The Conspiracy Theory. Excellent. Ooh, more Stallone. Stallone, Harvey Keitel, Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, and Copland. Man, this is so good. This is directed by James Mangold, who's doing the new Indiana Jones film. So fingers crossed we're getting a good film there. But man, Copland is so good. Cannot recommend that enough. It's Stallone really showing his acting chops. Speaking of Stallone, here he is. Look at that. Creed. Back-to-back Stallone, man. So look at that. Creed. I really enjoyed Creed. That was so good. Coming up next, you got Creed 2. You got Creed 1. You got to have Creed 2. Yes, The Day the Earth Stood Still, one of my favorite all-time sci-fi classics. This is the original, remastered all by itself there. Fantastic. What does that say at the bottom? Includes a sneak peek of the new film, which is very funny because, you know what? Actually, this is in the wrong... This should just... See, this is what happens. This should be in science fiction. So I'm going to set that there. This is kind of the good thing of actually purging the collection so you can do this, is you realize that somehow things got slotted into the wrong section. So that is definitely science fiction. All right, keep it coming. Death Trap, my boy, Christopher Reeve. I love Chris Reeve. He did, you know, of course, Superman, but he did some great films outside of that, like Somewhere in Time, Death Trap. Yeah, we need more Chris Reeve stuff on Blu-ray, man. I got The Departed, speaking of Martin Scorsese. I thoroughly enjoyed this film. I actually love the fact that it won Best Picture. Great cast, Leo DiCaprio, Matt Damon. All of them. Just, the list goes on and on. Yes, Again, I bought this for $5 at Target. A couple of months later, boom, comes out on 4K. Whatever. So the curse of being a collector, y'all. I got you some Do the Right Thing here. One of Spike Lee's best, one of his earliest too. I think this is the one right after She's All That. Or wait, She's Gotta Have It. She's Gotta Have It. She's All That. Totally not the right movie. More Johnny Depp, Al Pacino, and Donnie Brasco. Done with the stack one. Here is Ed Wood, speaking of, our boy Johnny Depp, directed by Tim Burton. Also got Bill Murray and Sarah Jessica Parker in here. This movie about the filmmaker Ed Wood it's absolutely perfect. It's so good. All right, stack number 2. Here we go. Keeping it going here with Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut. A lot of Kubrick stuff doesn't really resonate with me much, but I really enjoyed Eyes Wide Shut. I thought that was a fantastic film. Up next is The Fabulous Baker Boys, Michelle Pfeiffer and, of course, the Bridges brothers, Jeff and Bo. She is so good in this film. Oscar nom, wish you would have won that as well. A little Fargo. Speaking of Oscar wins, we got Frances McDormand in this Coen Brothers classic. A Few Good Men. Absolutely love this film, man. You want an acting showcase? It's this movie right here. I mean, all of these guys, especially Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, Demi Moore, they're so good. Nicholson killing it. He's got his second Oscar for that one. Here we go. Fight Club. Nobody talks about Fight Club except right now, saying it's in my collection. Next up is more Tom Cruise with The Firm. Man, I tell you, you're going to see a ton of Tom Cruise. Also got some Gene Hackman in this bad boy. Yeah, man. Solid. Anything with Gene Hackman in it is a great movie. Now, this is a DVD because I'm hoping to get the Blu-ray one day. And that is Fist, starring Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, I know it went out of print from, Kino Lorber. I think it was Kino. Yeah. So, fingers crossed I come across a copy of that. Up next is Forrest Gump, another Oscar-winning performance by Tom Hanks, directed by Bob Zemeckis. Yeah, man. I mean, what's not to love about Forrest Gump? So good. Up next, I found this at the dollar store also. It's a Friday Night Lights. Haven't had a chance to see this, so hope to see that soon. Now, here's a great 2-pack from Kino Lorber. Still got that juicy, slick slip there. FX and FX2, Brian Brown, Brian Denny. It's like the Brian Fest, and Brian's going to watch it. Here we go. Keep it going. Look at this. So, Great Gatsby. Oh, it's slipping out, y'all. Yeah, because this slip, it's a little beat up. I got this at a swap meet, but, you go to, or a thrift store. But the slip was in decent enough shape, but, you can tell the movie doesn't quite stay in there that well. But, yeah, Leo DiCaprio. I haven't seen that yet, but I love Leo. He's one of my favorite actors, so check that out. Yes, Ghost, man. Ghost. Whoopi Goldberg, Academy Award winner. Of course, you got your Demi Moore and Patrick Swayze as well. Very good. Gladiator. This is one of those, it's a period piece, but it's a drama. So it's got some action in it, but it's not really, I don't really think of it as an action film. I think of it more as a dramatic story that's set in gladiator times. So that's why it makes the drama category. Ooh, look at this fresh looking thing. It's Gone Girl. Ben Affleck. Rosamund Pike. Great movie. Good Will Hunting. Oh, yes, Good Will Hunting. Again, got a custom of this. Don't want to show it off just yet. Because, again, I don't know where this is going to drop. But look around my channel for a customization of Good Will Hunting. Because I did one for that movie. Here is Gran Torino with Clint Eastwood. Yeah, there you go, man. It's a good movie. And Gravity with Sandra Bullock. Gosh, she is so amazing in this film. I know this was like touted as having a 4K coming out, and then they pulled it. So I was like, it's coming. Oh, and it's not. It's like, oh man, this would have looked absolutely stunning in 4K. I wonder what happened with that. Okay. Here we go. I made a mistake and grabbed this at a swap meet. It's like The Great Wall. I thought it was The Last, what was it? The Last Stand? Oh, not that's the Arnold Schwarzenegger. The one that the other one he did, but it had Ben Affleck in it, and yeah, I thought this was that for some reason. So whoopsie. I hear that's a hot mess, but there you go. Sometimes you get those by accident. Thank God it was just a cheapo. Got The Grifters. Speaking of, see, this is why I love John Cusack. This is one of my favorites of his. I think he's really great in this. You also got Angelica Houston, Annette Bening. Fun flick. Up next, now I got this one. Sometimes you get things out of nostalgia because you want them for that reason. And that is this movie Gold with Roger Moore. Just to tell you a very quick story is I went to Africa in the late 70s. Like 1980, 79, something like that. And because my dad worked there and he was building sugar factories and we hadn't seen him for a long time. So my mom packed up the family and said, let's go get your dad. Well, while we were there, the company, there was actually a pool club, like a swimming pool club nearby that everyone went and hung out at. And one night, one of the great nights, is they pulled out this big giant screen, got a projector, and they showed the movie Gold. They said it's going to be Gold with Roger Moore. So naturally, everyone heard Gold, and they thought it was Goldfinger, thinking they just had the wrong, but of course that one's with Sean Connery. Nonetheless, everyone thought Goldfinger was about to play, and instead it was Gold with Roger Moore. So, it's not a stellar film, but just seeing this cover brings back all those memories of an absolute great time that we had with the family in Africa. I'm having the feels right now just thinking about it, y'all. Harry Brown, Michael Caine, whooping some ass. Almost done with this stack here. Of course, got the Heat. I know Heat's out on 4K, but I just got it on Blu-ray. Didn't even crack it open. So do I like the movie that much? Let's wait and see if I'd see that one. Now, this is one I do love, and that is Hidden Figures. Oh, man. Watched this with my wife for SAG nominations. And, man, when we finished, I said, oh, my God, that's a great... great performances, man. These are so good. All those ladies are great. And here's my girl, Holly Hunter, Home for the Holidays. Another Thanksgiving staple, I think. This is a really good drama. By the trailer, you think it's going to be a comedy. It is not. They misrepresent this film in the trailer. They make it seem a lot funnier than it is. It's really a lot darker. It's very dark comedy. And a lot of drama, like family drama, involved with this. So if you go to check it out, don't expect it to be a laugh riot thing. However, there are some great comedic moments, especially with Robert Downey Jr. All right, here we go with the last stack of dramas. You guys still with me? Thanks for watching, y'all. I really appreciate it. And again, if anything's a little bit out of order or out of genre, I apologize, but you just got to roll with it. So let's keep going here. We got The Revenant with Leo DiCaprio, where he got the Academy Award for that. More Tom Cruise with Risky Business, Rebecca De Mornay. Such a good flick. Good early Tom Cruise. Here's some Tarantino, Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, man. You guys all know this is his first film to come out, and followed this up with Pulp Fiction. Excellent film. That's the Blu-ray version. Now, coming up next, here's just, it's going to be a little love for this one film, and I'm going to show it to you in the formats that I have. First up, I'm going to talk about Rocky, because it's one of my all-time favorite films. Many times it fluctuates as my favorite film. And here it is, an autographed signed copy of Rocky by Sly Stallone. I also have the movie poster that he also signed. So that's my Rocky autograph, my Stallone autograph right there. And this is, a loaded DVD as well. So I'm not going to chop this one up or anything, y'all. Don't worry. This one stays as is. Not going to customize and take this one apart. Up next is another Rocky. This is a super cool special 2-disc collector's edition that I got of this film as well. So this is one of those where I have very multiple versions of it, and they don't stop there. Here it comes in the Blu-ray category. This is the Sylvester Stallone Undisputed Collection, Rocky 1 through 6. All of them here on Blu-ray. And more Rocky here with the Sylvester Stallone Heavyweight Collection, 40th Anniversary edition, which also, look at this. I really like that cover. It's very nice. I believe that's the Rocky 4, one of the images from Rocky 4. And it also contains all 6 films. So that is it. And you can bet your bottom dollar that when Rocky comes out on 4K, or any of the Rockies come out on 4K, they will absolutely be upgraded in my collection. Faux show. Next up is Rounders with Matt Damon and Edward Norton. Boy, remember when everybody was into playing poker? Poker was such a craze for a while. It was on TV. You had the World Series of Poker and all that. I know it's still on, but man, it was a real craze for a while. And this is actually a really good representation of it. There's a Stallone movie out called Shade. And if anybody has seen Shade, that was pretty good too. I'm waiting for that to go down in price though. It's for some reason, really expensive. And I don't like it that much. Next up is Scarface. I just love this sort of, you know, interesting packaging for it. Found this at Big Lots. Didn't have it in my collection, so got that on Blu-ray. And I'm not a huge gangster guy anyway, so I don't need the 4K, but I do love this. So a $5 Blu-ray. If I ever get the urge to see Scarface, that'll be the one. Next up, one of my faves, Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan, here on Blu-ray. Star-studded cast, also with Matt Damon, Tom Hanks. You know the drill. It's such a good one. Looking good. Keeping it going, y'all. Seven, Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. Now, this one's directed by Bryan Singer, right? No, just kidding. Am I? No, it's David Fincher, y'all. It's not going to be my go-to. That'll be my, like, you know, a Ghostbusters directed by Bryan Singer. Or not. No, anyway. So, David Fincher. Seven. I don't know why we don't have Seven on 4K yet. This is such a phenomenal film. So, I couldn't believe I found this at Big Lots for $5. I didn't have it in the collection, so that was an easy trigger to pull. Found this at a thrift store. Whoa, just holy hand grenades. Slipped right out, y'all. Hang on. Oh, yeah. There we go. So let's get that back in. Boy, that's a loose slip, y'all. Ready? Cha-ching. Anyway, Silver Linings Playbook. When I first saw this film, I thought, wow, who is this Jennifer Lawrence? It has to be probably the first time I saw her in something. And instantly, her performance was so brilliant. I'm like, man, if that girl doesn't win the Oscar, like, there's a crime. And sure enough, she won, deservedly so, that year. I 100% back up that award. That was awesome. Awesome. All right, keeping it rolling. Now here's another one that, again, this falls into the mystery whodunit part of the drama, and that is Sherlock Holmes, with Robert Downey Jr., Jude Law. Now, I know this is a Guy Ritchie film, so it's got a lot of Guy Ritchie flares to it. So I'll let you tell me. So should Sherlock Holmes go up into the action category, or is it more of a mystery type film, thus keeping it in the drama category? All right, here we go. Here we go. The Social Network. More David Fincher. Love this film. This is the one I thought should have beat out A King's Speech. I love King's Speech for the acting. That award, I totally get it. But the directing and the Best Picture, really, like, everyone still talks about this. The only thing people talk about The King's Speech about is the fact that it beat out Social Network. So I'll tell you something right there. All right, here we go. Another one of my hidden gems. Go see that Hidden Gems video, Somewhere in Time. Christopher Reeve, Jane Seymour. That's all I'm going to say. Go check out that video. I'll tell you more there. So good. This is a heartbreaker of a film, A Star is Born. I love this movie. Performances. I bought the soundtrack right away. I played the crap out of that thing in my car. Even Bradley Cooper's songs. I like his songs just as much as Lady Gaga. Maybe hers a little bit better. But his are still really good. And man, what a heartbreaker of a film. Tears flowing. I did not know the story. I had not seen any of the other A Star is Borns, but my wife did. And I was watching this again for SAG because I was on the nominating committee for this. And as I was watching it, if you guys have seen it, the ending, I didn't know the ending. And I was literally starting to cry. I'm like, no, that's not happening. And she came and sat next to me and put her arm on me. She's so good. Here we go. More Christopher Reeve. This is another one of those great films outside of Superman, and that is Street Smart. One of my recent additions to the collection. Also stars Morgan Freeman, who was nominated for his first Academy Award for this film. So if you want to see early Academy Award performance, nomination stuff by Morgan Freeman, check out Street Smart. Now, Swingers. Okay. Whoopsie. So I have Swingers up next. Yeah, this should probably go in comedy. Wouldn't you agree? What do you guys think? Let me know. I mean, it even says right here, hip and funny. So I'm not sure how it made it into the drama, but there it is. I do have Swingers in the collection. I love these guys. They're so good. One of their first films. Spectacular. Got some good bonus features on there. I'm probably going to relocate that to comedy when I'm all done. Here we go with Denzel Washington, John Travolta, and The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. Nice little nail biter of a movie. Next up is Tequila Sunrise. Mel Gibson, Michelle Pfeiffer, Kurt Russell. See who was the director on this. Robert Towne directed this film. And yeah, that's a good film. Like that. Now here's one I haven't seen. I picked this up at the swap meet. Heard good things about it. It's got some of my favorite people in here. It's got Margot Robbie, Simon Pegg, and Mike Myers. It's called Terminal. Never heard of it. And it was like $2 or $3 or something at the swap meet. So I'm like, well, I love those people. I hope it's not, you know, like I took a gamble on the $3 Simon Pegg, and it wasn't as good as I thought. So this might fall into that same category, or it could be great. Tell me if you guys seen The Terminal, if you love it. Titanic, man. Leo, Kate, James Cameron, enough said. Great movie. Love it. Oscar-winning performance right here. Denzel Washington, Training Day, along with Ethan Hawke. Great movie. This is Antoine Fuqua directed this film. Brilliantly, I might add. So, yeah, it's probably my favorite Denzel performance right there. Up next is an old classic with Steve McQueen, Faye Dunaway. That's the Thomas Crown Affair. I picked this up because I basically love the next film I'm going to show you, and that is The Thomas Crown Affair. And because I really love this version with Pierce Brosnan and Rene Russo, I wanted to check out the original and see what it's all about. As you can tell, I haven't even cracked it open yet, so I don't know what it's all about, but I got both copies, both versions right there. Here we go. More Ben Affleck love with The Town. I know a lot of you guys have seen The Town, and you talk really good things about The Town. Found this again at the swap meet, so I have not seen it yet. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Oh, it's such a great movie. Up in the Air, George Clooney. Really great performances by this. Now, of course, it's tiny print, so I'm not even going to try. I'll try Via Farmiga and Anna Kendrick are also in this film. Both of whom I think were nominated this year. Both of the ladies in this film. So, yeah. Hang on, I'll take this little sticker away. There you go. Director of Juno. There. All right. Almost done, y'all. Almost at the bottom of the stack of the U's. Now, up next is Adam Sandler's Uncut Gems. You know, one of Adam's best performances as a dramatic actor in this film. And here's another, you know, again, go see that Hidden Gems video. But here it is. Untamed Heart, Christian Slater, Marissa Tomei, and, you know, Rosie Perez. Like I said, I'm going to keep cheating off the boxes because my brain's getting fried. Absolutely beautiful film. Heartwarming. Just so good. Just Kino Lorber put this out. If you get a chance, pick it up at the next Kino Lorber sale, or just get out there right now and pick it up. Very good. Very good movie. All right, here's like the last 5. Or something like that. Usual Suspects by David Fincher. Just kidding. This one's Bryan Singer. Yeah, Usual Suspects. Great movie. This kind of thing, like, you know, do you still enjoy this film even though you know the twist? That's the thing, is really any film you've seen once, you now know everything about it. So you just have to love other things about the film other than the twist to continue to watch it, like performances and story. And this thing, I think, really holds up in that regard. Here we go. Well, there we go. War Games. You know, Ali Sheedy, Matthew Broderick. Fun movie. Look at this good old juicy box set. You should probably open it one day. Got Wild Things here, y'all. This is that great little Arrow release. It's got the book. It's got the movie. It's got everything all chock full. Still stacked inside, y'all. All right, here we go. The final 3 in the drama category, and we're going with Wings, which I just picked up at the CD Trader, which is a secondhand thrift store about a month ago. Look at that, and that with a nice crispy little slip. Look at that thing. Looking good, Huck. Which is the last one. Okay, here we go. Witness with Harrison Ford. Absolutely one of my favorite performances ever by Harrison Ford. And this is another one of those fantastic customs I did because it's got the DVD and the Blu-ray. Because the Blu-ray has nothing. Nothing. Like, I mean, look at the back. It's like stripped. But the DVD, man, it had like, here, I'll pop this off and show you. Look at all those goodies in the back. If you want to pause and read that. But, you know, it's got like a making of. And Harrison's even in the making of. A lot of times he doesn't like bother to show up for these things. But he's in it, man. And this was one of his Oscar-nominated performances. Fantastic. Witness, man. If you want the best of both worlds, get yourself a copy of the Blu-ray and the DVD. And finally, my favorite Leo performance ever is The Wolf of Wall Street. It's also my favorite Martin Scorsese film of all time. Like, everything about this film I love. I'm late to the game in seeing this. I saw it for the first time last year. And man, was I blown away by everybody. Leo, Margot Robbie, Jonah Hill. Like, it's just fantastic. So that is going to do it right there, my friends, for the dramas. That's W. Let's keep on steaming along to the next category. Next up is one of everyone's favorite genres, and that is horror genre. Now, look, Don't laugh. Like, I just know that I do not have the horror collection that a lot of you do out there. You guys are ravenous fans of the genre, which I love. I only have, like, say, 2 stacks, whereas, like, my drama, my comedy, and my action were 3 or 4 stacks each. So this tells you how many I have in that category. So let's just show them to you and see what you think. All right, here we go. Starting off with the A, American Werewolf in London. Here we go. You're going to see this pop up a couple times because this is probably my favorite horror movie, or one of my definitely top 3 of all time. So I have this in multiple versions. So here is the Arrow release with the Blu-ray. And here is just the restored edition of the Blu-ray. And then expect to see this again, perhaps when we hit the 4K. All right, here we go. All right, keep on moving and grooving. I picked up Arachnophobia this year. Definitely watched this during Halloween time, and it was very good. It was fun. It was a fun watch. I haven't seen it in a long time. Held up nicely. Also got this collector's edition of the Army of Darkness, which is quite excellent. I've plowed through a bunch of these bonus features, and they are quite good. I have not seen this one yet. This looks like hot trash, but it's called Battle Dogs. You know, one of these $3, Big Lot titles. So, I don't know. Who do we got in this? Craig Schaefer, Dennis Haysbert, Ernie Hudson, and Bill Duke. Not a bad cast, But, even actors like that just need a paycheck. So, yeah. Well, have you guys seen Battle Dogs? Let me know. I didn't get a chance to see this during Halloween. This was on my stack to see. I watched The Stuff instead, which we may get to. But The Blob, I still want to see this. I know a lot of you out there have mentioned that this is a really good remake, better than the original. So I will get to that version, absolutely. And I realized during one of my swap meets I picked up Child's Play, but this is the remake of Child's Play, which I did not know. It's from the producers of It. So, we'll give that one a look as well. Picked up The Craft, which I'm eager to see again. Again, I found that at the swap meet. Here's one. Oh man, here's another one of those loose slips. Look, just falling right out. So The Crawl on Blu-ray. Man, see, when you get these secondhand, these slips tend to really be like get tossed around and banged up, so they get really loose. So, it's coming right out, y'all. So there you go. Crawl. Oh, I did watch this during October. That is Creepshow. And Creepshow 2. And they're both quite good. I prefer Creepshow 1 over Creepshow 2. You get actually 4 stories in Creepshow 1, and you only get 3 in Creepshow 2. Here is a combo pack of The Dead. We got Dawn of the Dead and Land of the Dead. Up next. Now, so here's... In horror, there's a mixture of genres. Sometimes you get sci-fi horror. And so what I did is if it leans more towards the horror, like there's a creature, say in Deep Star 6, there's a big creature that comes after them. So even though it feels a little bit sci-fi with the creature, it leans more to me in the horror genre. So that's why we got Deep Star 6. Look at that little crispy slip, man. Love it. All right, Event Horizon. I know I'm not a huge fan of this film. I found it for $1 at the swap meet. I know it came out on 4K, so I will give it another watch to see if my tastes have changed regarding this film. And if so, then I'll consider upgrading. Evil Dead 2 Classic. This will show up again, don't worry. The Exorcist. You gotta have The Exorcist. Like any horror collection must have The Exorcist. Can you tell? Oh, hang on, guys. All right. Keeping it going. We got Stephen King's Fire Started with that little Drew Barrymore starting fires. Oh, another Michael J. Fox excellent film. The Frighteners by Peter Jackson. Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D. This was at Big Lots for like dirt cheap, like $3 to $5, something like that, probably $5. And comes with, check it out, the glasses. It didn't quite work on my TV, but there you go. And I did get this before I actually picked up the full box set from Scream Factory. So now this is like a bonus copy. Got Jordan Peele's Get Out. I still think this is one of my favorites of his. I haven't seen Nope yet, but even people that I know love Jordan Peele aren't really saying Nope is their favorite. I think everyone tends to kind of fall back to Get Out. So we'll see. We'll check it out. Here we go. Both Gremlins. Gremlins 1, Gremlins 2. Great. Now here's sort of like, is this horror? It's got a some horrific quality to it, and it's Heathers. So yeah, I put it, I don't know, I felt like putting it more in horror than like dark drama. So yeah, Heathers. Let me know, where would you guys put Heathers? Does that have a good home in horror, or does it need to be in like drama, which I don't know. I feel like it's got like that good dark twisty, because horror isn't necessarily just slasher stuff, you know, like Misery. Misery's like considered a horror movie, scary movie, because it's got scary qualities, and I feel that Heathers fits that mold pretty well. And of course, the classic Halloween, John Carpenter's classic. I did watch this in Halloween 2 and 3 this year. But yeah, love this. Love these hard boxes here. But I got this one. Is this the, oh, this is the 4K, so this should probably go in the 4K section. I'll just set that aside right there. But, you know, it's horror, so anyway, let's keep it going. There's Halloween 2, Blu-ray. I actually love that sequel. I didn't remember it very well, but I liked it. Halloween 3, however, it just didn't click. It was too many questions that just, you know, I get it if you just let your brain go. You know, hey, it works, but I don't know. It just, I felt like it needed a little bit more quality in the story. Like, I loved where it was going. Anyway, I'm not going to review. I did a thing on that already. I just picked this up. This is the Hammer Film 20 film collection, because I did not grow up on Hammer films, so I'm unfamiliar with pretty much all of these. Are you guys Hammer horror film fans? That's a mouthful. But yeah, I dropped to like a rock bottom, like $35 for all these films, something like that, or 33. It was really cheap. And I'm like, all right, now's the time, because it kept floating around that $50 range and I just never pulled the trigger. But when it got to that under 35 thing, I felt like it was worth giving it a pull. Also, Hand That Rocks the Cradle, again, sort of fits into that Heathers kind of, you know, creepy, you know, vengeful kind of movie kind of thing. Picked up The Howling, also 4K. See, to me, horror, I don't know, I keep putting all my horrors together, but this is 4K, so this should probably go in the 4K category. But I picked that up for like $12.99 at Best Buy. That was a nice little snag. Hollow Man, found that at a swap meet for like $2. That's nice. It's always nice to get cheap blues. Here we go, little Kino Lorber's Hunchback of Notre Dame. One of the silent version. So definitely want to get around to checking that out. Oh yeah, I picked this up at Rite Aid. I Know What You Did Last Summer, and literally had no clue that the 4K was coming out about 5 months later. So I'm like, oh yeah, $7, what a deal. Even checked Amazon, it was about the same price. I'm like, it's sitting right here in front of my face. Cha-ching! And then all of a sudden, 4K! Oh well. So I got the blue. I haven't even opened it yet, so that's all good. Interview with a Vampire, more Tom Cruise goodness. Oh yeah, I love this original Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I've seen this before on like VHS and then DVD, and you can see it on, I think it's Amazon Prime. Yeah, and I was watching it again on that, and that's what made me just go ahead and pull the trigger on this. They had one of those, you know, olive sales. And there's not a lot of olive titles I like, but this is definitely one. And it's chock full. It's sort of like, you know, they give it the Criterion treatment, so it's got a lot of goodies on there, which I haven't watched yet. So, well, can't wait to check it out. Now, here's the remake version of it. Invasion of the Body Snatchers is the one with Leonard Nimoy, Donald Sutherland. Yeah, so look at that thing. Oh, yeah, I gotta see that again soon. All right, coming up, Jaws. Well, actually, here. We'll do Jaws. Now, the reason I have it in this honking thing is because I love this edition. I'm never going to get rid of this DVD because, come on, look at this book, y'all. You don't get this in the Blu-ray. So I'm keeping it for that book. You get this loaded DVD. And, of course, in the case, this is one where I did a multi-flipper. And you've got the 2-disc DVDs. But I'm going to put the Blu-ray right there. I'm actually kind of stunned when I flipped it over that the Blu-ray was not sitting there. I'm like, where did the Blu-ray go? I might have customized it into the 4K. Maybe that happened. But isn't there already a Blu-ray in that? We'll see when we get to that. But that's a little weird. I don't see the Blu-ray in there, but there you go. So I just love this release of Jaws. Look at that. So juicy. It's like a meatball sub, y'all. Call back. All right, here we go. And then, of course, you saw it already. It's the Jaws 3-pack, so you get Jaws 2, 3, and 4. So there you go. Get your little Jaws on. All right, stack number 2, the final stack here. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, y'all. Thanks to my buddy Johnny from Johnny's Boutique Podcast. He was like, Huck, you got to see this movie. It's not a great movie, but it's a fun movie. And he's absolutely right, you know. But the more you like it, the more charming it becomes. So, you know, I've already seen it a few times, even did a watch along on Fans of Something's channel, and it was a hoot watching that with them. But yeah, there you go. Look, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, man. And of course, I went nuts this year. If you watch my channel, every trip to Spirit Halloween was a Killer Clown run. I don't know what the hell. So there you go. Next up is Krampus. Is it a Christmas? Is it a Halloween? Is it horror? It's a Christmas horror, right? It's a Christmas horror. Krampus. I got a neighbor up the street that literally has like a 7-foot Krampus in their front yard. Super cool. Here we go. King of Horror Collection. So this is the Stephen King collection. And in it, it's got Salem's Lot, Cat's Eye, The Shining, and It. So that's a really nice Blu-ray 4-pack of Stephen King. All right, up next is King Kong. I am absolutely obsessed with this film. I don't know when it kicked in, but there was something about this original King Kong that kicked in, like, oh, I really want to like look into that movie. And, you know, I got this great little, you know, digipack version that's just fantastic. It's got great bonus features on it. So I became super obsessed with this. So once I got into King Kong there, then I had to jump on the... You know, Peter Jackson King Kong. Check out that little cover. It's not doing a whole lot, but it's kind of a neat lenticular there. You know, same thing underneath. Yeah, I just love this film. And then when this came out, it had tons and tons of bonus features. And it had online featurettes and then stuff on here. And then, I mean, so yeah, just the rabbit hole with King Kong just kept going. So the love kept going to Kong Skull Island. I like these. These are fun monster movies. But I would say I like the original and Peter Jackson's a little bit more just for story-wise, but for pure, like, you know, animal, you know, monster mayhem, these are tons of fun. Do enjoy me a little Life Force. Again, this is sort of a sci-fi horror because, you know, they come from outer space and they suck, you know, your life out of you for energy. So those energy-sucking vampires. Next one up is Lost Boys. I wanted to show this one off. This actually isn't the 4K. My buddy over at Side Hustle Cinema. What's up, Side Hustle? He made me this extremely beautiful slipcover for my... all I had was the Blu-ray at the time, but I did acquire the 4K, which we'll be seeing shortly when I get to the 4K section. But because I'd already had it, you know, sort of keeping home on this one, I wanted to show it off to you. So there it is. There it is, Side Hustle Cinema's The Lost Boys. Very cool. Let's see, coming up next is Misery. Yeah, check it out. It's got the it's the collector's edition with Kathy Bates and James Caan, R.I.P. James Caan. What a legend he is. And she is phenomenal in this film. I remember when I first saw it, I thought, man, if that chick doesn't win the Academy Award. And, you know, it's a horror movie, so the odds really seem stacked against her, despite being amazing. But nope, man, she bucked the system. She bucked the odds and won. Picked up this whole Nightmare on Elm Street Blu-ray set when it was on sale, super sale for like $25 or something like that, because, you know, the rumor came out or the announcement came out that we're not going to be getting the Nightmare box set next year or anytime soon that we know of, so it might as well snag these Blu-rays to tide me over. So I did. All right, keeping it going with some more silent movie goodness, the original Nosferatu. Picked up a couple years ago, picked up Phantasm. There's a review of it on my channel. Check it out. I'm sure you will absolutely disagree with everything that I say about Phantasm. Sorry to those, you know, ahead of time. Phantom of the Opera. This is also the original silent version that I picked up from Kino. And it was a really cool watch. Dug that. Dug old cinema, man. I dig old cinema, y'all. Got me the Psycho collection. I saw Fans of Something, you know, waxing on about this one. They were talking about it on their channel. And I'm like, man, I need to pick me that up. So I applied. I went to Groove, got it super cheap, and applied that 20% coupon. And bam, got it for even cheaper. I haven't seen this yet. I so wanted to see this during October. October seemed to like get away from me a little bit as far as free time, but Psycho Goreman looked like a real fun romp that I wanted to get into, and I just ran out of time, man. So You know, but that's why we have these great collections, because now I can just hit the wall at any time I'm in the mood and just go grab it, you know. It's not like I rented it and had to bring it back. Love this movie, Ready or Not. What a pleasant surprise this was. I mean, it's just so good. I can't believe there's not a 4K of this movie, though, because it's spectacular. Love that movie. Oh yeah, love the cover of this thing. Look, this is sort of like my Killer Clowns. They did the Return of the Living Dead. It's like a little insert that you put in there. But I do love that. I love this insert. Super cool and fun movie too. So it's like a horror comedy kind of thing. So I love when genres mix themselves up. Like I really like. I find that I like horror comedies a lot. So things like that, Shaun of the Dead, you know, other things of that ilk, I kind of dig, as opposed to the super gory kind of things. Love this franchise. Got me the whole Scream 3-movie collection. It also comes with the Still Screaming and Scream the Inside Story bonus features on the back. So that's why I picked this up. I know these are out on 4K, but I sort of like this collection altogether. And unfortunately, not in this collection was this, Scream 4. So I picked up Scream 4, so I have all of those together. And then as time goes on and sales happen, I'll probably pick up 5 and the new one. Speaking of Scream Queens, we got the Fog and Howling Combo 2-pack that I got at Walmart. Oh, up next is The Shallows. This was fun. I saw this also with my buddy Mike, just to give him a shout out. He has a home theater. At least he did before he moved away. Bye, buddy. He was my pal, man. We would go, you know, to his home theater all the time and check out movies. And this was one of the ones we saw in his home theater. And man, he always gets like those subwoofers shaking, you know, anytime there's like some impact, it makes me yell really loud and he just starts laughing at me. So anyway, The Shallows, very good. Signs. Great movie, Signs, unless you're Tim Talks Talkies. Hates that movie. I love you, Tim. All right, here we go. Sleepaway Camp. Adding that to the collection. I'll probably watch that next year. Along with Slumber Party Massacre. These are like some old classics. Those I think both of those are 80s. Maybe 80s, or I know this one's 80s, like 82. Let's see, when is this one? They're both Scream Factory, and this one is 80 something? I can't find it. 83. Oh, it's like one after the other. So, excellent. I did watch this year, Stuff. It's kind of a weird movie, but I enjoyed it, actually. It was kind of weird, but I liked it. It was, like, I actually like the original Blob better than the Stuff, so there you go. Here's another movie my buddy did earlier in the drama, The Broken and Bleeding, the film I directed. He also wrote another film, and he and his buddy made this movie. So Logan Thomas is the director. Love that guy. And Eric stars in it. He's like the vampire there. It's called There's No Such Thing as Vampires. And they were kind enough to give me a Blu-ray. So every time I pop this up, I give them a shout out and say, check this movie out. It's on Amazon Prime. And yours truly has a little cameo role in this film as well. So look out for JoJo. That's all I'm going to say. Here we go. And of course, a horror classic. You can't go wrong. I've got The Thing with, again, the legendary Kurt Russell, John Carpenter. I love this one because it's the collector's edition, but I also enjoy this DVD that I have as well because it's also a collector's edition. So I wanted to hang on to both of these because I like the movie that much. So there's those. Just a few more left, y'all, and then we are done with horror. Here we go. Speaking of The Thing, we keep going with The Thing from Another World. This is the original version of all that. It's an excellent movie. I haven't ripped this one out of The Thing, but I have seen the movie before. It's quite good. Wolf Cop. What hasn't been said about Wolf Cop? What a weird-ass movie this is. But you know what? I was somehow completely, like, sucked into this movie the whole time. Yeah, you gotta see Wolf Cop, man. He wolfs out of a certain body part while he's in the men's room, is all I'm saying. And it was hilarious. Got you some World War Z with Brad Pitt, more zombies. And finally, speaking of zombies, Zombie Land. So that is the final horror movie I have in the horror genre. Now let's move on to the next one. All right, so this next section is actually still part of the horror genre, but I wanted to give it its own special attention. If you saw my video about Comic-Con I went to this year with my buddy Joe, shout out Joe, they had a table, Full Moon had a table. And if you all know Full Moon Entertainment like I do, you know they're known for those cheesy horror, sci-fi, babe movies. But they were one of the only physical media tables there. I think Scream Factory had one too, but they weren't really like giving you deals it was kind of like the prices you would get online. So there was like more people hanging out at full moon. You know, they had like the chest that has all the Puppet Master movies. Anyway, so I want to give them their own special attention because they gave me these movies. And we're going to start off with the only one that came with a slip, which is Pre-Hysteria. It's got the same, you know, artwork underneath. And I'm going to kind of go in order. I'm going to do like the horror stuff and then the sci-fi and then the babe stuff because that's what they gave me. Here we go. Puppet Master. Everybody knows Puppet Master, right? Next up is Tim Thomerson in Dull Man. And then you got yourself some demonic toys. I mean, these are like some classic titles. And then you got crossovers too, like Dull Man versus Demonic Toys. And then speaking of Tim Thomerson, who plays Dull Man, he was also in the movie Trancers. This is Trancers 2. They didn't have a part 1, so they gave me part 2. Then you get into some more sci-fi stuff that I've never heard of. The Day Time Ended. Their sci-fi titles aren't as fun as their horror titles. Robot Wars. And this Christopher Lee movie, End of the World. This was their last copy. I was kind of like, I saw this other guy, like, he wedged his way in between me and this other dude, and he kind of snatched the last one. I'm like, oh, man. Because, you know, if you're going to get a free movie, I figured I'd get one with Christopher Lee. And then as I kept digging, it was underneath, like, another title. I'm like, oh, there's one left. So I hope it's probably not good, but there you go. I forget they also have a bunch of pot-smoking movies, which is probably how they come up with half of their movies, right? So this is the only DVD. They had Ginger Weed Man. The guy told me he was out of the Blu-ray, so he gave me the DVD. That was one at the very, very end, after they gave me all these movies as a deal. I'm like, what can you give me out the door? Like, as one final, like, I just kept asking for stuff. He's like, here, this is the one I made. So the guy literally at the booth is the guy who wrote and made Ginger Weed Man. Go figure. Next up is Weed G's Halloween Night. Weed G's. Coming up next is Evil Bong. Have you guys seen these movies? You guys got to tell me if you've seen these movies. And Evil Bong 777. And then we get into their Babe movies, and you got Panther Squad with Sybil Danning. This stack is getting high, y'all. What else we got here? Here you go. Attack of the 50-Foot Cam Girl. Cam Girl, like she likes to play with cameras. I don't know. There you go. But she's 50 feet tall, y'all. What is this thing? The wildest Mondo movie ever. Called, well, oh! The wildest Mondo movie ever. It's called Crazy Nights. Don't know anything about that. Oh, this one's called Slave Girls from Beyond Infinity. I swear to God, if you go to Amazon Prime, all these trailers are on there. And you got Beach Babes from Beyond. And believe it or not, it's called the Director's Cut. Oh, Lord, what does that mean? So there it is. That is the entire Full Moon collection that they just, pushed my way, and said, have fun. I haven't even activated that free, that service yet. So I need to activate that so I can, start watching some of these movies, and then maybe I'll sell off some of these. All right, so that is my Full Moon portion of the collection. Now let's keep going. Okay, next up is the superhero genre. As you can tell right here on my shelf, they were at the bottom, so we've wiped it out, stacked them up right here. Got a pretty hefty collection here. It's only about, 2 rows high. So let's just plow right through it. Here we go, starting off with Marvel's The Avengers. Love this film. I think when it came out, it proved that the experiment that Marvel was shooting for worked. And loved it. So naturally, I've got the others too. Got Age of Ultron, which I also enjoyed quite a bit. And my favorite of all of them, Avengers Infinity War. That was just so good. And then, of course, the end-all, be-all, Endgame. Also excellent. Now, I'm a big fan of the Ant-Man movies, man. Like, a lot of people they're all like, Team Cap, Team Iron Man. But, I got to show some love for Ant-Man. Paul Rudd was a perfect choice. His blend of comedy and his physical, he buffed up a little bit for the role, too, was perfect casting. So, because Ant-Man's... in my opinion, it's almost harder to cast for Ant-Man than it is for, like, Captain America or Iron Man, because you got to, you just need, like, some, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but anyway, Paul Rudd's awesome. Let's keep going, y'all. Here comes the Batman Begins, these movies. Okay, up next is the Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, when we finally get the holy trinity of DC superheroes all in one movie. That's kind of exciting. Next up is the Tim Burton / Michael Keaton, also Joel Schumacher versions of the Batman films. Love these a lot, especially those Michael Keaton films. Those are fun. And of course, you got the Adam West. Man, I dig these. I grew up on these in the 70s and 80s when it was on TV on reruns. I enjoyed them quite a bit. And of course, we got Black Panther. Here we go with Captain America, First Avenger. You know, these are all just fun movies, man. Winter Soldier, that was a great little, like a spy movie. Civil War, aka, you know, Avengers. It's like another Avengers movie, but it was quite good. And then here's the Albert Puyen, who we just lost recently, as I talked about with Sword and Sorcerer. He also directed this version, look at that, of Captain America with Matt Salinger, Ned Beatty. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's not a great movie, especially when you got the new one, but, you know, it's fun to sort of have. Got The Dark Knight, one of the best. Heath Ledger, man, fantastic Joker. And, of course, Dark Knight Rises. Keeping it coming, we got the Ben Affleck's Daredevil, which I actually liked. A lot of people kind of crap on Daredevil, but I thought he did a good job. Definitely the one on Netflix, I think, is a better version. But, you know, this had its moments. Sometimes, like, the close-up fights, like, you couldn't see what was going on, but the director's cut helps that out a little bit. And this mother right here, Dick Tracy. I just thoroughly love Dick Tracy. As I mentioned before, like Tim Curry with Darkness, I love people in prosthetics acting their asses off. And this is chock full of people in prosthetics. You got Big Boy Caprice with Al Pacino. You got Flat Top, Lips Manless, The Brow, Little Face. I mean, like, all these things are just, they won the Academy Award for makeup in this film, rightfully so, because, man, they were just on point. I would love to see this in 4K. Absolutely love to see Dick Tracy in 4K. Keeping it going with the Carl Urban's Dread. The Once Upon a Deadpool. This was sort of the PG, Inglorious PG-13, which is kind of hilarious. I haven't watched this one yet. I love all the other ones rated R, so I'm kind of curious about that one. Here we go. Now, this is a fascinating documentary. It's called The Death of Superman Lives, What Happened? And I met the documentarian who made this, and it's a fascinating thing. This is the Tim Burton Superman that never happened, where Nicolas Cage was going to play Superman, and they have all these prototypes of his suit and stuff. It's a very interesting watch to see what would have happened if Nick Cage played Superman. All right, keeping it going with Darkman, Liam Neeson, Sam Raimi, Doctor Strange. You know, we all love me some Benedict Cumberbatch. What a great bit of casting to play Doctor Strange. Now, speaking of documentaries on movies that, you know, kind of got lost, is this movie called Doomed. It's a documentary, and it's about this Fantastic Four. Look at this thing. This is the Roger Corman Fantastic Four. If you've not heard of this, search around for it. It's a very fascinating thing. Roger Corman said he made, I don't know how many movies, like hundreds of movies in his lifetime, and only one never got published or, you know, released, and it was this Fantastic Four. It was all like a coup by the people that were that gave them permission to make the movie. It was done as a means to retain the rights. They never intended to release the film. It was very underhanded because all these cast members, you know, they gave it their all, you know, with what they had, with no budget and all that, and really tried to make something out of this, you know, a really low budget superhero movie, which even feels lower budget almost than the Captain America movie. So fascinating, fascinating. I would love it if they would just release this on a nice quality disc now, just so we could really see a good version of that Fantastic Four. It's not great, but, you know, as sort of a fan, we sort of like having those things anyway. Now, speaking of Fantastic Four, I will go to bat for the Jessica Alba Fantastic Four anytime. That's another little huckster customization here. I got like all the making of bonus discs and DVDs and Blu-rays, just chock full in this thing. And I really enjoy this because it's actually a lot like the characters are supposed to be. That abomination of Fantastic Four, whatever it's called, you know, whatever. It's just the new one with Miles Teller. That was hot garbage. If you're a fan of the source material and the characters' personalities, that was absolutely 100% nothing like the Fantastic Four. And this at least is. It honors that sort of relationship between the characters. And I will stand by that, those two, any day. Next up, well, here it is. There's the making of the Fantastic Four, which is for that movie. Now, you can probably smell a custom coming soon. Here's the DVD of that movie because it is an extended edition of that film. So I'm going to like put all of that into a beefy Fantastic Four thing one day. Keep coming here. They got the Green Lantern extended cut. It had its moments. Like, people love to crap on that, but I thought it had its moments. Guardians of the Galaxy, baby. Can't go wrong with that. Of course, you're going to follow it up with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Love those movies. That is a great blend of comedy and superhero-ness and music and all that good stuff. Got the Incredible Hulk with Edward Norton. That was a good version, too. Keeping it going here with the first Iron Man. Yep, you're going to see it coming. Here we go. Iron Man 2. And, of course, Iron Man 3. You know, once you start down the path, you've got to get all of them. Now, here's Judge Dredd with Stallone. I'm a fan of this one, too. You know, I am the law. Look, I know he's not supposed to take his mask off, but I was never a huge Judge Dredd collector or fan, so I didn't really know that or care. I mean, it's Stallone. You're paying this guy millions of dollars to be in your movie. You kind of want his face to be seen since people, you know, go to see Stallone movies. Next up is The Justice League, or as some people call it, The Justice League, because this is the one that Joss Whedon directed. I do prefer the Zack Snyder cut that's on HBO Max myself. I got the Logan with the hilarious Deadpool slipcover. It's got the little tiny baby hand. Found this at a swap meet for like $3 or $4. What a score. Love that. Got the Man of Steel. Speaking of Zack Snyder, there you go. Masters of the Universe. This is a custom case because I wasn't a huge fan of the artwork that they used. You know, I'll just real quickly show you. That's the one that they used, but you know, I sort of love this version. This is a Drew Struzan poster, so I went with that one instead. I just think it's way cooler, man. Way cooler. All right, let's keep rolling. Mystery Men. Hope to upgrade this to 4K one day soon. That was a fun movie. It was a very odd movie. It's got that whole Ben Stiller sort of essence to it with the brand of comedy, but I love it. The Amazing Spider-Man. Got Spider-Man 1. It's the Tobey Maguire. Spider-Man 2. And Spider-Man 3. All with these nice, like, super, you know, these are all custom. I got the DVDs mixed in with the Blu-rays. Good stuff. Now, keeping the Spider-Man love going with the Tom Holland version. So you got Spider-Man Homecoming. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. You're probably wondering where the other Tom Hollands are. It's probably because they're in the 4Ks. Let's see. We got you some Supergirl on DVD. Not a fantastic film, but as a completist, I got to have it when it comes to Superman and Supergirl. Speaking of Superman, there we go. This is my whole Christopher Reeve collection, which I love so much. Basically, 1 and 2 are my fave of his. 3 and 4, don't see myself watching those a whole bunch. And just for the cool factor, we've already lost both of these guys, but here's my DVD of Superman, signed by Richard Donner and Tom Mankiewicz, who was the creative consultant on the film. Wish I had Chris's autograph, but I don't. Got the Blu-ray 2-pack. This is the movie extended cut and the special edition on here. And we've got Thor. Thor Dark World. Got the Watchmen director's cut. Wonder Woman, which I loved. I loved this movie. It was so good. I was so happy to see DC really come out swinging on that one. And for a female superhero to like do just as well, if not better than some of those male Marvel movies. Got the X-Men, one of the movies that started it all off, y'all. We all know. X-Men United, or X2. X-Men Last Stand. And the last ones here, we got X-Men First Class and X-Men Apocalypse. I do not know where X-Men Days of Future Past is. Could have sworn I had that, but there you go. That is my superhero section. Now let's move on to the next one. This next little stack is what I call my musical section. So these are either legit musicals, you know, where they sing a lot of the lyrics of the movie, or there's music in the movie that it's like just a huge part of that movie being enjoyable. So you'll see once we get going here. Starting off with Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, Dolly Parton, Burt Reynolds. Such fun flick. I've talked about this one quite a bit, and this is Alan Parker's The Commitments, an absolute fabulous movie about these Ireland folk that formed themselves a band. And it is so good. So good. Oh, yeah, check it out. I Got to Dream, Girls. Yeah, man. So, little Jamie Foxx, Beyonce, Eddie Murphy. I think Eddie Murphy almost won that Academy Award for his supporting role as Jimmy Early, but he also put out Norbit like 2 weeks before the Oscars, and I really feel like that hurt his chances. Such a bummer, man. Great Balls of Fire. Dennis Quaid playing the amazing Jerry Lee Lewis, who we recently lost. The Greatest Showman, Hugh Jackman, Zendaya, Zac Efron. Hairspray, check out this little slip here. Pretty great. Little Hairspray, John Travolta, Michelle Pfeiffer. So I love me a good musical. Rick Springfield, hard to hold. I'm a big old Rick Springfield fan. Grew up enjoying his music in the 80s. So this was one of his ventures into feature films. Of course, we got Mary Poppins. My wife is a big fan of Mary Poppins, so I got this for her back when I was a member of the Disney Club. Moulin Rouge, love this movie. My wife and I saw this movie together, and it was so great that the song Come What May, you know, that Ewan McGregor sings to her and all that, so we use that in our wedding, and it's just beautiful, man. It's beautiful. One of my favorite rock movies of all time, that is Purple Rain with Prince. I mean, when you talk about a movie with music and it just brings it alive, it's 100% this film. Probably top 3 of my favorite musical type movies. I got Rent, excellent movie based on the play. Here we go with a little Rock of Ages. I just picked this up at the swap meet, so I haven't even seen this one yet. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to checking that out and seeing how Tom Cruise sounds when he sings. The Rocky Horror Picture Show. You know, this is not for everybody. I think you really had to have grown up with the Rocky Horror Picture Show in midnight screenings to appreciate the film, because I think as it stands, it's not a great movie. And here's, like, you can tell I'm a big fan. I got this big old honking DVD special edition. It's just so much, I mean, look, it's just so much better than this release. So I'm going to hang on to this just because of the collectability of that one. And, of course, Streets of Fire, Walter Hill's movie. I just thoroughly love the music in this film. After all, it is called A Rock and Roll Fable. And finally, of course, Wizard of Oz. Oh, yeah, look at this beautiful thing. So, yeah, absolutely one of my favorites. Watched this a lot growing up, so that's it. Wizard of Oz. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, this next category is Westerns. Here they are. Coming at you in 3D. A buddy of mine has an amazing home theater. It literally looks like a cinema. And we watched this with it. You know, it wasn't that bad. It was kind of good. It felt like a real spaghetti Western, but then just sort of done gimmicky with the 3D stuff coming at you and stuff. Little Django Unchained. Pick this bad boy up for $5. Great performances in that movie. Clint Eastwood classic, Fistful of Dollars. Love these old sort of Clint spaghetti Western movies. Like this one, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. And, of course, here's another Tarantino film, The Hateful Eight. Sort of like, I guess, his little version of Magnificent Seven, but not. Hondo with John Wayne. Pick this up for $1.25. Look at that right there, $1.25. At Big Lots. Up next is, I mean, it's technically a Western. You got Shanghai Noon and Shanghai Nights. Jackie Chan, Owen Wilson. These were fun movies. I enjoyed those quite a bit. In fact, his character is even called John Wayne. Sean Wayne. Sounds like John Wayne. So, you know, talk about your nod to the Westerns. Here you go with Tombstone, Kurt Russell in an all-star cast, Val Kilmer. Excellent job as Doc Holliday. Feel like he should have won the Oscar for that one. A little Quick and the Dead, Sam Raimi, and this another all-star cast. Leading off with Sharon Stone, you got Gene Hackman, Russell Crowe, Leo DiCaprio. And, of course, you've got to have Unforgiven. Man, I mean, it's like Clint Eastwood, Gene Hackman, Morgan Freeman, Richard Harris. Oh, that's such a good movie. Here's a fantastic 3-pack. I'm excited to watch these. It's John Wayne and the Searchers, The Wild Bunch, and How the West Was Won. So that is a fantastic 3-pack I got for under $10. And finally, the last one is Young Guns. So, as you can tell, Western's not my hugest genre, but it's a small collection. All right, let's move on to the next one. All right, next up is my Christmas collection. It's going to be a little bit smaller, obviously, than other collections. So here we go. We're going to start it off big with the Christmas classics. It's got Rudolph, Frosty, and Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Some of my favorites growing up. The other one, you know, Drummer Boy, Frosty Returns, not so much. But those three are definite bangers when it comes to the Rankin Bass stuff. Of course, Christmas Vacation, Chevy Chase, can't go wrong. And you know it, Die Hard, baby. Look, the marketing department even made a Christmas sweater slip to let you know they too think it's a Christmas movie. And look, if you are unsure, on my channel, I recently put up a video where I convince you, or I try to at least show you why I think Die Hard is a Christmas movie. So if you get a chance, please go check that video out. It's a lot of fun. Of course, you got Elf with Will Ferrell, another one of my favorites. The Grinch with Jim Carrey. Home Alone 2, the sequel to that rascal in Home Alone. The animated version of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the original from back in the day. Now, here's another Rankin Bass. I am not familiar with this one, Jack Frost. I found it at the swap meet for like $1. But yeah, I mean, if you look on the back, it definitely has a lot of that Rankin Bass quality to it. Even these dudes at the bottom sort of look like the Heat Miser and the Snow Miser. So, yeah, check that out. Gotcha Arnold with the Jingle All the Way. Awesome impression. Here we go. Miracle on 34th Street. Look at this, man. Get this crisp and clean slip. All shrink wrapped and nice. Got this at Best Buy last year as they were liquidating their Christmas to get ready for the new year. Also picked this one up, Office Christmas Party, the unrated version. Can't wait to check that out. The trailer looks hilarious. Star-studded. Scrooged with Bill Murray is also another really good one. And of course, we also have It's a Wonderful Life, an absolute classic with James Stewart. And wrapping it up here, we have The Year Without a Santa Claus, another one of those great stop-motion Rankin Bass classics. All right, that's it for Christmas. Let's keep going. All right, up next is my retro VHS slipcover collection. It is not a huge collection by any means, but I do love those, and I'm not out to collect every single one of them. I just want to get the ones that I like. There's some of those that just aren't, I don't care to own, but these all look pretty cool. So here we go. We're going to start off with, alphabetically, 310 to Yuma. Now, this is the Walmart one because you can tell it's a little bit more like distressed than the Mill Creek ones, and I really love those. Also this one too. Airplane. Man, that's just awesome. Love these things. Now here's more the Mill Creek style. Casual Sex. A lot more cleaner looking. It's as though they just got the VHS in and put it out on the floor. Here we go. Heart and Souls. Yeah, with Robert Downey Jr. I really enjoyed that movie. Coming up next, Meatballs. This is one of the Walmart ones. I had to get this off eBay because I enjoy this movie a lot still. I watched it recently and it still held up for me. So I grabbed the VHS slipcover. Also got Replacement Killers, Chow Yun-Fat, and Mia Sorvino. I tell you, I'm going to keep looking at the covers because my brain's getting fried. Here we go, Tanya Roberts with Sheena. Little Side Out with C. Thomas Howell and Peter Hooton. Peter Horton? Peter Hooton. Hooton, he's a who. Side Out, you know. Stallone, Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. It's not a great movie, but it's Stallone, and it's a VHS slipcover. And the last one is Vibes with Cyndi Lauper and Jeff Goldblum. All right, that does it for my VHS slipcovers. Let's keep going. This next one's a very tiny category because I'm just doing the Blu-rays. I have a lot of documentaries, got a bunch on DVDs as well, but I'll save that for a DVD pass. But here they are. The Blu-rays that I have is March of the Penguins, narrated by Morgan Freeman. Picked up this great monster collection. It's called The Frankenstein Complex and Phil Tippett, Mad Dreams and Mastery. So it's one of these awesome sort of making of two documentaries that talks about people in the horror genre or the sci-fi genre. And I just sort of dig this kind of stuff. So I picked that up recently. Another one I got, this great little 3-pack. It's called For the Love of Spock, Back in Time, and Ghost Heads. 3 documentaries based on, as you can tell, these 3 IPs. Star Trek, Back to the Future, and Ghostbusters. Next up is Superheroes, A Never-Ending Battle. This was a PBS documentary on superheroes. It's quite great. And this one's not really quite a documentary, but it's a Blu-ray, and it sort of recaps. I'm a big Saints fan because I'm from Louisiana. I have the Saints, the Super Bowl champs. You know, as anybody would do, like if your team wins, you're going to pick up one of those. So, all right, that's the end of that. Let's keep going. Okay, next up is the 4K collection. There could be some crossover titles here, as I haven't really purged duplicates yet. But yeah, this is my 4K. I didn't really start to get into 4K until last year, like late last year, especially with the Best Buy, $10 4Ks. I really jacked it up then. So here we go. Here is the 4K collection. I'm going to start with the 007 collection, Daniel Craig 5-film set. Up next, 300. Excellent movie. The Addams Family, the Mormamushka. I'm trying to start speeding these up for you guys a little bit because I know this is getting long. I say Hitchhiker's Guide. The Hitchcock, Volume 1. Oh my God, come on, keep it together, Huck. You can do it. And Hitchcock Volume 2, which I just got in, still shrink wrapped. Up next is Harrison Ford's Air Force One. Absolutely love this movie. Get off my plane. Classic Ford. Alien, the original. This is the 40th anniversary edition. Up next is the 4K of American Werewolf in London, one of my all-time, if not favorite, horror movies. Next up, Tom Cruise, American Made. That was a fun movie. Animal House, the old John Belushi classic. Ant-Man and the Wasp. This is when I started to upgrade my Marvel into the 4K because I really started out with Blu-rays, as you recall, on my superhero section. There we go. Apocalypse Now, the massive, what is this, a 6-disc? It's a lot of discs. The 6-disc set. Super good deal on that, like $15 or something. Apollo 13. Yeah, you might be looking at this slipcover going, I don't remember no Apollo 13 sweet-ass slip like that. Well, check it out. That's because this used to be a DVD slip. That's right, yours truly customed the slip, boom, into that. Pretty sweet. Next up, Aquaman. Get it, Momoa. My favorite Marvel, Avengers Infinity War. I thought it hit all the notes. So good. Oh, poor Peter when he got dusted. Backdraft with the legend Kurt Russell. Blade Runner. Finally picked this up for a cheap price during one of the sales. Excited to have that now in 4K. Keeping it going here with Back to the Future. It's one of my all-time favorite franchises. Back to the Future, one of my top 5 films of all time. So you bet I got that in there. And then the Batman series. Oh, let's get them in the order so it looks cooler. Here we go. And I just try to keep the Batmans together just because I like it that way. So we got Batman Begins. Then The Dark Knight. And Dark Knight Rises. Now, you guys like that too? Do you like try to, if it's something like that, a trilogy? Because it's not, and if it was in a box, that'd be easy. It'd be right there. But yeah, I don't want to separate them. It makes me feel bad. There you go. Birds of Prey. The lovely Harley Quinn. Black Widow. Blade with Wesley Snipes. Blues Brothers. Bow, 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 bow. Also picked up, oh, dude, it was slipping out and going for a smash to the ground, but I caught it. Cat-like reflexes, like that little thing right there. Yeah, Captain Marvel on 4K. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Another Stallone classic, Cliffhanger. Keeping it rolling here with the Target exclusive of Cruella. Absolutely love this cover. This is when they were dropping all their things to 15 bucks. So got that for 15. I'll have another one in here as well. Got you some Deadpool. Love me Deadpool. Here's another thing. Here's Deadpool 2, but what it is, I kept the whole box that you got with the Deadpool Blu-ray. And, you know, that way I keep the whole box set, but now it's got the 4K inside. Die Hard, of course. Classic. Can't go wrong with Die Hard. Dracula. Francis Coppola's Dracula. Dracula. Edge of Tomorrow. An absolute stunner of a sci-fi film starring Tom Cruise. Will Ferrell's Elf. I know you saw Elf in the Christmas collection on Blu-ray, but now it's been upgraded to 4K this year. Elvis with Austin Butler. Love the music in this film. Next up is this killer, look at that little lenticular action there. E.T. box set, chock full of all kinds of goodies in there, man. That's a really good release. The stacks are getting lower, y'all. They go Ex Machina. All right, now here comes stack number 3. When I'm done with this, I'll be halfway through the 4Ks, and then I'll have to reset for the rest. Everything Everywhere All at Once. I know this is the Blu-ray slip, but it is the 4K underneath because I like sort of combining these. I also have the googly eye slip, but I really love this slip as well. So I combine them. Flash Gordon. Oh, such a good cheesy movie from 1980. The Fifth Element. One of my favorite movies, man. Luc Besson. Such a visual artist, that guy. Free Guy, dudes and dudettes. I love Free Guy. That was hilarious. All right, now Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong. I will say, if you have a 4K player and an OLED TV, take this out. If you don't have it, buy it. Put it in. This is absolutely a reference material title. Whatever you think of the movie, when these titans go at it, they look fantastic in 4K. Absolutely amazing. Heavy Metal, just pick this up. Highlander, brand spanking new to the collection, right there. Look at that, man. There can be only one. And that sweet little emboss on the title there. Looking good, y'all. Let's keep it rolling. Home Alone, another Christmas classic. Independence Day. The Indiana Jones 4-movie collection, one of my favorite franchises of all time. It's a Wonderful Life, another great Christmas movie. The Jack Ryan collection, it's a nice little space saver, man. It's all you get right there, and it's 5 movies, so digging that. Keeping it rolling with some Jojo Rabbit. Here's another one I got during that sale, was the Jungle Cruise set there. I love that sort of artwork on there, very cool. Also 15 bucks during the sale. All right, here we go. Still got the J card on there. Here we go. It's the Jaws. Set that down. There we go. Look at that snapping jaw back and forth. A little set there. It's really cool. Well, there you go. But Jaws, what an amazing movie. So can't go wrong keeping that in your collection. All right, keeping it going with, now I picked these up because, yes, you can get them all in the set, but I just love these slips. It's the same reason I picked up another franchise that I'll show you later, but I love the individual slips, so I went that route. And I waited till they were all about 10 bucks, so it was a good deal. So here you go, Jurassic Park. All right, no surprise. I've sort of tipped my hand here, so here we go. Then the next up, Lost World. Jurassic Park 3. Jurassic World. That's right, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, and finally, Jurassic World Dominion. You gotta have the whole set. No matter what you think, you gotta have the set. Next up, Zack Snyder's Justice League. King Kong, the Peter Jackson King Kong. It's a great movie. Up next, Leon the Professional, what I consider to be a perfect film. It's in one of my perfect film videos. Go check that out. Up next, Lord of the Rings. Man, this holds up. Just watched it last year with my daughter, and man, we loved it. Still great storytelling, great characters, great acting. Labyrinth, also just picked this up this year. Lost Boys. Thank you, Gus. This was a subscriber sent me this. One of our good buddies, Gus. You're the best, man. Thank you. Lost City, Sandra Bullock. Channing Tatum. Gonna Channing all over your Tatum. Mad Max Anthology. Pick that up for a sweet deal as well. Well, Monty Python and the Meaning of Life. Nobody. Love this film. It was very entertaining. All right, up next is Oblivion. This isn't talked about as much as Edge of Tomorrow, I was going to say, or Live, Die, Repeat, whatever you call it. But I found this very enjoyable as well. If you haven't seen it, check out Oblivion. Oh, yeah. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, my favorite Quentin Tarantino film. There you go, right there. And everybody loves Pulp Fiction and some other movies, but this is one just so good. The acting is just killer. The Martian, directed by Ridley Scott. All right, Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible Fallout. I'm pretty sure, I predict that I'm going to end up grabbing the entire Mission Impossible series in 4K at some point. I'm a big fan of those. Parasite, fantastic. Keep rolling here with Poltergeist. Very excited to have this. Grabbed it when it was $9 because I held out. Predator. This is mega collection here, y'all. Oh, look at that. This is one of those custom jobs they did where it's just got all the Predator films inside, including the special edition DVDs. There we go. The Predator. Sent to me by my friend Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. A Quiet Place. And, of course, I love these films. A Quiet Place 2. Gosh, man, those were so good. Love those movies. Ready Player One. I'm a big fan of Ready Player One. That's up there for me in the Spielberg pantheon. All right, up next, Reservoir Dogs. Heck yeah. Another Tarantino classic. And this big old honker here, RoboCop. Digging that. All right. Keeping the stacks rolling with Shazam! I dug Shazam, man. That was a fun time at the movies. Shawshank Redemption, an absolute classic. The trilogy here with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. You know, you got your Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and At World's End. Smokey and the Bandit, an old-time comedy classic. If you guys have not seen Smokey and the Bandit, I mean, look, it is literally an all-time classic comedy. Speed, an excellent movie. Love that on 4K. Just picked this up, too. The Tobey Maguire trilogy on 4K. And here we go into the Spider-Man Homecoming and Spider-Man No Way Home. I don't think, if I upgrade, oh yeah, there it is. They were slightly out of order, and there's Far From Home. So we got all three of the new Spider-Man films in 4K as well. Keeping it rolling, y'all. Stand By Me. Great movie. All right, here we go with the other crispy slips like Jurassic Park that I just had to have them because I love the way they look individually. Starting with Star Trek, the motion picture. Just pick them all up and give them to you at once. Here we go. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Look at that thing of beauty, man. And I love that they're going with the original posters. Star Trek III, Search for Spock, because, I mean, those artworks are so good. The Voyage Home, Part 5, Final Frontier, and Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. Just love these slips. Oh, they're so good. So good. I'm not a huge slip guy, but those made me want to buy those. Here we go. The Star Trek trilogy, the J.J. Abrams films. Star Wars, the original. Of course, you got your Empire Strikes Back. And after that, you got Return of the Jedi. These are the only three I have. Of all the Star Wars films, these are the only ones I have on 4K. Oh, hang on. Up next, Suicide Squad. One of my favorite superhero movies, Superman the movie. Look at this cover, man. That is a crispy looking slip, man. Excellent. Beautiful. Just beautiful. The Ten Commandments. And John Carpenter's The Thing. All right, here we go. Hang on. I got to get the last stack. Okay, coming to the end of my 4Ks here. Thor Ragnarok. Thor Love and Thunder. Just picked it up. I haven't seen that yet. Top Gun, baby. You know I love me some Top Gun. I've been glowing about this movie all year, and this is the 2-disc set. So I didn't have the other one, so I'm excited to have it in a nice combined case, and I love that cover. Total Recall. One of Arnold's best. Tremors on 4K. Need to crack that open and watch that again. The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I love this particular cover. It's a very Drew Struzan looking cover. If you're familiar with his posters back in the day, this is very much his style and flair. So I wanted to make sure I grabbed that particular version. Here we go. West Side Story. Another pickup during their clearance. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Oh, another absolute perfect film. Okay, almost done, y'all. Here we go. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, all-time classic. Speaking of classics, there you go. The Wizard of Oz. Last two. Wonder Woman 84. You know, I know it has its down moments, but, you know, I picked it up for $5, so there you go. And the Universal Monster Classics Volume 1. So that is it, my friends. That's going to do it for the 4K. Let's move on to the next section. All right, up next is my Steelbook collection. We're going into the Steelbooks now. That's what's next on the shelf. Now, look, I think you're all going to chuckle. This is not a huge Steelbook collection. It's probably going to be one of the smallest ones you've ever seen. It's only about 2 rows long, so let's get to it. Here we go. Got the Airplane. It's a nice, simple, clean Steelbook. Love that. Up next is Assassin's Creed. Never even seen this. I saw this at a swap meet for like $2. So, and it was in really good shape. So, oh, might as well pick it up, right? Don't have too many like that. Battle Beyond the Stars, one of those great cheesy Corman classic movies. Beetlejuice, man, I just love this particular look. I just had to get it. I know this is like a double dip, triple dip on my part because I have the Blu-ray already. Now I grabbed this. It's just because I really love this cover. Love it, love it. All right, up next, speaking of loving covers, look at this thing, man. Bonnie and Clyde, absolutely beautiful. Love the look of this thing. Very vintage and nostalgic looking. Very retro. I love this. The Breakfast Club looks like the school locker. Cabin in the Woods. It's funny, you'll notice a lot of my Steelbooks are still sealed. That's because a lot of these, I already own them in other formats like Blu-ray or 4K or whatever. But, you know, I just liked the Steelbooks, and I don't often double dip for a Steelbook. So that's why they tend to still be sealed, because I've watched the movie otherwise. But, you know, this one's open. Look, check it out. We got one of these classic Tony bags on there. Catch Me If You Can. Christine. Keep it coming. Y'all just got this in. Coming to America. That's a nice Steelbook. Here's what my buddy Keith sent me. Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. Love that. Looking on the back, you get your Yoda. Cool, cool. The original Evil Dead. Finding Dory. Found this also at the swap meet for a couple of bucks. First Blood. I recently picked this up also on 4K. Galaxy Quest, also sent to me by my friend Keith. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate those. Love both of those movies. Got the Grease, also with the locker. I like how this and Breakfast Club are both in the locker thing, but this is nice pink. The pink really pops. It's got all three, Grease 1, Grease 2, and then the live broadcast of the play. Got The Hangover for a couple of bucks at a 99-cent store. There we go. It's Hell or High Water. Absolute amazing movie. Finally snagged La La Land. It came back in stock at Best Buy, so I picked that up. And Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. Very embossed, by the way. I mean, look, you can almost see the 3D-ness. Like, I get the light on there, you can really see it. Pretty sweet. All right, stack number 2. This is it. Getting near the bottom. Men in Black. Grab the last copy over there at Best Buy. Love that cover. Up next is the Mummy trilogy. Go check out Groove, y'all. Groove is very, has really good prices, and I got this on sale. So always check out Groove. Also, by the way, if you can see, I don't know if you can tell, it's a little raised, not quite as much as Mission Impossible was, but it's got a nice little emboss to it. And of course, like I said, it's my favorite Tarantino film. So I did double dip and pick up this nice Steelbook. Looks great. 4K. Up next, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Predator. Digging it. That's a great Predator, man. Love it. And of course, I had to get these just for nostalgia. They use the original posters, just like Star Wars or Star Trek, so that really pulled me in. Raiders of the Lost Ark. And Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. And yep, you betcha, I got you some Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I do hope they do the same look and style when the new one comes out, so the collection looks complete. Big Star Trek fan, as you know, so picked up Lower Decks Season 1 in this nice, very festive looking Steelbook. Got that T2 one that came out. I know it contains the garbage 4K, but I do love that Steelbook. Also sent to me by my friend Keith is To Kill a Mockingbird. He knew I was really hunting this one down, and he answered my call. Just got this in Tommy Boy. I haven't seen this in a long time, man. I hope this holds up, guys. Here we go. Speaking of Arnold, there we go. I got this lenticular version combo Steelbook of Total Recall and Terminator 2. So very nice on that. Keeping it rolling here. I got this great set here for True Romance, and this is the one with the Steelbook. Here, we'll take it out and show it to you. Here it is. Super nice. Look at that thing. Thing of beauty, man. It even gives you these cards and stuff. Yeah, that's a good one. Very, very good. All right, almost done. Just a few left. The Untouchables. Sean Connery. Got him his Oscar for that one. X-Men Days of Future Past. Just picked up The Warriors. Just squeaked it in, y'all. There you go. And the last two. We got Wayne's World. Yep, this is the Blu-ray, but, you know, they shucked and jived us, y'all, and they put it out in 4K, but I'm just going to hang on to this for now. I don't appreciate the way they do that, so. And Zoolander. There you go. That is my Steelbook collection. Not very huge, but, you know, it got me started, you know. All right, let's move on to the next one. All right, next up is my Star Trek collection. Here you go. Starting with my little triple. I know. Take it easy, Tanner. That's right. I named all my triples. All right, so because this is, I'm a big Star Trek fan, I have just a Star Trek pod over on my shelves. And this will mix Blu-rays with DVDs, and you'll see as we get going here. First up, I really love these sets. It's the original Star Trek. This is when they redid all the effects. So you do get both, though, the original and the new effects on these. You just get to pick which one you want to see. But yeah, there's the first one. These are such rad sets. If you guys ever want to see an unboxing of those, let me know, because here we go. You got the number 2. Yep, very cool. And of course, number 3. And I like how the color scheme is the you know, the clothes that they wear on the show. So you got gold for the first season, blue for the second season, and red for the third season. So I like that little, and they continue that kind of color scheme throughout other presentations that they've released. I also have the animated series. Look at that, it's you kind of see through that thing there. Very nice. So got that. Those are DVD. Those have come out on Blu-ray, so hoping to upgrade soon. Now, here it is, the Blu-ray version of all those. Those are just the DVDs down there of the original sets. So here is the Blu-ray, Season 1. Again, you got the gold for Season 1. There you go. Blue for Season 2. And for some reason, much smaller is Season 3. It didn't even come with a slip like 1 and 2 did, so that was kind of a bummer. But there it is. All 3 seasons on Blu-ray. Love those. And now here's some other fun stuff that I have. Coming up next is the autographed Ricardo Montalban. I got to meet him and have him sign this. This is when they were putting out the original series two episodes at a time on DVD. So, you know, you really had to collect a ton. But I just, at that point, I only hand selected the ones I really loved. I've since sold off a lot of those, but I kept this one for the autograph. Up next is the Roddenberry Vault. It's a very fun behind-the-scenes footage kind of collection. Up next is the Director's Cut DVD of Star Trek The Motion Picture, which wasn't available until just now on Blu-ray. Speaking of sets, here we go. This is the full motion picture collection on Blu-ray, and this includes, basically it's just 1 through, the original team, 1 through 6. Plus a bonus disc. So this is the Kirk and Crew. And up next is the single. I just held on to this because I love the cover. It's Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. I just love this gold banner that goes across. It's actually part of the cover, so it doesn't even slip. So yeah, love that. And the inside is the same. So keeping that. And then here are the rest of these. These are just bootlegs that I made. These are documentaries that came out either on TV or on VHS, and I digitally captured them and then recreated them as a collectible. So here is when Next Generation ended. They had Journey's End. So I recreated that VHS cover. Inside is a copy. Here's William Shatner's Star Trek Memories. Again, I tried to mimic whatever the VHS looked like by finding the same photos. Did that also with the behind the scenes of Deep Space Nine, and also the making of Trials and Tribulations. It's when they went back and inserted themselves into the original Trouble with Tribbles episode. There's also the Star Trek 25th anniversary. There you go. And finally, Star Trek Captain's Log. So yeah, you can tell I'm a little bit of a nut for Star Trek, because, you know, just make my own documentary. All right, so that was the collection for Star Trek, the original series with Kirk, Spock, and all those guys. And now, of course, I have the next pod is the Star Trek, The Next Generation. Got to keep the love going, y'all. Here we go. Star Trek, The Next Generation, the entire movie collection. Again, I really love these DVD, Blu-ray sets, I should say. It's also got a bonus disc inside. Super cool, man. They got a special hosted by Whoopi Goldberg. All right, now, next up, we're just going to plow through the series for you, because, you know, I'm a big fan of the series. So here we go. Star Trek The Next Generation, Season 1. Nice slips on these two, by the way. Hopefully these aren't out of order. Next Generation Season 2. Next Generation Season 3. You know where I'm going with this, y'all. There it is. Next Generation Season 4. Stay in there. All right. Season 5. There is a bit of a bummer coming up here in just a second. Season 6. Look at this. They sent this one to me with no slip. So this really irks me that all of these have a slip except for Season 6. And whoop, there we go. Season 7. All with these nice, you know, color-coded slips. So yeah, I got kind of hosed on 6. You know, it really throws off that collector completist in me. So here we go. But let's keep going. Oh. Next up is the Star Trek. This is the compendium. This is one of those ones they released with the J.J. Abrams movies. And of course, Batman Beyond. Star Trek Beyond. That'd be kind of fun if Batman showed up in a Star Trek movie. The original J.J. Star Trek. And then they released these nice little compilation things. So this is the Star Trek Time Travel Fan Collective. So this sort of has highlighted episodes right there of time travel in several of the series, not just the original. You know, I know Kirk's on there. Look at that little cover, by the way. But you got shows from the original series, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager, all showcasing some time travel. So, and with that same theory, here you go with the Star Trek Q, the fan collective with Q. So again, these are all a bunch of episodes that highlight and showcase Q. Got to keep it going with Star Trek Klingon fan collective. Look at that. Oh man, that's so good. Again, chock full of episodes from all kinds of series. And finally, I have Star Trek Discovery, believe it or not, Season 2. I really enjoyed this one because this is when Pike showed up and Spock showed up, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. You may notice I do not have Season 1, 3, or 4, only this season because I thought this was the most fun. But yeah, there you go. All right, so that brings an end to my Star Trek collection completely. That is the Next Generation. Now let's move on to the next pod. All right, now to show you I'm also a fan of Star Wars, I also have a Star Wars collection as well. So we're going to show those to you. Also a little mixed bag of Blu-rays and DVDs. Starting with, and look, I just love these collector boxes. So this was the DVD. This was the silver one because this was the widescreen, you know, I guess when they were still giving you options. But this is the original trilogy with that special bonus disc, which I thoroughly love. So there you go. And then picking it up with Phantom Menace. Again, these are these nice full loaded down DVDs, which I absolutely love. Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. And then you get this great one here, The Story of Star Wars, which has, you know, all kinds of extra little bonus goodies on it. So I always love keeping these because I feel like these are the real treasures. You know, I mean, the movies are fun, but sometimes I have more fun with those. All right, keeping it going here, some Blu-ray love. This is the big collection before the new JJ trilogies came out. So, yeah, so this is, you know, 1 through 6. You guys all know that one. Here we go. And then I start to get into some real, here, actually, before I go to the fan stuff, I'll finish it up with this. So speaking of JJ, here we go. We got the Force Awakens. Got this loaded down edition here. Another version of Force Awakens. I might give this one away. I don't really need that one as well, but I picked that up before I got the big one. Here's this really awesome Rogue One that you could like change the cover on. Still sealed, y'all. Maybe I'll sell it. Maybe fans will want that one. All right, now, speaking of fan stuff, so here's some other stuff that isn't really official, just like the Star Trek stuff. It's documentaries that I love, so I turn them into DVDs and stuff like that, and other fan-made stuff. So here is the original Star Wars trilogy. You can find these on Macari, and this is the original trilogy as they were in the theater, so no changes have been made. So as a fan, it is very nice to have all 3 of these in here, and they're all each on their own disc, so that's excellent. Up next is the Star Wars Cloak of Deception, one of these, you know, fan edit versions. And then, let's see. Actually, this is a real deal. This is called Plastic Galaxy, the story of Star Wars. This is all about sort of the craze of the toys and all that good stuff. All right, coming up next is Star Wars Revisited, right? This is where a fan sort of cobbled together all the best stuff of the original Star Wars and then the new one and made it into one thing. Fans are always, of course, you got to have that Star Wars special, this hot mess of a show. It's so not good, but it is fun to rip apart when you watch it with friends. And then here are, the rest are all documentaries and stuff that I've either captured over from VHSs or Laserdiscs even, and TV shows. So here are some Star Wars TV specials. Now these on here is the Animal Icons show, The Creature of Star Wars, Filter, the top 10 Star Wars characters, and the VH1 special, When Star Wars Ruled the World. And I'll give you a shot at the back of there. So that's how I design these. I just, you know, I love designing DVD covers and, you know, creating it, putting it in my own collection. And here is the combo of the making of Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back. And of course, I made this before they were finally released and put into one of those box sets. But, you know, I did a lot of work on these, so I like to hang on to them. Now, also, I had to get rid of my Laserdisc collection, but before I did, you bet, I captured every single thing that was on that Laserdisc onto DVD. So, again, made the cover. There it is. It's all there. In fact, even the documentary that's on the end of this, I added some, you know, John Williams music to it to make it even sweeter. And then here was a VHS called the From Star Wars to Jedi, The Making of a Saga. And again, this is pretty much what the VHS cover looks like, so I tried to find that photo and mimic it. But yeah, there you go. So that is it. So that is my little unique Star Wars collection right there, showing you that I also love that franchise. All right, that's it for that. Now let's move on to the next one. All right, this next very small segment is my Marilyn Monroe segment. I bought a box set of her movies. Actually, isn't really a box set so much as it was just a grouping of her movies. And I have them over on my shelves over there that are highlighted by my Marilyn Monroe Funko Pop. So sitting next to this beautiful pop are her movies. So let me show you the collection of Marilyn Monroe films that I have, starting with the 7-Year Itch. She's such a legend, this lady. Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. Yeah, man. It's the one with Jane Russell. River to No Return with Robert Mitchum. Let's see. Clark Gable, Montgomery Cliff. The Misfits. Ethel Merman and Donald O'Connor. And There's No Business Like Show Business, I Know. Here we go. Tony Curtis, Jack Lemmon. Some Like It Hot. I know this is got a Criterion release and all that good stuff. Maybe I'll upgrade that one day. Bus Stop. Joseph Cotton, Jean Peters in Niagara. And finally, Betty Grable and Lauren Bacall in How to Marry a Millionaire. So that is my Marilyn Monroe collection. Now let's keep going. All right, so the next section of stuff here is one of my biggest in all of my collection. That is my TV collection. And these are in no particular order or alphabeticalness. They just sort of, I tried to organize them by like comedy and sci-fi, and then the shelves are just kind of too small to really make that happen in a nice fashion. So I'm just gonna flash them all to you, and they even mix in formats. So by showing you my TV collection, you'll see actually what I have in DVD and Blu-ray. All right, so we're just gonna start off with this old, here you go. It's called When Things Were Rotten. It's done by Mel Brooks. It's a Mel Brooks TV show. It very much has his sort of weird sense of humor and sort of like that Men in Tights, Robin Hood Men in Tights kind of thing going on. So there you go, When Things Were Rotten. Big fan of the original Bosom Buddies with him and Peter Scolari. That was season 1, and there's season 2. All right, got some classics in here. Got the full Gilligan's Island set. And it's funny how like season 1 is all in black and white, but seasons 2 and 3 are all in color. When I grew up though, they only really played those color a lot, so I kind of forget. But black and white, completely 100% is the Addams Family, full set there. Next up, I really love this, is a Happy Endings. A really good cast in this. I sort of felt like once Friends ended, this started to become my next favorite sitcom. And then Big Bang Theory sort of kicked in. And this didn't last too long, but it's nice to have the 3 seasons that they did make. So yeah, nice, and they're all on Blu-ray. All right, next up, I wish I had all 5 of these. Unfortunately, I only have seasons 1 and 2, and that is in living color. This amazing cast, 1 and 2. I wish I had at least 3. That's when Jamie Foxx came on board. Next up is Welcome Back, Kotter, the show that started it off with John Travolta. Excellent. Now, speaking of old classic black and white TV shows, to go with the Addams Family, we have The Munsters. So there you go. I know the cover's in color, but this is the black and white series. And I'm such a fan of The Munsters, I also picked up this additional 2-disc DVD set. So you get 1 there and 1 on that side. And it's basically The Munsters, America's First Family of Fright. And it includes 4 feature-length documentaries plus 1.5 hours of bonus footage. And so that's a really nice addition to have. All right, keep them coming with Bruce Campbell. And that is The Adventures of Briscoe County. This was such a very clever and inventive comedy. The first 6 seasons of Happy Days. This is all with, Richie and Fonzie, before Ron Howard took off to leave the show. To me, this is the best of the show, so I don't really need to get anything beyond that. Recently did an unboxing of this. Look at this beautiful thing. Oh, man. It's the Blu-ray. The entire series of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Now, that's one that sort of took over as a great new series. And, of course, we have Friends. You guys, if you've watched my channel before, you know I'm a big Friends fan. Good old Blu-ray set. You may see a DVD set coming up soon, but we might be saving that for a special thing. And to go along with Friends, there was a few specials that aired on Friends. And believe it or not, in those Blu-rays and the DVDs, they never released these things. So in my typical fashion, I made my own Huckster original. So this one's called, I call this Friends, the One with the Specials, because all their TV shows are called The One with blah, blah, blah. So this is the one with all the specials, and what it has on it is 10 years of Friends, the one before the last one. And this was the big special they had just before the final episode. And I can't believe that doesn't exist on any of these collections. Next up is Friends, the stuff you've never seen, and that was hosted by Conan O'Brien. That's when they got moved over to TBS or KTLA or something like that. It was when they went into syndication, and there was a special, episode that Conan hosted. And then the third one is Friends bonus footage from KTLA. And KTLA is a local station here. When Friends went into syndication, they started doing in that first week, a lot of neat little trivia things on the channel. And so I just sort of kept those little trivia pieces and put them on here. So that's my little additional Friends thing. And yes, I know a lot of people weren't super fans of it, but I do love Matt LeBlanc. I do have the first season of Joey. Sort of clueless why they never put out the second season. I know a lot of people are saying, well, because the show sucked. But, you know, sometimes I still enjoy watching Joey. And I just wish they would have... It's only 2 seasons, so just wrap it up. All right, the TV continues now with Battlestar Galactica, the original series from the 70s, starring Dirk Benedict and Richard Hatch. Love those. And this is the Blu-ray collection. This is the full collection too, by the way. There's one that's got like a red banner, and that's the only difference is it includes the feature film. So of course, what did the huckster do? Yes, I did a customization. I bought the original film separately from this, and then just incorporated it into the second disc, so that the second case is Galactica 1980, and it just contained the series. But now, when you open the inside, so there's the series, and then additionally, there's the movie, or rather, yeah, like there's the movie, and then these are the 2 discs for the series, and then the inside artwork is the artwork from the movie. So this set literally includes the exact same thing as the red box, and it cost me $5 less to package it that way. All right, let's keep on rolling. Oh, these like flew out. Space continues. I'm a big sci-fi fan. Got the Buck Rogers series from the 80s with Gil Gerard. More sci-fi with Firefly on Blu-ray. My wife also loves that show. Little Shatner action here in T.J. Hooker. This is the first 2 seasons only. Next up, again, more sci-fi. Logan's Run, a very short-lived TV show. I think it was only like, what, 13 episodes or something like that. So it didn't do that well. Speaking of not doing that well, Max Headroom, the Matt Frewer TV show, a little bit ahead of its time. Really enjoyed that. More sci-fi type genres is the Planet of the Apes TV series. Got some comedy tucked in here. Big comedy fan. Police Squad. This is the series that basically was only 6 episodes long, and they were all hilarious. And then this turned into the Naked Gun series. Next up, got the 2. I hope to upgrade to Blu-ray soon with these. Is the Outer Limits Season 1 and the Outer Limits Season 2. And here's a show that takes a nod from Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it's called Tales of the Gold Monkey. Next up, Shatner. I love Shatner, so I grabbed this thing called The Barbary Coast. It was only a 1-season show. Also co-starred Doug McClure. And it's sort of like, if you remember the show Wild Wild West, you know, Shatner was always like putting on disguises and stuff like that, so they were similar in tone. Here's a show, extremely short-lived, also 6 episodes, Space Rangers. Right there is Cary Tagawa, who went on to play Shang Tsung in the Mortal Kombat movies. And now here comes these, like, they call them these big fat tubs. I'm not a fan of these tubs, but that's how you get them. So you got this just giant tub here of Matt Houston with Lee Horsley. This year we got the 4K of Sword and the Sorcerer, which he was the star of. Just picked up Burn Notice. I mean, look at this. It's just, they're just so, discs fall out of these things so easily. The Burn Notice love continues with the offshoot with Bruce Campbell. He made this film called The Fall of Sam Axe. I was very, very excited to pick this up on Blu-ray. This had sort of gone out of availability at Best Buy forever, and I just sort of kept it in my cart in that Sage section. Said sold out, so then suddenly it came back in stock for just like a very short time, like 1 day. And I snagged that, and then by the end of the day, it was gone, and that is it. I just picked up Mork and Mindy for only like 25 bucks. It's the entire series. These are all, I try to get entire series when I can, because I'm a completist that way. So here is the Blu-ray set of the Twilight Zone, the original Twilight Zone. And this is the DVD set of Psych. Love Psych. This is one of my all-time favorite shows. It has such a feel-good energy to it. Just love it. All right. And here we go. Rounding out this second stack, we're going to go with Babylon 5. I'm going to show you my love for all the sci-fi or Babylon 5 Season 1. Yeah, you know where this is going. Babylon 5 Season 2. I love the look of these sets. I love the shimmer in there. Babylon 5 Season 3. Season 4, Season 5, and then they even have this sixth collection, which is the movies. They had like little movies that came out sort of in between seasons, and this is the complete set of that. And they've since remastered all of these on HBO Max, and they look absolutely beautiful. I wish they would release those. And then here's something, once again, I made this. This is the original pilot. And in the original pilot, it had a few different cast changes, and sometimes you would see puppets. Like they'd go through this alien stuff, and there'd be puppets, almost like Jim Henson-esque stuff, that when they re-aired it, they said they cut a lot of that stuff out. The original music was done by Stuart Copeland from Police, and then Frankie took over for the entire series, and it was rescored. So if you want that original one, you've got to, well, you got to have this. I'm sure you can find it out there, but that's what I love to do. I also love British comedy, so I've got the entire series of Blackadder with Rowan Atkinson, later to become Mr. Bean. Fawlty Towers with John Cleese is so funny. And of course, no, not Monty Python. I don't have that one yet. But this one called The Young Ones, which is an absolute hysterical show. It's got Rick Mayall, who went on to be in Drop Dead Fred. So yeah, this is such a strange show. I actually have a second copy of this that I hope to give away one day. I'm trying to find the right opportunity. All right, let's keep going. I bought these all for my wife because this was her favorite show and has since, gotten me into it. I love it a lot. And that is Sex and the City. Are these in the right? Yeah, these could be in the right order. There's the first season. There's the second season. Third season? Oh, no, that's sixth. Hang on. I'll just grab the whole thing in my hand here. There we go. Third season. And it was kind of fun to get like something for her, since I'm such the big collector. There you go, fourth, fifth, and then the sixth season, parts 1 and 2. So that is the whole set of Sex and the City. So that was a lot of fun to get something that's strictly for her, and then I got to enjoy as well. All right, here we go. Sorry, I keep dipping out of frame there. Picked up Westworld. This is season 2. Because I didn't have HBO at the time. Now I've got HBO Max, so this is sort of almost pointless to have. But I do have season 2 on Blu-ray. I got this great little documentary series. If you haven't seen it, it's called The Story of Science Fiction with James Cameron. And he interviews a lot of really great people in it. He's got Lucas and Guillermo del Toro, Spielberg, Schwarzenegger, Zoe Saldana. It's like just a really fun chat fest about the world of science fiction. Next up is Doom Patrol, Season 1. Swamp Thing, Season 1. Actually, I guess it's the complete series because I never went further than that. I have Titans, Season 1. And Titans, Season 2. And I was a big fan of this growing up, and that is Ultraman. Come on, now, who doesn't like Ultraman? This is like the Ultraman from, was this like 60s? 1966. Of course, this aired in the 70s, which is when I saw it. But yeah, and this is they have a really great Steelbook out right now. And they're all Blu-rays, but it's all like the Japanese language. So you have to watch it with subtitles if you want to see it. I'm sort of used to that bad dubbed version with the English, but so that's not what you get though. Next up is, I absolutely love this series, and it's called Episodes. It's the one that Matt LeBlanc did after Joey, and it is way better than Joey and extremely funny. So seasons 1 and 2. And the third season. I still need to get seasons 4 and 5. Next up is, I just found this at the dollar store. It's called My Name is Earl, Season 1 for $1. I really love this show. It was super funny. And the reason I picked it up is because it was still sealed, brand new for $1. And of course, the problem with that is now it makes me want to collect all the other ones. Oh boy. This was a great show. It's called Human Target. And I don't know, it was... The first season was so kick-ass because the story is this guy sort of assumes all kinds of identities and becomes the person that, is supposed to be there, but is not. He's sort of in their place. And it was really kick-ass. And season 2 just really dropped the ball. So I just sort of have it just for season 1. I consider it sort of a self-contained season 1 because 2 was like not even the same vibe. Whoops, hang on. All right, I just totally dropped Miami Vice. Smash the corner, y'all. Oh, well, whatever. It's the Miami Vice 5-season set, complete series from Mill Creek. And another one from Mill Creek is the Quantum Leap 5-season set. I love the colors that they do for these things. Very nice. All right, let's keep it going. This is the newest one that I just got in. I was going to do an unboxing for this one, but who knows where these videos will fall in place. But there you go. Just picked up the A-Team on sale for like $45, Blu-ray. And here's a bunch of like some animations and stuff like that. So we have Jetsons, the complete original series. Johnny Quest. Man, I love Johnny Quest. One of my favorites. Thundar, the Barbarian. I showed that to my family. My wife and daughter even love that one a lot. The Flintstones complete series. I got the Herculoids on DVD. I want to upgrade that to Blu-ray though. I got one season of the Beverly Hillbillies. And which one is this? This is the second season. I got that at like Big Lots, you know? Yeah, this is sort of like my Big Lots score. This was Cheers, season 1. Now here's something that only ran for one season, and that is the sort of like a reboot, redo of The Dark Shadows, starring Ben Cross. And I really enjoyed this, really good. I got to meet the creator at work one day, and he signed something for me. And also we have The Tik, and a Saturday Night Live Christopher Walken's Greatest Hits. And that's right, it's got more cowbell. Speaking of more, let's keep going. Okay, next up is my Futurama collection. Like I said, the TV continues. I love so many things. Sci-fi, comedy, animation, just a big fan. So starting off with season 1, I love these releases. It has the, you know, the windows in there. You have all this cool stuff there. So season 1, season 2, oh, season 3. I wish they kept this going for all the seasons, but they didn't. Season 4, as you can tell, season 4 just became a slip thing, which is also kind of neat though. But as these things tend to do, they start cracking, so they're kind of fragile. It's 4. And then when all the new seasons came out, they got super cheap, but I still love the look. Season 5 is these all paper ones. And there's only 13 episodes in these. Season 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that was all the ones that came on. And then you also had the movies. So you had The Beast with a Billion Backs. Bender's Game. Into the Wild Green Yonder. And Bender's Big Score. Next up is a big block of my superhero TV shows. Beginning with this extremely cheesy Warner Archive thing. It's called Legends of the Superheroes. It was this absolutely awful thing that came out in the 70s. I remember it very vividly. I even had this on VHS for the longest time. And this was the return of Adam West and Burt Ward playing Batman and Robin. So almost 10 years after the fact. And yeah, it's not good. But, you know, sometimes you collect the garbage. And that is certainly one of those. All right, just going to keep it going. Again, no particular order. The DVDs of The Birds of Prey before the Harley Quinn stuff. This is Arrow second season on Blu-ray. This is the original Flash with John Wesley Shipp. Absolutely love this show. It was only one season long, so this is the complete series. And then the Grant Gustin show. Here's season 1 of The Flash, the new Flash with Grant. And back in the 70s, growing up, you know, when you had Saturday morning cartoons, you also had some live-action good stuff. And you had some live-action superheroes that consisted of Shazam, which I loved a lot. And then the partner show ISIS came on the next year. And then they did some teaming up. You can even see on the back, there's a little Shazam and ISIS team up. You know, team ups are good. They were teaming up before Marvel got a hold of those team ups. That's right. Let's keep it going here. I got the entire Linda Carter Wonder Woman series on Blu-ray. And speaking of Blu-ray, here we go. The Incredible Hulk. I did an unboxing of this. Got a lot of views, man. People seem to be really interested in loving The Incredible Hulk. And the good thing is this does include the movies as well. So yeah, and all kinds of cool bonus things as well. So Also a big fan of Superman and Lois and Clark. Speaking of, here you go. All right, I don't know what sort of order these are in, so we'll just do it like, first we'll do this. Here's Superboy, Season 1. These were charming. I remember these in the late 80s, I think is when they came out. You know, they are what they are. I remember seeing those in the afternoon. The original Superman serial with Kirk Allen. It's the black and white ones. And then we have, all right, let's just do this. Do we have, totally out of order. All right, here we go. So we got Season 1 of Lois and Clark. I loved this show, man. Terry Hatcher is an outstanding Lois. Dean Cain played a really great Superman. Season 2. These would be nice to have on Blu-ray as well. 3. And Season 4. And wrapping up my superhero collection is this awesome box set, Blu-ray box set of Smallville. Oh my God, this looks so amazing. I hope to one day open this sucker and do an unboxing for you guys. I also collected this in all of the DVDs and then Blu-rays. They started Blu-rays starting at, I think, 5 or 6. So it was a very uneven collection. So when this came out, I jumped at the chance of having the entire series on Blu-ray. So I still do have the DVDs. They're over here, but they're in the sellback pile. So let's see. We will continue with some Looney Tunes. Okay, we have 3 volumes of Looney Tunes right here. So you got your volume 1 and volume 2. And volume 3. What I love about these are all original and uncut. Even found this one at a thrift store, sealed brand new for $4. So that was awesome. I think there's 6 total, so the completest in me feels like I need to get the rest of those. I also just picked this up, which is the Batman the Animated Series, the complete thing here. You got Season 1 of Desperate Housewives. Again, big Terry Hatcher fan. I really enjoyed that show. And I got a couple of, you know, these come out periodically in sets. It's not like full seasons, you know, it's just sort of like 4 movies at a time. So this is one of the Mystery Science Theater 3000s. And in this we got Robot Holocaust, Operation Kid Brother, Kitten with a Whip, and Revenge of the Creature, which is why I bought it, because that Revenge of the Creature episode is absolutely hilarious. All-time favorite from that series. All right, I also picked up during my shopping spree at Big Lots. Both of these, this is like almost the complete I Love Lucy set. This is seasons 1 through 5, and this is 7, 8, and 9. Where is 6? I don't know, but I know you can get it on Amazon. And you can also actually undo what I did here, and there's actually a full set now that you can get that's got everything in it. So, but this is when I think my very first Big Lots run within that first month. This was one of those runs. So this is one of the first things I bought for the channel was I Love Lucy. A Doctor Strange pilot for Marvel. That was a failed pilot. Yes, this is a bootleg because the official release was not available, but it is now. So if you want that, that's on Amazon. The show Extras with Ricky Gervais, not Richie. Next up is something I got from my friend. So one friend of mine sent me the $6 Million Man. This is the pilot TV movies and season 1. And this nice little set with the slipcover. And then my buddy Caveman sent me the entire series right here. Look at that. In this sweet little box set. So absolutely love this. It's such a great show. So thanks again, Caveman. Who also, by the way, sent me this, The Wire, which I'm slowly plowing through. Yeah, so there you go. It's a full Wire. Look at that thing. It's pretty sweet. All right, let's keep it going. Here it is. So this is the last of the stack, and these we're going to end with animation. Now, I know this is a movie that was made, but it is based off a TV show, and because it was in the wrong section, well, I don't want to forget to show it off, so here it is. So it's Transformers the movie, which came out shortly after the TV series, so this was in the theater. This is the 20th anniversary edition, and of course I upgraded it to Blu-ray. So yeah, so that just happened to be over in the animation section. Didn't want to forget to show it to you. Here's the Spider-Man the New Animated Series, which in this case I think came out, what, in the 2000s or something? Ah, yes, Ren and Stimpy. Gosh, these guys, love that series. This is the Plastic Man cartoon. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle cartoon. Look at that, even came with a slip. What? That's pretty cool. Thundar the Barbarian did not come with a slip. I think I showed you this over there. It was on Blu-ray, so I had this in a different section. Probably because I'm going to slowly sell off these DVD versions. Same thing here. Here's Johnny Quest. But man, I just love, look at this set. It's such a really nicely packaged set. The Blu-ray is just kind of like uninspiring, but this is just so nicely done. Of course, oh, again, this is a movie, but it was in the animated section. I put a lot of the animation stuff over here, which is also where my daughter's movies are, so I think I just forgot to unbuckle them for you guys. For example, The Iron Giant. It's an animated, it's a movie, but it was over here in the animation. And then there's the DVD of it as well. Steven Spielberg's Freakazoid, Season 1. Batman the Brave and the Bold, Season 2, Part 1. Also given to me by my buddy Keith. Thanks again, Keith. And the New Adventures of Batman. And with that, my friends, that is the entire TV collection, which includes animation, live action, comedy, drama, science fiction, all that good stuff. There you go, a very massive portion of my collection. But we're not done yet. Let's keep going. You guys still with me? Hope you're hanging in there. Here we go. All right, this next section is what I call my daughter's section. It's kind of like the Disney section, Disney movies, animated movies, things that she enjoyed watching, you know, some of which has sort of phased out of her. So we'll have to see if we still desire to keep a lot of these. But starting off in no particular order or format, we have Ratatouille, Wreck-It Ralph, I'm gonna wreck it, Atlantis, The Lost Empire. This was a really good movie. I enjoyed it. Oh, we're already dropping stuff, y'all. Here we go. The Little Mermaid. And this is a movie based on a show my daughter loves called Steven Universe. This is Steven Universe, the movie. Look at that slip, man, all rainbow, metallic. And we watch a lot of these together as well. So she got us into that. The Incredibles. Cars. Cars 2, actually. Here we go with Inside Out. I loved this one. Very good. Chicken Little. Secret Life of Pets. Tangled. She loves Tangled, man. She even got into the series Tangled. Yeah, and if you heard it, yeah, the stack just fell over there. If you were listening carefully, you heard the tumble. Wall-E. I know we just got the Criterion of this, but there you go. There's the Blu-ray. Schoolhouse Rock. Grew up with these, so it was fun to sort of keep these around, watch them every once in a while. Nightmare Before Christmas. Big Hero 6. The First Cars. I am just dropping stuff left and right. Minions. We'll have to see what that was when I get near the end. Angry Birds 1 and 2. We're a big fan of these films. Look, these are on 4K. They should be in the 4K section, but nah, I kept them in her section because these are her movies. So yeah, I like those. Those are pretty funny. Princess and the Frog. What an underrated film. This is probably, of all those traditional hand-drawn Disney movies, this is my favorite. Hands down. Fantastic music, great vocal work, beautiful animation. So good. And that was my daughter's favorite for a long time. Planet 51. I'll never watch that again. The Lego Movie. Oh, there we go. Space Ghost. And Dino Boy. That's probably, should be in my section, actually. Monsters, Inc. Finding Nemo. Finding Dory. Gotta find them both. Of course, I have the Steelbook on that as well. Frozen. Sorry, things are just falling around. Zootopia with this cool little lenticular thing there. And this was also part of that Disney Club, so you got that lenticular that came with it. How to Train Your Dragon. Batman versus Robin. Yeah, this is probably more like it belong. Okay, so these belong in my section as well. Justice League: The Throne of Atlantis. Here we go, back to her. Here we go. Teen Titans Go to the Movies. This is so funny. Love it. And another Teen Titans. It's Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans. And finally, Aladdin. This is the 4K Aladdin live action one with Will Smith. Toy Story 3. The Blu-ray, and The Lion King. All right, that is going to do it for the animated section, the Disney section, my daughter's section, a couple leftovers that are supposed to be in my section. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, this next section I really love. I call it my box set collection. I know there may be other box sets that have popped up and appeared on this collection showcase already, but these I've literally just sort of set aside as box sets to show off for you, and in no particular order. They're literally just stacked up next to me. I'm going to attempt to transfer them one at a time. I'm going to start with the entire Planet of the Apes box set. This is what a deal this was. This is a 9-movie collection, all on Blu-ray with the recent 3 all on 4K. I got this entire box for $24. So super good. Got a nice little booklet in there. So love that. Got the full Fly collection here. Love this. And I'm not really going to just show these off too much. It's just, I just want to show you what I have. If you ever want to see any specific video on one, let me know. This is probably my all-time favorite. I absolutely adore and love these classic monster movies. This is the Universal 30 Monster Collection, 30 film collection. And I've plowed through every single one of these last Halloween, and it was quite a treat. So if you guys ever get a chance to get your hands on one of these, grab it, because it is so good. Love it. All right, here we go. Here's this fantastic Lord of the Rings box set. I love this thing. This is what I wish they would have done for the newer stuff. I mean, look at the detail this thing is packed with. And these discs in there are beautiful. This is what the new, the 4Ks should have been in something like this. This is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful packaging. Love it. Okay, I did an unboxing of this recently. This is my Spielberg collection. I love this thing. This is, was it 8 movie? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 movie collection. Probably it's not like 10 or more or something like that. But this is a great set for Spielberg's goodies. Speaking of great directors, here's my Hitchcock collection that I watched every single one of these earlier this year. Up next is a very fun one. It's the Scooby-Doo Haunted House. It's the entire Scooby-Doo Where Are You series in here in this great looking haunted house, which is quite fun. I did an unboxing of this as well. If you want to see what this looks like, go check that out. Here is my James Bond set. Of course, this is just before Spectre came out. So actually, when you get these, they're like books. And when you open it up, there's even a slot that says Spectre, and it's empty, so that you could, when you bought Spectre, you could add it to this. But of course, we've gotten one more after Spectre. So yeah, you can't quite pull it off as a complete set, but I love this anyway. It's just so gorgeous. Big Bond fan. Another big box similar to that is the original Batman TV series on Blu-ray. Man, I'm just so happy and ecstatic that this came out. There was 2 versions of this, the red one and the green one. I got the green one because everyone was getting the red one, and so this one just looked a little bit different. And you got like a letter from Adam West in this one. I'm not sure if you got that in the red one, but yeah, super cool. Glad to have that. And here's my Evil Dead Groovy box set. Look at that thing. Oh yeah, man. Check that out. I did an unboxing of that as well. Here is the Scream Factory Friday the 13th box set. Every single one of them looking pretty as a picture right there. What a great set that is. Here's a tin that I got. This is not so much a box set as a really nice piece. I just saw it sitting there, so I thought I'd include it in there. Look at this, a very nicely embossed tin. And in here, you got the 2-disc collector's edition on DVD of King Kong. And it comes with, it even has this awesome book inside, as well as some, poster prints of some of the, posters. And I got the Blu-ray of this same one. So I usually include the Blu-ray inside here, but I love this tin. I didn't want to get rid of the tin, even though it's tough to fit up on the shelf. but I love that. Here's an exquisite Wizard of Oz collection. I know this is, again, on DVD, but look at this thing. It's such a well-made thing, and nothing like this came out when it came out on Blu-ray. I mean, there was a couple of Blu-ray special editions, but this one I just thought was the real mother of them all. Just so beautifully packaged, and I love all the goodies that came with it. So definitely holding on to that. Probably mix my Blu-rays in with it. And I always love this set. This is the Indiana Jones set. I love the look, the parchment, and all that good stuff. Look at that. So I'll just always hang on to this. I know it's DVD. I'll never watch the DVDs. I'll watch the 4Ks. But I just love this set, as it's one of my favorite franchises. I'm going to hang on to that. Speaking of franchises I really like, here's the Alien Quadrilogy box set. Look at that little shine, little rainbow pattern there. Yes, of course, this is the DVD set, but it's a beautiful collection. Still got that. All right, coming up next, I'm going to do my Abbott and Costello Universal Road Picture collection. Look at this beefy looking thing. It looks like it comes in like a little steamer trunk, you know, kind of thing. It's got all like stickers on it and stuff. But yeah, I mean, just like that. It's like got so many good Abbott and Costello films in there. I know, still sealed. You'll see that a lot, like I said. And now, to continue the Bond love, I just love these editions, even though I have all the Blu-rays, and now I'm starting to get some 4Ks with Daniel Craig. But just look at these. These are so well done. And these sets are incredible, absolutely incredible. So this is Volume 1. And it's got Goldfinger, Diamonds Are Forever, Man with the Golden Gun, Living Daylights, and The World Is Not Enough. Here is Volume... Why is there two things on here? Careful, careful. Hang on. There we go. This is Volume 2. And they went with the blue theme of Volume 2. Nice embossed logo right there. And this one's got Thunderball, Spy Who Loved Me, Vita Will Kill, License to Kill and Die Another Day on this set. Let me know if you guys want me to do an unboxing of all four of these so I can show them off to you. They're quite exquisite. Volume 3. There we go. That's so funny. Look at this one. So this one, interesting. So it's got Volume 3 all the way around, whereas, oh, I know what it is. These other ones had little stickers on the back. And I didn't have Volume 3. I got this off of eBay, so there was no sticker on it. But it includes From Russia with Love, Our Majesty's Secret Service, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and GoldenEye. And finally, Volume 4, which I finally picked up for a steal on eBay. Totally did not pay 70 bucks for it. Concludes with Dr. No, You Only Live Twice, Moonraker, Octopussy, and Tomorrow Never Dies. So I really enjoy those sets. Going to hang on to those for sure. All right, and now we're winding down here. The last three massive sets that I have here is the Columbia Classics Volume 2 with all 6 of these films. Anatomy of a Murder, Oliver, Taxi Driver, Stripes, Sense and Sensibility, and The Social Network. And Volume 3, which just dropped down massively on sale. So grab this one. It's got It Happened One Night, From Here to Eternity, To Sir with Love, The Last Picture Show, Annie, and As Good as It Gets. I did not get the Volume 1. I missed out on that, so probably, unless I get it for a really good deal, probably not going to have it. And finally, the biggest, most honking thing in my collection. It is heavy, and that is, I've shown this off before, this humongous box set for Friends. This is all wood. This is very heavy, and it's the entire DVD collection. It's got this great door on the front. Let's see if I can open it. There you go. And it's got all 10 seasons that fit perfectly inside. And this thing is heavy. It's hard to hold. Now, if I turn it around to the back, see on the side, you got Friends. And on the back, if you look, there we go. You can see there's like a city embossed on the sides. There you go, all the way around. So yeah, this is a really heavy, hefty piece, but I absolutely love it. When the show came out, you know, they came out one season at a time till you got to 10. So you had to send away for this case. And being, I don't want to drop that, a huge Friends fan that I am, I wanted to make sure I got that case. So I sent away for the case and got it, and now there it is. Oh, and one more, I almost forgot this amazing box set. It was in a different spot. And that is this Ghostbusters Ghost Trap. Oh man, I was so happy to find this on eBay. This was after they all sold out. Somebody put these online for almost the same cost, and I snatched one up. So here it is. This is it. It's my last one to show off here, the Ghostbusters Ghost Trap of all the current movies. Love this. All right, so that is going to do it for all of my box sets. Now, let's move on to the next one. Okay, this next section is a doozy. It is my DVD collection. I've tried to whittle down the DVDs, but right now it's actually pretty big comparatively. It is 4 tall stacks. These are going to be completely random, no alphabetical order, no genre or anything like that, because really what I keep these around for is either I might consolidate some of these in with the Blu-rays because they have some goodies still on them, or I'm just going to get rid of them and I need to prepare a box for them. So without further ado, now these are not going away. These are part of my Bond collection, so they go over here with the Bond stuff. So this is the documentary Bond Girls Are Forever, the James Bond story, and then this is just the movie on DVD, James Bond Never Say Never Again. All right, so those go over there to stay with the Bond stuff. All right, now it just comes a bunch of random stuff to either watch or consolidate or get rid of. Here we go. From Dusk Till Dawn, and I'll try to be quick with this for you. Steve McQueen, Bullet. Elvis Presley, Viva Las Vegas. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Joyride with Paul Walker. The Best of the Chris Rock Show. Night of the Living Dead. I am hanging on to this because I actually got to do the trailer. When this special edition came out, they came to me to ask me to do a trailer for the release of this thing. So my trailer appears on this movie. So I'm very excited about that, very happy about that. James Dean, Rebel Without a Cause. The Orville season, which one is this? Second season, so I want to get the first season. These will probably actually migrate over to the TV section, so I'm going to leave that right there. See, sometimes doing this, you realize things are just sitting in the wrong place. This is Heart to Heart, the complete first season. I remember enjoying this, watching it growing up. Not sure how well it holds up. That's why I only have the first season. Found it at a swap meet for a couple of bucks, so... This is something I wish I had an upgrade of. The Sure Thing. Love that movie. John Cusack, one of his best. So good. And I've got to crack this open and watch it soon. I just picked up the Movie Hoarders. Some of our friends are in here. I believe, what do we got? Probably like, well, there's Wet Movie 1 in this one. And Jeff with Films at Home. I think they're in here. So, yeah. Check that out. Whole 9 Yards. Bruce Willis. Enter the Dragon. Catch Me If You Can, which I recently consolidated into my Steelbook over there. Check out that video. It's really good. Chicago. Oh, actually, this is an autograph, John Landis. I'm going to put this right over here. That reminds me. I'm going to do something right after this. I'm going to show you just the ones that have autographs on them. So here we go. Notting Hill. To Kill a Mockingbird, which now I have the Steelbook of, so I don't need that anymore. Playing by Heart. Recently upgraded that to a Blu-ray. The Late Night, or is it The Late Shift? Sorry, The Late Shift, which was a story, the documentary, or the movie, you know, but, about the battle between Jay Leno and David Letterman. And actually I do some extra work in that film. Married to the Mob on DVD, since I upgraded that to Blu-ray. I don't really need this anymore. Although if you look at the cover of this, I did a custom slipcover for Married to the Mob, and I mimicked this cover for that. Up next, 6 Days, 7 Nights. The Abyss, which, you know, hopefully I hear is coming out on 4K. All of Me. Ruthless People. Rat Race, another one of my treasure hunting movies that I always enjoy. Meatballs, of course I have the Blu-ray of that, so I'll get rid of that. Wag the Dog. Mosquito Coast, Harrison Ford. She's the One, Edward Burns. I really enjoyed this film. All right, that is stack 1. Now let me straighten this up so it don't fall over. It's leaning, y'all. All right, here comes stack 2. A Few Good Men. I have this on Blu-ray now, so. Volcano. I know this is a discontinued Blu-ray, so I found this at a swap meet. So until I can find it on Blu-ray at a cheap price, I have it that way. Same thing with No Way Out. check this out, 2,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This really loaded edition 2-disc set for only $1 at a swap meet. Jackie Chan collection. It's an 8-film set collection. Has Operation Condor, Operation Condor 2, The Armor of the God, Dragon Lord, Twin Dragons, Jackie Chan's Project A, Jackie Chan's Project A2, Super Cop, and The Accidental Spy. Woo! It's a lot of Jackie Chan. Mad Monkey Kung Fu. I love some Kung Fu movies. This thing I found in Swap Meet, I now realize I'm never going to watch this. W.C. Fields. It's a really sweet looking box. If you love Whoa! Oh, W.C. Fields. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, we'll strict that. There you go. Strictly Ballroom. This is called Trek Stars Go West. And this is something I was glad to get my hands on. And it's some older stuff with like Leonard Nimoy, Shatner, DeForest Kelley, and James Doohan before they hit Star Trek. They were doing things like, you know, Rawhide or Bonanza or things like that. And it has episodes of those on here. And boy, the quality is not good on that. But it's good enough to watch. Signs. And that's not a bootleg. That was a legit purchase too. School of Rock. Building Star Trek. You know, can never have too many documentaries about Star Trek. Here is Sidney Poitier, One Bright Light. A little documentary I found at a thrift store. There's just a standalone Jackie Chan. Operation Condor 2, Armor of the Gods. And Operation Condor. Sense and Sensibility. It's a movie called Starstruck. I actually edited this, so they gave me a free copy. So there you go. It's not good, but you know. Mystery Science Theater 3000, the movie. R2-D2, Beyond the Dome. Or was it? Yeah, Beneath the Dome. Beneath the Dome. That's a very, very funny, spoofy little thing. Here's the Rambo set. This metal slipcover. You can cut your fingers off if you dropped it hard enough. And this one only has Rambo 1, 2, and 3, but a nice little supplemental disc as well. This Fantastic Ghostbusters 1 and 2 comes with a nice book inside. Oh, Roger Rabbit. This is so good. I wish they'd have done half as good on the Blu-ray with the menu. The menu work on this is outstanding. So good. It's a big old beefy set of Sin City. Nice little, it's not quite a digibook kind of thing, but it's Lawrence of Arabia. It's yeah, I mean, it feels like fabric. This thing, it's like a fabric has been, you know, laid on here, and then that sticker's been put on it. Super nice. My buddy Doug gave me that one. True Romance, but now I have the Steelbooks, so don't really need this, but this is a nice DVD. Indiana Jones, The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. This is an awesome particular, it's like, look at this massive digibook. It's so freaking good. It's long too. It's like a big book. Still smells fresh. Like it just got printed. But yeah, this is really, really nice. Again, I wish they just did more of those kind of things. You know, when you hold them, you feel good. It's the RoboCop trilogy. And speaking of trilogies, the Godfather DVD collection. All right, that's getting pretty full over here. We'll see how many more we can add before I need to clear out. Here we go. The Top Gun. This is the special collector's edition. I think it's like 3 discs. Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, 1, 2. Oh, yeah, this is the one. When you went to Best Buy, you had to like get to Best Buy because there was a bonus disc right there that you only got at Best Buy. And it was sort of like shrink wrapped on the outside. So, of course, I found a 3 flipper case and added it to the inside. So now that's a nice, yeah, I mean, because if you look on the back, it only says disc 1 and 2. So yeah, this contains that special bonus disc from Best Buy. Abbott and Costello 8 movie collection. Here's just something I found at the thrift store. Thought it would be fun to watch at some point. It's called the Grand Slam XIV. What is that? 14. The Sci-Fi Summit, March 10th through the 12th, 2006 at the Pasadena Center. And it's just a whole bunch of these sci-fi actors, probably having a good old round table. And they're not all Star Trek people, too. Some are from Farscape and other sci-fi things like that. I'm sure that's a one and done whenever I go to see it. This is very funny. George Lucas in Love. If you guys have never seen this, try to find it somewhere. It's a really charming little fan film. All right, I think I'm going to have to clear this out. One more. Breakfast at Tiffany's. Thelma and Louise. I picked this sucker up because, look, it's still, like, sealed and crispy good. I'm thinking about upgrading to, like, the Blu-ray. I have a feeling, I feel like this is Ridley Scott. It'll get a 4K at some point. And this slip is still super nice. I could probably customize the slip. Just take a little off the bottom there and put it on the 4K Blu-ray. So we're keeping it around for that. All right, let's just keep plowing through here. Alien versus Predator. Clash of the Titans. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I want to upgrade this one. The Prestige. Maltese Falcon. Dolph Lundgren's The Punisher. The original The Producers with Gene Wilder. Ah, yes, the great Monty Python and the Holy Grail. This is an excellent DVD edition, absolutely. This is one of the first things my wife ever bought me when we started dating for my birthday or Christmas, one of the two. So I'll always hang on to this one for that reason. But I definitely want to upgrade this to Blu-ray, and maybe, I think I'm going to hold off because if we got a 4K for The Meaning of Life, I think we're going to definitely get one for that. Guys and Dolls. Try to keep the glare off here. Roman Holiday. Some of these I've never seen. Get Shorty. I upgraded that to the Shout Factory one. Da Vinci Code. Ooh, this goes in my TV collection. I gotta put this over there. Almost Human. This was such a good show. Yeah, it was J.J. Abrams. Of course, there's old, you know, Carl Urban, who's in The Boys and Star Trek and all that good stuff. It was... Man, it had such good potential, but, you know, once again, it got cut short before its time. Oh, here's another thing that goes in my Bond section, is the Top Gear, 50 Years of James Bond Cars. This was really fun. I found this at the dollar store, man, for $1. So I was happy to add that into my Bond collection. Tech War, William Shatner's Tech War. Good old Shatner. Ooh, this is the Bela Lugosi 3-pack. White Zombie, the Ape Man, and the Gorilla. Wow, man, he's into those simian rolls. As good as it gets. I did upgrade to the imprint, and now I also have the box set that has this in it as well. So I might even sell off the imprint now that I have that. Frisco Kid. This is a great movie with Gene Wilder and Harrison Ford, which now has a Blu-ray in the Warner Archive. So I'm gonna upgrade this to that. Maybe consolidate the two together. Top Secret. Of course, I got the Blu-ray on that now. I have this, The Guest, because I don't have I'm just sort of waiting to see which version I get. So until then, I do love this cover. I love that sort of like, you know, crack poster looking style to that poster. So anyway, I just have that sort of as a placeholder. Nick Knight. This was the pilot vampire movie that eventually spawned a TV show. Purple Rose of Cairo. Zelig. It's a couple of Woody Allen films I found at the dollar store so I could, like, you know, learn a little bit more about his stuff. East of Eden. Goonies. Of course, I now have the 4K on that. Found it for $10. It's a Wonderful Life. Also upgraded this title, so I won't need that anymore. Here we go. Keep it rolling here. Private Resort with Johnny Depp. Metropolis, which I've definitely upgraded to Blu-ray on that one already. Hot Shots Part 1 and 2. Here's the original Scarface. Is this the one? Yeah, it's the one with Boris Karloff. So sometimes I snag these at these little thrift stores because I want to watch these older versions and see how they are. Little Shop of Horrors. Definitely want to upgrade this to at least Blu-ray. It deserves a 4K though. Snagged a couple of Three Stooges when I was out at the swap meet. All right, here it is, the last stack, y'all. Here we go. We'll go kind of quick. The Joy Luck Club. Last of the Mohicans. My wife loves this movie. It's one of her favorites. Walt, the Man Behind the Myth. Little documentary. Saturday Night Live, The Best of Eddie Murphy. The original Nightmare on Elm Street DVD. I have the whole Blu-ray section on that now. I love this. Stranger Things. I believe this is the Blu-ray, though. Yeah, this is the Blu-ray. I wish they would have done more of these. Like, the whole set should come out looking like a VHS. Imagine these side by side, all the seasons. God, that would be so gorgeous. God, I don't know why they just put the brakes on that. It's really nice. Something About Mary. Narnia. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Elvira, Movie Macabre. And in this one, we have Night of the Living Dead and I Eat Your Skin. Classic Elvira. Annie Hall, the one that beat out Star Wars, so I will begrudgingly watch that one of these days. Serving Sarah. I just picked this up. And the reason I picked it up is because I just finished Matthew Perry's book, and what a heartbreaker of a book it is. And so there's a little story that goes behind this film, and it was not a great shoot. I hear it's not even a good movie, and Elizabeth Hurley had a real tough time working with Matthew Perry. So I kind of want to see what all that drama was about. Jackie Chan, man! Drunken Master. Sweet. Flight Plan, Jodie Foster. More Jackie Chan, Who Am I? I love this movie. This got an incredible fight near the end. So good. Cheaper by the Dozen. I love this movie with Steve Martin. I wish it was on Blu-ray. This Cheaper by the Dozen 2 is on Blu-ray. All right, go figure that. True Lies, of course, we need that one. Moon over Parador. Good old Raul Julia and Richard Dreyfuss. This is Spinal Tap. I have since upgraded to Blu-ray on that one. Almost done. Hollow Man. Yeah, I got the Blu-ray on that too. Some of these, you know, might be here for a reason. Perhaps a consolidation is coming. Footloose. Let me just scoop up the rest here. Here we go. The last of the DVDs, y'all. Point Break. Richard Pryor stand-up comedy double feature. Richard Pryor Here and Now and Richard Pryor Live on the Sunset Strip. These are two great stand-up comedies by Richard Pryor. I used to listen to him and George Carlin ad nauseum growing up. I mean, I could quote them. I've listened to them so much. Broken Arrow. Love Potion number 9. Sandra Bullock. Panic Room. Look at this. It's a really sweet Panic Room set. We can only hope that a Blu-ray looks that nice. Bring It On. City Slickers, which I also have on Blu-ray. And The Cable Guy. And finally, we have Flashdance and this Army of Darkness. Guys, that is it. That is all the side DVDs that I have that are eventually going to go away or get consolidated, or I'll just hang on to because there aren't Blu-rays for those yet. All right, let's keep going. Almost done. All right, this next section is called my autograph section. It's very small, but I have a few of my DVDs that have been autographed by some heavy hitters, so I'm going to go ahead and show them to you right now. This is inspired earlier. I showed you Coming to America, so I'll repeat that one. But here we go. So we have Mortal Kombat. I'm going to try to get it so you can see it. It is signed by Cary Tagawa, who played Shang Tsung. And so here is, and I took the discs out so I can better show you. So here's Coming to America. These I've consolidated, and I have videos that show these off, so you can go look for those. And the reason I put them inside here is because, you know, the autograph is made out to me. So it's basically a worthless autograph to anybody but me. So yes, I cut the DVD thing and put it in here, but you know, it's not an 8x10. It's not a work of art. It's just a DVD cover. So it makes me happy to have it in here so I don't have to keep a separate thing on the shelf. Same thing for the next one here. Is American Werewolf in London. He also signed my American Werewolf in London there. Check it out. So you got Brian with John Landis, and Griffin Dunn signed this one as well. So I keep this inside here. Now the rest are all the DVDs as is. No consolidation has been done with them. I got a ton of John Landis. He was willing to sign a whole bunch of stuff. So here's my Blues Brothers. He also did a Kentucky Fried Movie. Let's see if I can get a good shot there. That's pretty good right there. Kentucky Fried Movie. Animal House, one of my fave comedies. There we go right there. And then, so that's it for John Landis. The next one is this movie, Free Enterprise. I love these guys. They do a podcast called 430 Movie and Inglorious Trexperts. It's Mark A. Altman and a couple other guys like Darren Doctorman and Robert Meyer Burnett. You guys, if you watch a lot of stuff on YouTube and you're into those kind of things, you've probably recognized them. But so here is Free Enterprise. They wrote this for William Shatner, who actually agreed to do it. So, and he's really good in this, y'all. If you've never seen it, check it out. And so there it is. So you got the autograph by Darren Doctorman there, Mark A. Altman there. I did get to meet Robert Meyer Burnett at Comic-Con, but I didn't have this with me, so hopefully one day soon I'll be able to get his autograph because he's actually the one that directed this. So someday, Robert. I got me some Leonard Nimoy, which is very nice. As a Star Trek fan, I got Leonard Nimoy. He's got me a little Live Long and Prosper on there. And finally, my very last one, the heavy hitter for the end, y'all. Sylvester Stallone signed my copy of Rocky. Cannot get better than Stallone, y'all. That's it. Tiny little section, autographs. Love those things. All right, let's keep on going. All right, we are almost done. 2 more sections left. This is the DVD sort of documentary collection and stuff like that. So you'll see as we go along, lots of sci-fi documentaries. So this one is called The Definitive 4-Volume History, The Sci-Fi Files. I love this kind of stuff, man, especially when it goes over the history of films and TV, and it features, you know, clips from Close Encounters, Aliens, 2001, Men in Black, Terminator, Total Recall, Star Trek, Blade Runner, etc., etc. And, you know, I just love anything that goes over the history of sci-fi. So pick that up. And anything that goes over the history of studios. So here's Looking at You, Warner Brothers, the history of the Warner Brothers studio. Love this kind of stuff. Love it. AFI, they put out some of these series called The Directors, and I got one on James Cameron and Ron Howard, 2 of my all-time faves. Here is the documentary, The Alien Saga. Completely separate from the box sets and stuff. Oh, and also it's not just documentaries. These are also video compilations, you know, like music videos or concerts. So I saw Les Mis in concert here and just loved it. So I picked up the Les Mis, the musical that swept the world. This is the Dreamcast. I just love this musical. It's so fantastic. Huge Cyndi Lauper fan, so I have Cyndi Lauper at Last, which has tons of good Cyndi videos in it. As you can tell, more Cyndi Lauper. Two Cyndi Lauper videos. Also a huge David Bowie fan. So you can tell I sort of crossed the boundaries from pop, you know, to like avant-garde. Here we go. The Secret Origin, the story of DC Comics. Also love any sort of, I'm a sucker for a documentary about comic books and superheroes. I picked this up, Sting, the Brand New Day tour. I got to see him live during this tour. Loved it so much. They actually handed these out when you were there, so I was very happy to get a copy of that. Rick Springfield, big fan of his. It's a compilation of a whole bunch of his videos, like almost 15 videos in there. Also a big Queen fan. This is a great concert of Queen. So this has about 25 different songs on it, so it's excellent. Can't have a video collection without Madonna. More Madonna, because I absolutely love Madonna. Here is a Steve Martin collection. I don't know if this could have fit into the TV section maybe, but it's sort of a compilation of all of Steve Martin's appearances. It's like a multi-disc set, 3-disc set. It's got stand-up specials, NBC specials, and bits and pieces. So it's just tons of this, you know, great performances by Steve Martin. This is a really great set showcasing this guy's talent. Speaking of another fantastic, amazing comedian, here is George Carlin. It's called George Carlin, The Commemorative Collection. And this thing is loaded down with lots of his performances. And again, I grew up on him, Steve Martin, and Richard Pryor. So the fact that a lot of their sort of things appear in my collection that aren't even just movies, stands to be. Speaking of, look at that! Richard Pryor, gotta know. This is Richard Pryor, Omit the Logic, the true story of an American icon. I just found this at a thrift thing as well. You need to check that out. All right, again, more sci-fi type docs. This is called To the Galaxy and Beyond with Mark Hamill. So there you go. Look, he's even on the back. There's little old Mark Hamill. This one's got the other sci-fi legend, William Shatner. This is called TV Guide Looks at Science Fiction. It's got old Bill Shatner on the cover there with Robot from Lost in Space. And they cover a lot of the TV science fiction. So X-Files, Planet of the Apes, Lost in Space, Star Trek, of course, Time Tunnel, all that good stuff. Speaking of our boy Shatner, he is so good at interviewing people. And this thing is called The Captains. And Shatner went and interviewed everyone that played a captain in all the Star Trek series. So aside from himself, there's Avery Brooks from Deep Space Nine, Catherine Janeway, Picard, Archer, and even Chris Pine from the new one. So he gets them all. I love this documentary. It's also in the box set of Superman, but I love just having this individual one so much. This came out when Brandon Routh's Superman Returns came out, and it's called The Amazing Story. Look up in the sky, The Amazing Story of Superman, and it is excellent. It is so well done covering the Man of Steel. Love that thing. I'm also a huge fan of these Monster Mania documentaries, or collections. Really, it's not really documentaries. It's like a fun, collection showcasing these monsters. So this one's called Monster Mania, and there were 3 versions of this. And I went ahead and consolidated all of them into one thing. So the other one's called The Bride of Monster Mania, and it's hosted by Elvira, who I love. If you guys see my channel, you see how much I gush over her. And the third one is The Attack of the 50-Foot Monster Mania. So it talks about, it's more like monsters and stuff like that, like tall, radioactive freaks of nature type things. So I have all 3 of those Monster Mania documentaries in here, and I'm trying to put these on every year around Halloween. It just brings me the good feels to watch these. And we also have these 2 here. It's called, huge Batman fan, as you can tell by the box set I showed off earlier. It's Return to the Batcave, which is this really fun-filled thing with Adam West and Burt Ward, just talking about all the kooky fun that happened on Batman. And another one, Holy Batmania. So like I said, anytime I can get a hold of these type of documentaries that just expand the universe that you love, I do. All right, now those are all the official ones. These are ones that I've put together or I purchased at a convention, at one of those bootleg booths. So this one is all about classic toy commercials, which is, I just love seeing these old classic toys. So someone was selling a disc to showcase all these toys. This also appears in the Raiders box sets, but before that came around, I had these together, which is the Raiders of the Lost Ark, the great movie stunts, and the making of Raiders of the Lost Ark, because for a long time, these were only on VHS. So this is a transfer from my VHS to give it, maximum viewability. Here are some other documentaries that were made for these films when they came out. And it was for Terminator, Waterworld, True Lies, and Star Trek, which one is it? First Contact. And most of these appeared on the Sci-Fi Channel. And as you know, when those sort of come on, they're sort of one and done. So if you don't snag those and put them in, your collection somehow digitally, they could be gone forever. But then again, there's YouTube. So people like me, who still have these in their collection, put them on YouTube. And this next one is, I think only aired one time, and it's from the Museum of Television and Radio, Science Fiction, A Journey into the Unknown. This is an outstanding piece of work. I wish this was officially released because it's so good. And look, it's just like all this good stuff on the back. And like I said, I made this because they didn't put this out. I couldn't believe it. But everything that appears on here is in here. So, you've got Star Trek Babylon 5, Space 1999, X-Files, Superman, Lois and Clark, and so much more. And it was hosted by 4 people. You had Bill Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, Carrie Fisher, and Dean Cain. So they all split the duties because it was like a 2-hour-long special. Taking the commercials out, ends up being about 92 minutes. Super good, super good. So I love holding on to things like that. And finally, the last one, when Superman Returns came out, they dropped a whole bunch of, specials. So we have Big Movie Premiere, Back in Blue, and The Science of Superman that were all on various network channels that I digitally took off the air and put on this disc. So there you go. That is the collection of compilations, documentaries, music videos, etc., etc. And now with that, we have one more section. Roll it. Here it is. The final segment is what I call my last minute pickups. These are things that came in after I filmed all the other segments. Are you guys still here? This is the last section. Hang in there. We are done after this. So yeah, these are from some of the sales that just happened. Last minute pickup at a thrift store, all that good stuff. So in fact, let's go ahead and start with the thrift store here. Picked all these up, starting with Big Lots here. Picked up Rampage. I got one of these for free. Sully. And then this thing, which I've always wanted, this Wizard of Oz. You know, I have that other collection on DVD, and I just love these really, you know, thick things that come with books or digibooks and all that good stuff. And this thing is like loaded with all that great stuff. So this was only $15, so I bought 2 and got 1 free there. Found this at another thrift store. By the way, I've never seen this movie, 1917, and it was $4, and look, it is still sealed. Brand spanking new Blu-ray. So looking forward to seeing that. And then here is a TV show to add to my TV collection that a friend of mine, Russ, he said he's a huge fan of this show. So it's like Keen Eddie. Keen and Eddie? Or just Keen Eddie? Keen Eddie. And it was only a 1-season thing. It stars Mark Valley, the same guy that was on the show Human Target that I showed off earlier, which I really loved. And he went on to do Boston Legal. That also had James Spader and William Shatner. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Now here comes some of the deals that have been happening, like on Amazon and all that good stuff for the holidays. So here we go. I'm just going to try to go fast. Copycat. Got that for like $4. First Blood on 4K. Picked this up. I can't believe it was back in. It's not the Tobey Maguire, but it is the Andrew Garfield, but it is the digi book looking version. So I'm very excited to get those. Finally picked up Fabulous Baker Boys. This was part of the Target thing where you bought 2 and got 1 free. So there's the other one, Overboard. Glad to finally grab that one. And 2 more TV collections to add to the TV section there, and that is Charlie's Angels on Blu-ray. This even has like, there was a brand new series that came out. I think it was like a 1-season, 1 and done. So it contains that. So that's kind of cool. And finally for the TV is Chuck. I love Chuck. Look, it's Shazam, y'all. Zachary Levi and cast all season. Look at that. I like it. I like how it's all in these nice individual, and they all have slipcovers too, which is super cool. And it's not one of those giant tubs like some of the other TV shows that you open those and all the discs fall out. So super pumped to finally get Chuck. This was on Groove, by the way. And used that 20% off and got it for almost like $40. All right, and here is the last things that I've picked up either at Walmart or the Kino Lorber sale that just happened. That is the Better Off Dead Steelbook in fresh minty shape. Let's see. $1 Million Mystery. Now we're getting into the Kino stuff. You know, because all of these treasure hunting movies, I'm going to have like a treasure hunting week one time. Losing It, Tom Cruise, Shelley Long. Add to my Tom Cruise. And the last are all 4Ks, and they all actually came with slipcovers. In fact, I'm going to show you the first one because it says no slip on the thing. Well, I still got it. I'm so pumped. Silence of the Lambs. I was like, I'll be okay with that. I mean, the corner's like a little dinged, but the fact that I got one is super cool. In the Heat of the Night, Sidney Poitier. Rod Steiger. And finally, for everybody out there that's been telling me to check this movie out, here it is, The Apartment. I have not seen this yet, so I finally got it in. I'm looking forward to seeing it. So that is it. That is my most recent pickups that I can just tag right at the end of this video. Oh my God, guys, we made it. Are you guys still watching this thing? This is so long. I'm so sorry, but you know, you asked me to put this together and this is what it is. I really appreciate anybody that's made it to the end. In fact, let's do a fun catchphrase that tells me you made it to the end. By cracky huck, that's quite a collection. Type that in the comments below. That'll tell me that you made it all the way to the end. By cracky huck, that's quite a collection. That'll tell me you made it. You made it. Hours. This is hours long. But this is it. This is my full collection, and I thank you so much for your time, your patience, watching this whole thing probably over several nights' time. But that is going to do it. I'm pooped. I'm tuckered out. I got to put everything back, and that is going to do it. Thank you so much. You asked for it. You got it. I hope you enjoyed it. If you're new to my channel and you saw this entire thing, wow, you put a lot of work into that, Huck. Well, man, please subscribe to this channel. This is not an easy thing to do. If you're watching this and you dig these things, all it takes is 2 seconds for you to hit like and subscribe, and you're off to the races. And hit that bell so you get notified every time I put up a video. That would be awesome. So again, we are all done. Thank you so much for sticking around for the entire movie, film, TV show, animation, massive collection of the Huckster. I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you for spending it with me. Until next time, whew, I'll catch you later.